Alrighty, people joining the session, which is awesome. Hi, everyone. I am super pumped. Welcome to the SaaS Growth Summit. This is a 2-day online event where 25 industry experts are going to share with you all that they've got. They're going to share their best. My name is Natalie Luneva, and I'm going to be the host of the summit today. A quick intro. I'm the founder of a company called SaaS Boss. This is also a community for SaaS founders. And in addition to growing our own software company with my husband, I'm also involved in a few other products, and I consult other SaaS companies on growth and marketing. A few housekeeping items. The summit is organized by a company called User.com. It is a marketing automation platform designed for SaaS companies. I'm not going to go over all the features and benefits that User.com provides to SaaS companies. You can go to their website and check it for yourself. And one of my colleagues here is going to be one of the speakers later today. So check it out. This is a live summit. This is not a pre-recorded event. Obviously, there are so many benefits to joining a live summit, but there are also some downsides, which means that there's a higher chance of something not going as planned. So if something like this happens, do report it in the chat, okay? Also, there are a few partners who helped make the summit possible, and one of the companies I want to call out right now is Airmeet. Airmeet is the company that you used, the website that you used to join this summit from. This is a software company for hosting online summits, webinars, meetups, and other kinds of events. Alrighty, lots of claps there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Join the Facebook group. It is SaaS Growth Automations is the name of the group. It was designed specifically for attendees of this summit. Go ahead and join us. One of my colleagues is going to drop a link to the Facebook group here in the chat. Check it out. Few more housekeeping items and then we'll be done. Visit the arena section with the exhibitor booths, where you can enter them and network with the exhibiting companies, or just leave your email address if you'd like for them to reach out to you. There's also a network and lounge section where we prepare tables around different topics, like marketing, sales, automations, and people can virtually sit with each other around the table. I wanted to let you know that each session was hand-picked. You'll be getting hundreds of dollars worth of content almost for free. Why I say almost? Because there is a small fee, and that's your engagement. So please engage in the chat. Ask your questions in the Q&A section. It is really lonely here on the other side of the screen, so your engagement is very appreciated. Also, there are some giveaways from the speakers to the most engaged attendees here. So this is a small benefit to you. You're going to get a better experience on your desktop. So if you're joining using your mobile phone, please join using your desktop. Now, how to navigate this summit? We'll have separate sessions for each talk, which means that once I end this session, you're going to find yourself back in the whole section. And then when another section, the next session starts, there's going to be a yellow pop-up banner. Probably you saw it for this session that says, hey, a new session is live. So you go ahead and join that session. I'm going to ask each speaker to leave a few minutes at the end of their session for Q&A. So be prepared to have your mic ready and be able to speak. And there's going to be networking sessions at the end of each day. It is a 2-day event. Just a reminder, we have more than 100 people joining right now. Awesome. It is 9 a.m. here where I'm from. Great to have you early up. So there's going to be networking session at the end of every day. So join this session here. Be prepared to unmute yourself and just share everything that you've got. Alrighty. So I'm going to end this session here right now, and I'm going to join Wes Bush, my first speaker of this event. So what's going to happen is I will wait for you'll be placed in the whole section first, and then from the whole section, go to the next session. I'll see you there. People joining, which is awesome. And I want to welcome my first speaker to this summit, and that's Wes Bush. Wes, by the way, happy birthday.
Thanks.
It is Wes's birthday, so everyone put your comment here in the chat. There's lots of claps here, Wes. Happy birthday to you. Alrighty, Wes, welcome to the summit. We are excited to hear a little bit more from you. If you could just help frame the conversation a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So this is all about product-led growth for today. So I want to hear, at least before we really get into it, from the attendees listening here, like, where are you at whenever you hear the word product-led growth? Are you just like, what is this word? I have no clue what product-led growth is. That's okay. Or is it you're further on the spectrum, like you're like an expert in product-led growth? So if you give me a scale, like 1, as in you have no idea but want to know more about product-led growth, I'd love to see that in the chat. And then 10, if you're more at that advanced level, I just like to see where everyone is on the spectrum of what they know about product-led growth. So if you could just share that with me, that'd be great. And I'm going to try and find where you find the QA session on this part. All right, there we go. I found it. Thanks everyone for putting in the comments there. All right, so I'm seeing lots of 3s, 5s, 6s. Okay, so there's a good range. So it sounds like there is a good amount of people who are, further along. They're at least heard of it, which is great. So one thing I love about presenting is I like engaging and really making sure that if you have any questions around PLG as I'm going through the presentation, just feel free to go through them as quick as you can. I'm going to try and get to them, but today we have a ton to cover. So I'm going to try my best to go through as well as I can a quick overview on what product-led growth is all about. So ready? Give me some thumbs up if you're ready to dive in, and we are going to kick this off in no time. All right, so here we are. Today, as you probably know, we're going to do a deep dive into what product-led growth is all about. But before I go in, can everyone see my screen okay? Give me a thumbs up. Yes, yes, yes. All right, thank you. Love how interactive everyone is today. This is awesome. All right, so before I kind of go into this, just want to do a quick overview on who I am. So I wrote the best-selling book. I got it right here on product-led growth. And what I am really fascinated about is really just how you can use your product to really grow your business as quickly as humanly possible. So that's what we're going to dig into a bit today. But I wasn't always obsessed about this whole concept of product-led growth. For me, actually, back in 2016, I was working at this company called Vidyard, and we followed the traditional SaaS growth playbook. You probably are familiar with this one. You create a bunch of content, put it behind a lead form, and then send those people a ton of emails until one day they hopefully request a demo and become a customer. So I felt like I was one of those annoying marketers, and I couldn't help but feel like, you know what, is there a better way that we could do marketing for this SaaS company? Because I myself, I typically didn't request a demo unless I really, really, really wanted to purchase a software product. The products I loved and used all the time, they let me sign up for free and experience the value of the product all before asking me to pay upfront. Maybe you can relate when you think of the apps we use every day, like Slack, Zoom, Netflix, Asana. Most of us started using these products without having to talk to anyone. So when I helped launch this freemium product at Vidyard way back in 2016, I was super excited. But one of the things I didn't expect was for us to go from 0 to 100,000 users in less than 12 months. And such rapid growth along this journey of really building a product-led business really helped me really just find, okay, there's tons of challenges along this way of building a product-led business. But what I want to share with you is how you can overcome them and truly build a product-led business. So the 3, and actually 4 things I want to make sure you walk away with by the end of this presentation is really just understand what is product-led growth, why is it becoming a rising importance, what are some reasons why you might want to opt to become product-led, and then lastly, I'll just end on some things you could do to truly become product-led. Sound good? Awesome. All right, so let's kick it off with just what is product-led growth. get everyone on the same page. So although the term product-led growth is fairly new in the same SaaS space, it's already impacted so many other industries. So if you don't believe me, think about the last time you bought any of these products, whether it's cologne, cars, shoes. What do you typically do before buying these products? Think about it. In each industry, they're really letting you have the product do the majority of the selling. When you think of this whole concept of trying before you buy, you've seen it in so many other industries. Think of whenever you buy a car. Instead of telling you, oh, like this new car is amazing, it's going to do so many things for you. They honestly, most times they'll let you test drive it and see for yourself. Same thing goes whenever it comes to cologne or perfume. They just want you to try it on, see if you like it, and then you can make that educated decision of should you buy this or not. And so the other thing too is for shoes. Instead of describing how good a shoe will fit you, they just let you try it on and see if it fits. So in each of these examples, there's this common thread, which is really the fact that how you sell is just as important as what you sell. And so this is partly because, well, consumers trust brands less. We've all been burned in the past. And as experienced buyers, we know talk, as far as marketing talk, is relatively cheap. Brand promises are cheap. Anyone, and I mean almost anyone nowadays, can create a website and tell you that they have this magic pill that will help you grow 5 feet taller in 5 minutes. But we know that's baloney. Luckily, we know that we can't deliver on that particular promise. However, with a lot of everyday purchases, sometimes it's hard to tell who is legit and who is not. And you could still, when you think about it, hire this world-class sales team to really tell people what your product is all about. But at the end of the day, you will still have people who will be asking themselves this question, which is, can this product actually deliver on its promise? And they have to take your word for it in your product that you will deliver on what you said you would. Now, this whole concept of sales-led growth might have worked back in the good old days of sales where a handshake would seal the deal. But what I'm arguing here is that those days are long gone. To sell to the modern buyer, you need to do one thing, and you need to do it incredibly well, and that is show versus tell. Now, when someone experiences the value of your product, they're really convincing themselves why they need your product in their lives. Because when you tell someone why they should purchase your product, you're just simply convincing them to buy your product. Which strategy do you think is more effective? I want to see it in the chat. Let me know if you think showing your product's value by showcasing it, whether that's in a free trial or a freemium model, or just letting people try on your shoes, is showing more powerful than telling. All right, I'm seeing a lot of showing. Thank you, everyone, for interacting. I love this energy in this room. Awesome. All right, so you're absolutely right. And the whole reason we're here today is because showing your product's value is far more effective than simply just telling people about it. But it's not just my opinion. Over the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to share why product-led growth is becoming of rising importance on a macro level. Because once you hear these reasons, you'll understand that product-led growth is here for the long haul. And if you don't adapt, you're actually going to put your business at risk. All right. So the first thing here, when we think of, what are some of the big things that are not going to change in our industry, I'll walk you through each of them. So the first one is really just the fact that technology is deflationary in nature, and it's actually always been this way. When we look at data, let's look at a terabyte of data to just store that data online. Nowadays, it costs less than $100 when it used to cost millions of dollars not too long ago. So technology is and always will be deflationary. And so what this means for you as a SaaS business is that the willingness to pay for your product is going to get less and less every single year. In fact, ProfitWell had this awesome study that just go to show that, over the last 5 years, customer willingness to pay has dropped by 30%, which is massive. And then you look at this other tidal wave, which is really the fact that, well, startups are more expensive to grow. And that's kind of contrary, because we think of, what they have never been easier to start at the same time, which is interesting because it's becoming easier to start these startups, but it's becoming harder to grow them. And part of that is because there's so much competition in every single space and industry and market. And that just means it's harder to grow. And as a result, your customer acquisition costs across the board have risen more than 50% in just the last 5 years. So you have these really interesting tidal waves when we look at the macro trends in SaaS that are just not changing. And then the last one, which is really just the fact that we touched on this at the beginning, your buyers changed. They actually expect a try before they buy experience. They want to go in and see for themselves. They want you to showcase your value before they pull out their credit card online and give you their hard-earned money. That's just the reality. They want to see if you can deliver on what you promise. And so let's just take the first two tidal waves and go into how this really impacts why product-led growth is becoming of rising importance. So when we look at one trend here, our customer acquisition costs with tidal wave 2, they're rising. They're continuing to rise. And then on the other end, we have a lower willingness to pay. So if you don't change anything in your strategy, what's basically going to happen here is that you are going to become less and less profitable if you don't change anything in your strategy. So that's really, when we think about it, why a lot of companies are opting to be product-led is because they realize that there's these macro trends in the space that aren't changing. They actually have never changed, but it's just becoming the pace of innovation and the pace of competition is pushing a lot of companies to seriously consider this as not just a savior for their business, not just a faster way for them to grow, but it's also a way to innovate and operate in some spaces and industries where other companies just couldn't compete because they can operate at much better margins than the competition. So let's dig in a bit to the second section here, which is really just why are organizations opting to be product-led? Because I don't just want to scare you and go through all the tidal waves and the scary reasons why you should become product-led. That's no fun. Because I always think that if you're going to make a big change like this, you have to be motivated for the long haul. And so as I'm going through this next section, I challenge you, just write down and think about, like, what is your main motivation to become product-led? Because I'm going to touch on some of these ones here to get you thinking. So one of the first ones is really just the fact that, well, if you want to become product-led, and why companies are opting to become product-led really comes down to they want to build a dominant growth engine for their business. And so I'll go into a couple ways of how this really happens and what it results in for your business. So part of building a dominant growth engine is, for a lot of product-led businesses, you get access to a wider top of funnel. Now, one of the first things I hear almost every time a company launches a free trial or freemium model, when they previously had only had a demo request button on their website, is they say, Wes, I now have like 20 to 30% more signups than I did before. I want you to think about, why is that? Why do product-led businesses just have a wider top of funnel? And a lot of it comes down to they're attracting people who are earlier on in their customer journey. They might not be ready to sign up for a demo request, but they are ready to go into your product, see what it's all about, solve the problem with it. And oftentimes, since you're catching them earlier in their customer journey, when they figure out the solution with your product, they are more than happy to go in and solve it themselves and actually purchase your product. So the other part here too that's interesting is, as a product-led business, you can scale a lot more rapidly because instead of your competitors who might be sales-led, who are hiring sales reps all across the world to build more and more sales teams to grow their product, grow their revenue, you could just optimize your onboarding and really get more and more people into your funnel, learning about your product, getting value from your product, and upgrading at the same time, which means you can scale a lot faster. And this really comes down to the whole fact of compound versus linear growth. Traditional sales-led SaaS companies they function a lot more like linear growth companies, whereas product-led companies, you can compound your growth quite fast. One of the examples is in a sales-led company, your main growth lever is usually adding additional sales team headcount. So you have more people coming in, you're hiring more sales reps. For every rep, you hope, like let's say for every rep you hire, you hope for 500K bump in revenue at least. And so you just move along this ladder of 500K bump, okay, 500K bump, 500K bump, and one of them leaves. What happens? Okay, we go down a little bit. We keep trying to bump that up. And then when you think of a product-led business, you could just be optimizing your free to paid conversion rate 1% every month. But that 1%, it adds up as you get more and more users into your funnel. So you can scale much faster at the end of the day, which essentially leads you to this other big motivation that a lot of people are wanting to become product-led, which is just capital efficiency. And so a lot of product-led businesses, they actually benefit from this because they have a much lower customer acquisition cost than their competitors. This is largely because they're hand-holding their users a lot less. And because they're giving people their product, what's actually happening behind the scenes is they're actually having a much faster sales cycle. Because people are able to go into the product, see the value, see what it's all about, they are able to make a decision faster because they trust you and they know what this product can actually do and how it can actually deliver its value. There's no risk for them. You're de-risking this entire purchase. And so that is really because you're building trust faster with these people who are trying out your product and becoming a user. And all in all, as a business, what I love about this is that you have a much higher revenue per employee when you are product-led because you don't have to scale the same way that your sales-led counterparts do, where they're hiring a ton of extra sales folks to sell the product. In this case, you can grow more methodically. And just look at Ahrefs. So they're based out of Singapore. They have 50 employees and a 50 million annual recurring revenue business. That's absolutely fantastic when you think about the unit economics of that particular business. So I'm going to pause here, but these are the main benefits of product-led growth. So I challenge you to ask yourself and really figure out, what is your motivation behind potentially becoming product-led growth? Out of all of these, which one gets you the most excited? In the chat, I want to hear from 1 to 8, which one of these benefits of product-led growth do you get the most excited about? I want to hear it. All right, I'm seeing some 7s, 5s. Rapid global scale, Adam. Yes, conquer the world. 8. All right, so not quite one that sticks out yet. Let's see. Keep putting it in the chat. Love how interactive everyone is. This is awesome. All right. So I'm going to keep going, but feel free to keep putting in the chat there. So when we think of this next concept of how do you become product-led, I'll bust a common misconception here that I hear a lot. Because a lot of people think, okay, being product-led, it just means you put this crown on your product-led's or product team's hat, and you say, you run the business now. It's product-led. Product means you do everything in the business. You lead the business. Our sales team are just going to fire them. They're not useful anymore. The product sells itself completely. Where I say, no, not at all. There's actually a lot more to it than that. Being product-led means that you take an entire organization to make this strategy work. So in a product-led organization, every single team plays a part. And I'll share a couple examples here to get you thinking about how this all works. How does the marketing team play into this? How does the sales team play into this? And much more. So a product-led marketing team might ask themselves, you know what? How can we use our product as the #1 lead magnet? Your sales team might ask, you know what? How can we use the product data to qualify our prospects for us? That way, when we have conversations with people, they're people that already understand our value. And your customer success team might ask, you know what? We've been talking to these people a lot. We have all of these sessions when they first sign up as a customer. How could we narrow that down from 4-hour sessions to maybe just 1 hour and get the product to onboard them and help them become successful without needing our help? and apply it to their business. And so, did I lose my slides here? Let me just double check. Yes. All right. Let me just put that back up there, because I'm almost wrapped up. But as I'm going through and setting up the slides, do put in the chat any other questions you have about building a product-led business, because I'm here to answer them. Can everyone see the slides now? Just give me a yes. All right. Perfect. So the last part I will end on here is really just what are some of the main differences between sales-led and product-led businesses. One of the biggest ones is really just how you define success. Now, in a lot of sales-led companies, success is often defined as you close the deal. We ring the bell in the office to really signify success there. Whereas in a product-led company, success takes on this whole new meaning. Product-led companies live and die by user success, because if your users can't figure out how to get value from your product, it's game over. You won't be able to make the model work. But if you can deliver value up front before a paywall, you won't just have a new customer, you'll have a new advocate. And that's because your users' success will eventually become your success. That is the whole secret behind product-led growth. Because when you align your company's success with your users' success, something incredible happens. It just sends signals to everyone on your team that this is an organization that believes its product, it's not just something you sell, it's how you serve others. Now, to really wrap up here, I want to remind you that the way we sell has changed. It used to be enough to shake someone's hand and trust that their solution would solve our problem without much proof. And now this might have worked back in the good old days of sales, but those days are long gone. Today, a strong brand and social proof are no longer enough to build trust with the modern buyer. You need to let people try before they buy and show value before a paywall. And product-led growth is simply how you turn that approach into an executable business strategy. So if you like to go...
That was absolutely awesome. I read your book. Absolutely awesome book. I encourage everyone to pick it up. There is a lot of, you talk about pricing, sales strategy, go-to-market strategy, value metrics, churn. I mean, everything that early stage founder needs to know. So everyone, please feel free to check out the book. Last parting words, Wes?
Yes, thank you everyone for joining this. And we also did put a free PLG fundamentals course together today that we launched. So I'll share it in the chat below, but this is something that it does go over through a lot of the same points we went through today. But if you are struggling with getting your team on board with how to build a product-led business, I highly recommend it, because it just goes through some of the things we talked about and gets them aligned on why this is a really good transition for the business to make. But thank you everyone for bringing your energy, comments, and for the birthday wishes.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Wes. Everyone, I am going to wait for you to join the other session. It's about to start with Nathan Latka. Go ahead and join that session. Thanks a lot, Wes. Happy birthday.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, everyone. And we are live with our next speaker. Alrighty. Lots of people joining. Awesome. More than 200 people. Nathan. I want to introduce my next speaker here, and that's Nathan Latka, entrepreneur, investor, best-selling author. Be sure to check out his book. It's an awesome book, lots of nuggets. He's also host on multiple extremely popular shows and podcasts. Nathan, welcome.
Natalie, what a crew. I know you were expecting like 150, 200, and we're here with 235 people. This is going to be a lot of fun.
It is, and that's just the beginning.
I love it. Guys, I love seeing everybody in the comments. Elton with Enrich Social Media, good to see ya. Martin, that founder there at VU, saying best YouTube channel. I love compliments, Natalie, by the way. That's the quick way to my heart, is great compliments, right? Daniel's a dealer, bus fan. That's great. Well, Natalie, I'm ready to take it away if you are.
Absolutely. I am going to hide myself and you go.
This is great. Well, guys, I think Wes did such a great job talking about PLG, and he asked some great questions in the audience. So I got a good sense of where everyone stands and how you're thinking about product-led growth. But I am curious about this. Type in the chat right now a 3-part answer. Number of users you have, comma, are you selling to SMB, mid-market, or enterprise? And then lastly, type in your top growth channel. Could be affiliates, could be PLG, could be dedicated email blasts, could be something else, an team. Go ahead and type that real quick. So Vulcan saying 6,000 SMB niche forums. Forums are incredible for this. Vulcan, good stuff. Claire's with Paved. Oh, Claire with Paved. I just paid Paved a lot of money. We're putting a bunch of campaigns through Paved right now. That's crazy, Claire. Good to see you. 500 mid-enterprise sales. Okay, 50 enterprise LinkedIn. I'm seeing Google. Claire saying, thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, Lori saying organic. This is great. So guys, great group here. And here's what we're going to focus on over the next, call it 15 to 20 minutes. How 9 SaaS founders used 3 secret funnels to drive incredible growth last year. Now, you can take a look at my screen right now and try and guess these funnels. Some, maybe one you may have heard of, but I can guarantee there'll be at least one that you didn't know about or didn't know how to optimize for. Are we ready to jump in? Guys, give me a big ol' heck yes in the questions if you're ready to rock and roll. I love seeing Dealer Bust fans, podcast fans. It's a great community and incredible by the user.com team to get this stuff cranking and going. What a great group. Okay, let's talk about the first group. See if you can guess the channel. 3 companies here. 3 companies. And look at all these emojis coming in. I'm feeling amazing. I should share more. There's so many emojis coming on the screen. This is great. 3 companies here in this channel. Superlemon went to 0 to 1 million using this tactic in 18 months. Supermetrics broke 24 million in revenue using this tactic. And Reamaze broke 3.2 million in revenue using this tactic. Elton's guess was Tinder. That's my presentation. I'm done. My new B2B go-to-market SaaS tool is Tinder. It's Tinder macros. Nope. I'll answer in a second. Let's go to the second category of founders using a second funnel. Loom went to 1.2 million users over an 18-month period and 200,000 weekly active users. How'd they do it? ClickFunnels uses this one tactic. They do 1 million per month from this one tactic. And ConvertKit went from 4,000 clicks per week to 14,000 clicks per week using this one tactic. Any guesses on this one? Jojo saying, oh my gosh. Darko saying, powered by marketing. Testimonials. Jojo saying, this is amazing. Jojo, I haven't even started yet. What the heck are you amazed by? It's the jawline or something, right? Just kidding. I love the energy. All right, and the last tactic, 3 companies using this. Lemlist, 10K members, 4 million in revenue. Qualified.io, 1 million members, 3 million in revenue. And Finimize, 1 million subscribers on their list, and they just launched a SaaS product. So what's this category? Any guesses? All right, I'm going to reveal here in 3, 2, 1 on the next slide. These are the channels. The first one is app exchanges. But I also want to say, if you're watching this going, Nathan, are you some genius? The answer is no. I just curate. I am pretty smart, I think, but I also just curate. All the data you're seeing today is straight from the horse's mouth because I have a podcast called the Top Entrepreneurs Podcast. Any listeners? But if you're a listener, type listener in the chat. Any listeners? But this podcast, you see some snippets here on the screen, and I just collect data points from these founders. We've done over 3,000 one-on-one interviews. I've done them personally. So this is not my genius. This is just straight from the horse's mouth. Let's talk app exchanges first. Okay, what are app exchanges? This is what it looks like, guys. How many of you guys are in an app exchange? Type app exchange in the chat. This is what the Shopify app exchange looks like. Right here is the Intuit app exchange. Right, this is the Salesforce app exchange. Okay, so we're on the same page. We know what app exchanges are. I'm going to turn my hat around so there's more light on my face so you guys can see me better. There we go. All right, so there's a Salesforce app exchange. This is the Google Marketplace app exchange. This is a secret treasure trove for your business if you understand how to use it. Let's talk about Superlemon, which you see on my screen right now. They optimized for the Shopify app exchange with a tool called WhatsApp Cart plus abandonment. And you can see that 693 reviews and 4.9 average rating under the customer support category with 504 entries. So what do the results look like? Well, 6 highest, a lot of reviews. Look at the install numbers, guys. Hit the little heart eye icon in the chat emoji here if you love that. Look at the hearts. 4,000 installs. 4,000 installs. And then $0 to $30,000 per month in 12 months. So it's a run rate of 360 grand a year. By the way, we just booked 300 people live, which we love. Amazing group, guys. Amazing group. Keep sharing the conference out. This is great. So this is how Superlemon did this, right? Now, I don't know if this is going to work. This is a bit of a risk with a live presentation, but let's see if we can talk directly to Superlemon founder. You guys tell me if you can hear this. Yes or no? Can you hear it? Okay, that's a no. We're gonna skip it. I already put all the tactics used in the 3 slides. Let's go to number 2, Supermetrics. Same thing. Google Workspace Marketplace, Marketing Analytics. Look at the number of users they've got down there. Can you guys see that? 549,000 users. I mean, talk about product-led growth. Holy cow. App exchanges are a great way to supercharge this. They started in 2012, guys, as a Excel add-on. In 2017, they integrated with the Google Marketplace. And can you guys see those revenue numbers? Are they big enough? Can you type that revenue number in the revenue chart over here on the right in the chat? Can you read that? Yeah, exactly. 37 million. But look at what the inflection point was. It was when they started getting integrated to the Google Marketplace and getting reviews. Incredible growth rate. And guys, they did this bootstrapped until just recently. That's Supermetrics. Now, again, we featured them on the cover of Latka magazine. It did extremely well. The next version of Latka magazine, we've got Nathan Barry getting featured with a bunch of 500 bootstrapped founders. Any magazine readers? You can type magazine in the chat too, but ships worldwide. We featured Supermetrics, and then a couple months later, they go out and raise 40 million bucks. A lot of it was secondary. Jojo says, loving the magazine, love that. Yasik saying books, that's great. Okay, again, we're going to skip this because the videos aren't coming through. That's my fault. Lastly, Reamaze here, help desk software. Same go-to-market strategy, rank for the exchange. So guys, just screenshot this. This is how you piggyback off a giant app exchange. Pick your category, optimize your text, just like you would an SEO blog post. And then lastly, get your pricing right. You must have a free plan. If you're going to optimize on the app exchanges, you have to have a free plan because then you use the free users to get reviews, and the reviews move you higher in rank. Do not list on an app exchange with no free plan. It's a massive, massive mistake. Okay, massive mistake. Now, if you're launching a SaaS company looking for what app exchanges are not competitive yet that you can get a number 1 rank in, you're looking at it on the screen right now. If you're looking at this going, genius, type genius in the chat, right? The Zoom marketplace. There's a ton of companies launching marketplaces. And when they launch a marketplace, if you build for that marketplace, they'll give you and reward you with a top rank quickly, and you piggyback off them. When you piggyback off them well, this is what happens to you. Intuit, when they want to make an acquisition, goes to their app exchange. They see who's ranked number 1, and they go buy the company for 340 million bucks, like they did with Matt Rissell and T-Sheets. Okay, yeah, Rahul, that's a great example. Notion Marketplace to launch would be a great example. Now, guys, let's learn from each other real quick before we go to the powered by tactics. Name an app exchange in the chat. Did I miss any? We talked about Zoom. Name some other app exchanges. Yes, Curtis, great example. Zapier. What else? Name some app exchanges. Azure, Zendesk. Look, guys, all your ideas, their growth tactics are in the chat right now. They're all flowing through. They're right there. Okay? Let's go into powered by. Now, a lot of people think they know how powered by works, but it's not actually getting them traffic. So what the heck is happening? You have a great product. You have a little powered by badge. It's not working. Well, let's walk through how Loom does it. When you record a Loom video and send it out, let's say I send it to 5 teammates. If 1, 2, and 3 of those teammates now become new users, 1 user just turned to 3. And then those 3 users do the same, then you get 8 new users, 9 new users. This is what's called a viral coefficient. I'm not going to break down the math right now. You can just Google viral coefficient SaaS, and you'll get a lot of great content for this. But this is how Loom did it, and it was so effective that they built up to 1.2 million users. Specifically, 200,000 were using it on a weekly basis, all before they launched pricing in February of last year. Now, guys, here's what's crazy. And this is what the Loom founder is saying here that you guys can't hear. But while this is playing, I'll tell you what he's saying. They wanted a 5% conversion rate, 200,000 active users. They're going to put up a paywall for $10 a month. They wanted between 5,000 and 6,000 to convert to paid, $10 a month. My question to you guys is, how many do you think converted? 1,000 users, 5,000 users, 10,000 users. How many started paying $10 a month within 24 hours of it going live? Any guesses? 20,000 said Seth. Claire said 20. Oh, it's moving too fast for me to read now. Curtis said 7,200. Guys, the answer was almost 6,000 users. 6,000 users converted to $10 a month plan. Okay, and this is again right from his mouth. It was incredible. $0 to $720,000 in ARR in 24 hours. Let's talk about ClickFunnels. Their powered by button has helped them bootstrap and keep equity. That's what it looks like. That's what the button looks like. And here's their revenue growth over time. You can see in 2019 when they broke 100 million in revenue, 34 million of it was service. But how much do you think of the extra 70-ish million in revenue? How much do you think that came from customers who found ClickFunnels because of the Powered by link? Any guesses? 100 grand a month, 500 grand a month, 10 grand a month, 2 million a month. What do you guys think? Here's the answer. Okay, 12 million per year is exclusively from that Powered by link. And again, you can't hear this, but what they're saying is that this grew. They introduced it in 2017. By 2019, it was doing this much. It's probably double this now. But this Powered by tactic works, and it works like a charm. Martin, you're going oof in the comments. What's oof mean? What's oof mean? But incredible growth here from Russell and Todd and how they're doing this, right? 12 million per year. ConvertKit. Who here loves ConvertKit? Anybody use ConvertKit? Yep, Catherine, it was muted on purpose. So guys, look at this button on ConvertKit. Now they get 56,000 free clicks per month using this little button. All of you guys running AdWords campaigns at $2 a click, right? That's effectively worth $120,000 to you if you can get this strategy right. Talk about a valuable conference to attend, the SaaS Growth Summit. You're going to learn this here in like 20 seconds. You ready? Here's what they did. They put the Powered by feature plus the freemium feature together, and it became a deadly combo. You can see Nathan's revenue growth over time. They just last year broke, I just talked to him 2 weeks ago, they broke 25 million in terms of run rate in 2020, so in December, a couple months ago, and 400,000 went to the bottom line as profit. So how did they do this? Well, again, Nathan is explaining here that they essentially used to not have a freemium tool. It was only a paid tool. And so not as many pages had Powered by ConvertKit. Not as many people were seeing it. Once they launched a more robust freemium tool, way more people saw and used ConvertKit, which drove their organic clicks from that Powered by link from about 4,000 a week up to 14,000 per week, almost a 3 or 4x increase. Really simple tactic that you guys can use. So guys, this was growth channel number 2, the Powered by links. Maybe take a screenshot of this and send it to your growth people on your team. But this is how these folks drove that extra growth. All right, guys, before we continue with the last growth tactic, you guys know I love feedback. I love energy. If you boo me, I leave the stage because I've got a pool waiting and I want to go jump in. 0 to 10, 10 being you're loving it. Are you loving this content? Should we keep going? You can throw in exclamation points and capital letters, whatever you want. Keep going. Okay. Natalie would kill me, but if I jumped off, Natalie would kill me. She would kill me. I don't want to leave. There's 330 of you here. I don't want to leave. Okay. So how do you juice these channels? Well, there are 3 ways that you can spend money to juice these channels. Okay. To juice these channels. The first, on the marketplace stuff, you can actually pay to get a sponsored listing in the marketplace. On the Powered by stuff, you can pay for more engineers. And the last channel, which we're about to talk about, which is community, you can actually pay to give gifts to community. But one of the things that makes this tricky is many of you guys might maybe only have 10, 20, 50, 100 grand a month in revenue. You don't want to raise equity, but you would love some extra cash to run some of these experiments. Well, here's what I'm going to do. If you're in this boat where you want to raise VC later, but need cash now so you can grow to a higher valuation and save your equity, I encourage you guys to check out the company I'm working on. It's called founderpath.com, and we give you money. We literally turn your monthly recurring revenue into upfront cash today. So if someone's paying you $1,000 a month, we'll give you 10 grand today so you can reinvest it. I also use FounderPath for my own reporting. So you can see here my FounderPath screenshot. This is actually showing magazine sales. I put it on Twitter yesterday. So by the way, is this crazy? We've got almost $20,000 a month in revenue from people subscribed. That's just to the magazine. I had no idea when we launched that we'd have that many people willing to pay for a magazine, but you can see it's taking off. So the reporting on FounderPath is great. And so here's my bribe. If you guys go to founderpath.com/get-started right now and just simply sign up, even if you don't need capital, but just sign up. Right when this ends, I will get you guys a full link via email to this slide deck. Now, I'm only going to wait 4 more seconds on this because I want to get back into the content. But again, if you want the full slide deck, the link is in the chat, founderpath.com/get-started. Screenshot this if you want to do it later, but you've got to do it by the end of the webinar. All right, let's keep going. Tactic number 3, community. Mike is going, wow. Mike, we got to work a deal with user.com on this. I think you guys are probably doing a lot of revenue. I'll get you guys a couple million up front right now. You want to do a deal? Natalie, how do we get Mike on? Mike, let's do a deal on stage. See how much money Mike can get out of me. All right, guys, let's jump into community. Okay, this, in my opinion, is the future. If you are launching a SaaS company and you do not have a community, you will get crushed in the future, because community is the only thing that can't be bought. Nobody can steal it from you, and it can't be copied or ripped off. Anyone can steal from any of you watching right now by going and raising gobs of VC, hiring your best programmers, right? Diluting the heck out of you if they're investing more capital. You cannot take community away. Do we agree? Agree or not? Agree or not? Agree or not? You cannot take community away. Just type agree or yes. Okay, good. I see all the agrees. It's great. You can disagree, by the way. You can disagree. So how have these guys done it? Well, look at Lemlist. Look at little Guillaume. Look at what he's going to hate. Look at little Guillaume back in August of 2018. Look at that first post. 19 comments, 18 likes. He stayed consistent. Almost a video every single day. Every single day. Look, 22 months later, now he's getting 135 likes on average and 598 comments. So consistency has been Guillaume's trick to growing his Facebook community. To look at this, 11,600 members. Okay, Mike saying Guillaume is great. He really is, right? He's really leading with community, and it gives him, it's a superpower. It's a superpower, but it takes time. It takes time, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Elliot, no, powered by and community they're very different things. Powered by is something you engineer into your product. A community is something you emotionally build, a cult you're building. Okay, a cult you're building. Martin saying, I was literally saying this to my co-founder yesterday. Guys, name some communities in the SaaS space or any space that you really love. Just type in the chat right now to get a curiosity. What communities are your favorite in the B2B SaaS space? Natalie's saying SaaS Boss. I will say SaaS Boss is a pretty darn good group. Yes, ClickFunnels has a big play here. Ahrefs, CXL, Tom. Yep, guys, and you got to keep watching here in the conference. We've got PEP coming up after. Incredible group there with CXL and what they're building. Conversion rate optimization conference. The top guy in the space. You don't want to miss that. Okay, now community is hard to quantify in terms of growth, but it shows over time. Here's how it shows. This is Lemlist. Okay, Lemlist data. They've got over 3,000 customers. Okay, paying $80 a month on average, $750 lifetime value, but their payback period is so fast. Look at that. They make their money back so fast, and their churn, while on an annual dollar churn basis, is pretty bad. They drive incredible expansion from people who absolutely love them. So their net dollar retention is still above 104%. Okay, 100%. Okay, and that's what he's describing here. Again, videos aren't working, even if I unmute them, but I just want you guys to know this is all coming straight from the horse's mouth. Okay, number two into the community. Guys, how many of you have heard of Qualified? This is a more unique one. Yes or no in the chat? Okay, so here's what they didn't know they were building a SaaS company. They just built a great community called CodeWars.com. CodeWars.com. And what he's describing here is Code Wars is a place for developers to go to compete on little tests, and there's a big leaderboard. Well, before you know it, these guys blinked. Okay, yeah, Vu saying, Martin saying, yeah, I know these guys. It spread like crazy, guys. They got over 1 million users, developers competing on Code Wars very quickly. They raised no money. They grew it extremely fast. On the backside of that, they then launched their developer recruiting SaaS business. Okay, SaaS business. And so now this is like their funnel, right? Community at Code Wars down into Qualified, which is their SaaS business. It just broke 2.5 million in revenue. 2.5 million in revenue. Super fast growth rate because they've built a defensible community that is gamified at codewars.com. Lastly, guys, how many of you guys have a newsletter? Just type the size of your newsletter in the chat right now. 1,000 people on your newsletter, 10,000, 100,000. How many of you guys have a newsletter? Anybody? Anybody? By the way, guys, here's a great BD trick. You should screenshot all this and reach out to all these people to partner with them because they have big lists. They're putting it in the chat right now. A little conference hack for you. There's always multiple layers with LATCO. And when LATCO is presenting, there's multiple layers. Okay? So you guys have newsletters. But check this out. Finimize did not know that they were a company. They launched a newsletter focused on the financial space. They grew to over 600,000 users. And look at the revenue split now. 35% revenue comes from sponsored newsletters. 35% comes from members subscribing to their app. Okay, members subscribing to their app. And then lastly, they just launched a finance API. And David, by the way, good to see you, man, in the chat. I know you connected to Founder ago, man. Congrats on all your growth. It's super incredible what you're building. Really incredible. So finance API as a SaaS. This is now 30% of their revenue, and it's growing really, really fast. Really fast. Okay, so they started with a newsletter, and that's what Max is describing here. Again, not playing the videos because the sound's not working. That's my fault. But again, straight from the horse's mouth here, he described it directly when he came on my podcast, The Top Entrepreneurs. Guys, here's the money shot. And I think there should always be a screenshotable moment in every conference. So if you screenshot this and tweet it to me at Nathan Latka, okay, taguser.com as well. I'll send you something special on Twitter right when this ends. But this is the money shot. 30 minutes ago, I said I would deliver three growth tactics featuring 9 top companies. This is the moment of truth. Yes or no? Did I deliver? If I delivered, all caps, exclamation points, put it in there. Someone said, I already have 20 on this thing. 20 screenshots. This is the screenshotable moment. Screenshot this. 3 exchanges. Send this to your team in an email and say, we should think about app exchanges powered by End Community. Here's the second thing you should screenshot, because these are the actual tactics. 3 steps to optimize for each of these. I'm not going to repeat them. If you minimize the screen, you should maximize it. Otherwise, you're going to miss this. But you should take a screenshot of this right now. Bader saying, can you go back to the last slide real quick? Should I go back very quickly? Let you guys screenshot? Okay, I'll do it for 5 seconds. Ready? This is for you. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Again, 30 minutes ago, I said we would do these. Guys, I hope we delivered. I want to say thank you so much. I will get the slide deck out to anyone that connected on Founder Path. And guys, look, Natalie, I think you listen. You've had me on Clubhouses. If you guys like the audio content I put out, just click the link in the chat I just posted to subscribe to the podcast. You'll get daily interviews with SaaS CEOs. Natalie, how'd we do?
I think you did absolutely awesome. Look at all the people interacting with you. Now, I know that there are a few Q&A questions there in the Q&A section. Do you know where to find it?
Yes,
it is a little bit tricky.
Thomas at Urban Rockets asked a good one. Nathan, do you think that if someone followed the same process, they could see similar results, or were many of these results of effects of 2020? Thomas, these are generally principles that work, right? They're timeless. They will work over time. None of the principles I just laid out were due to COVID or some unique advantage. I think anybody can do this. Guillaume saying tactics for direct-to-consumer SaaS. Okay. So powered by will not work for direct-to-consumer. However, an app exchanges probably won't either. Community is going to be your most powerful strategy, Edward. Okay. Or no, that wasn't Edward's. That was somebody else. Guillaume, I think, with Maven Pet. Community is going to be your best. Let's do this one. Which platform do you recommend? With Facebook group reach going down, what's your advice? Guys, and hit the emoji if you agree with me here, okay? Own your audience. Natalie, how are you making sure no platform can ever delist you and kill your business? Are you owning your audience?
That's exactly what you need to do.
What are you doing? Do you have an email list or text message list? How are you owning the email?
Email list.
Guys, own your list. Own your list. Elton with Enrich Social Media saying, just curious if there's any cost to pay to cover scaling and infrastructure before pricing. Elton, I don't know what that means. If you're building a SaaS business, it's cheaper than ever today to launch. So you shouldn't have to incur a bunch of upfront costs. Okay, managing partner at Pinio, Glenn said, what about SaaS solutions that require a piece of hardware as well? Glenn, I actually love the SaaS plus hardware model. I call it SaaS plus IoT, right? Internet of Things. And the reason is because once you get the physical device installed on your consumers, if you look at that cohort, those businesses' net dollar retention will be through the roof because they're never going to throw out that piece of hardware once it's installed. But you have to get it installed. And so make sure that don't try and make margin on the hardware sale. You should actually try and go get debt to fund giving the hardware out to your community for free so that you can lock them into your software product. Guys, that's sort of complex stuff. Who's with me? We have a good audience here, right? Smart audience, are you with me? Yes or no in the chat? SaaS plus IoT, okay? Okay, you bet, man. You bet. Any tactics for B2B? We just covered, Siobhan, we just covered everything B2B SaaS. Get this man some, here we go. Get this man some coffee. All right, Natalie, am I missing anything? Oh, Maciek with Value Ships. Would you run a lot of pricing research before kicking off the product? Okay, Patrick Campbell at Profitable is going to hate me for saying this. No, just do it. Like, momentum is king. Throw up a random price point and then edit. Again, now Patrick will say, higher price intelligently. Let us do, weeks of analysis before you take any action. I'm an action guy. Is anyone else an action guy or gal? I'm an action guy, Natalie. I know you are. You're an action gal. Get the pricing up and learn.
I would do absolutely the same. Do not, you can do both. Don't say that, I'm wasting a couple of weeks on research. No, you can still do both and then do research, right?
That's right.
But do not substitute one for another.
If you're looking for successful SaaS plus IoT plays, go study how Eero did it before Amazon acquired them. Ring does this. A lot of the Purple Wi-Fi, the mesh networks, do this where they have to install a physical router in the small business, and then they allow that router to feed email leads from people who walk into the space. Purple Wi-Fi does it. So Purple Wi-Fi, Eero are good models to study for the SaaS plus IoT model.
Nathan, this has been an awesome session. We're a little bit short on time now. Thank you so much. Last parting words from you. Where can people go look at you on Twitter? What are some platforms that you are active at?
Well, I just have to say, by the way, heck of an audience. I get on a lot of these things. There's no engagement. They're dead. I want to go to sleep. There's 320 people here. You're all commenting like crazy. It's incredible. Guys, if you want to learn more about me, again, take that screenshot, tweet at me. You can also go to just nathanlacka.com to check out the book where I talk about how I buy and sell SaaS companies on page 134. And that's at nathanlacka.com. Natalie and user.com group. Thanks again for having me on, guys. Stay tuned for PEP.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Nathan. Everyone, make sure to join the other session. Again, we're hopping from session to session. Look forward to seeing you there in another session. One, blast off, and we are live. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to another session. Papa, we have 200 people right now. So it is a fun group, very active, lots of people asking questions. Everyone, please help me welcome Pep Lyer. He is the Mr. Conversion Optimization guy. He is the founder of CXL, and also right now he grows a portfolio of companies, and one of them is Winter. Is that how you pronounce the name of the company?
Winter, exactly.
Alrighty. And we'll talk about product message testing, and Winter is a product message testing platform. Pep, take it away.
And sea of sameness. Yay.
Yay. Take it away.
All right. Well, everybody, welcome to this session. I know it's cold in many places, so what's the weather like where you are? It's freezing here in Austin today. Rainy, winter, yes, more winter, huh? So we need less winter with an I, more winter with a Y. That's what I'm about. Anyways, so we're talking about differentiation today. I'm going to keep this interactive. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. So let's dive right in because we are already 2 minutes into the session here. Okie dokie. So what is differentiation? Just to make it clear, essentially, it's really basic. It's why choose you over all these other companies that are competing with you, that are alternatives. So if we look at the SaaS marketing technology landscape, it's 8,000 SaaS tools, 8,000. So in each of these small categories, there's so many alternatives to your product, right? So if you look at survey tools, so this is survey tools. How many survey tools are there? It's crazy. It's the leaders are Google Forms, obviously. Yeah, there's Survey Marketing, Qualtrics, Typeform is up there. And then there's 40 other tools that you've never heard of. And guess what are they competing on? They're competing on, for the most part, you can build easy to use, fast, beautiful surveys, right? Is that interesting? So why would anybody choose you? Because I already have Typeform. I already have SurveyMonkey that can enable me to build easy, fast, beautiful surveys, right? So the competition is nuts. If you say the same things, it's just an uphill battle for you. Remember hotels? Before Corona, we used to go there. So try to imagine walking into a hotel lobby. Yeah, what is it like? Yeah, there's a reception here, check-in, there's a lobby bar. Why is it that every single hotel looks exactly the same, right? And so then we go up to a room. We go to a hotel room, and they have, in a room they have lotion and shampoo and soap, shower cap, but no toothpaste, no toothbrush. Why? At every single hotel, they do the same exact thing. They change your sheets every day without you asking. Why is that the default? Why isn't the same choice the default? Or anything else, really? It's because overall in the world, the default everywhere is sameness. Most tools look exactly the same. Every hotel is pretty much the same. So Hyatt, Marriott, Hilton. Tell me, what is the difference between Hyatt, Marriott, and Hilton besides the logo? Yeah? They are all in a category Hyatt-like hotel. They cost the same, more or less. I don't know if they all give out cookies. I think that's reserved for the DoubleTree Hilton. That's there. And that's the funny thing about hotels. In order to be a different hotel, you compete with fucking cookies. that's how ridiculous it is. DoubleTree, come on. Okay. So the default is same as most everything is fucking same. So look at this. Sendinblue. I don't know anything about their brand really, apart from that's what they say. Send beautifully designed emails. Oh yes. So I'm looking at which email tool to sign up with. Oh, this one can do beautiful emails. What other email marketing tool might be able to do beautifully designed emails? Every one of them, right? So it's ridiculous that they want to compete on this table stakes thing. If I'm signing up for email marketing tool, I assume that I'll be able to send newsletters and track open rates and click-through rates. Why they have a drag and drop editor? Why are you selling me things like it's 1997? Like, why? There's no reason in the world to choose Sendinblue. And also, you will probably never find out that they even exist because they do nothing different. Or there's this conversion optimization tool, an A/B testing tool called Simplify. I'm sure you've never heard of it because what do? You do A/B testing, multivariate testing, heat maps, blah blah blah, single script, and conversion leaks. Identify conversion leaks. Why haven't you heard of this tool? Because every single A/B testing tool does these things. I already have one of those. I already have a tool that can do heat maps. I already have a tool that can do multivariate testing and all those other things. So I will never find out or even remotely consider Simplify because I already have one of those. If they want to have a fighting chance in hell to compete, they need to have something else going on for them. And that's true for most SaaS companies, right? That's just a sad reality, sameness. You cannot compete on features. You know the stories. Snapchat, Instagram, WhatsApp, everybody's doing stories. Now we're fleeting on Twitter, right? Whatever feature you roll out, you will have very short-lived time to compete in that feature. Yeah, it's possible to have an innovative feature for like a few months, maybe a year. So if you build your company's differentiation on features, it's a fool's game. So intercom versus drift. Back in the day, they used to have some feature side differentiation. Sometimes intercom was ahead and sometimes drift was ahead. Now they both have every single feature they have they call it different things, but it's basically the same shit. You cannot compete on features. So also, how about competing on better? Okay, so here's a serious question. Can you name a product, especially in SaaS, that is objectively better than any other tool in that category? Like objectively better, not just, I think it's faster, like how measure it, right? I was thinking about this question. I could only come up with one example, which is Tesla. Their batteries, they have longer range and they have some other better tech for now than other electric car makers. Of course, everybody's going in. You saw the Super Bowl ad for GM. They're coming. Norway, watch out. So soon, I think Tesla will not have better batteries because everybody else is coming for that. So for now, they have that limited range, a limited time when they're objectively better. They're playing the innovators game. And you can also play the innovators game, but that takes a lot of money. And it's very hard to just be a constant innovator. What was once innovative is not innovative anymore, right? So what do you do? You cannot be better, and you cannot compete on features. So Michael Porter, who is like a father of modern strategy, basically he is saying that instead of competing to be the best, you should compete to be unique. And I think he's dead right. That's the only way to do this. You cannot be different because all SaaS categories are super saturated. There's like 15 tools doing exactly what you're doing. You cannot outcompete them on features, but you can be different. Another thing to remember is that people have very limited consideration sets. So if I'm thinking of like, oh, I need a live chat tool, or if I need an email marketing tool, I'm only thinking of 3, maybe 5 tools. Oh, I need an A/B testing tool. Okay, what is there? VWO, Optimize, Convert.com, Google Optimize. That's about it. Maybe A/B testing can fit in. I will not even consider other tools, right? Of course, I know A/B testing is a category. I'm a category connoisseur in A/B testing, but like, guys, if you were to choose, let's say, an onboarding tool, SaaS onboarding tool, which ones would you? What would be? Just tell me in the chat here. Top 3 SaaS onboarding tools. What comes into mind right away? All right, Intercom, UserPilot. Oh, UserPilot has done good marketing here. Oh, user.com. All right. Spendesk. Is that a sarcasm or is it really a tool? I don't know. Anyways, so we have very limited consideration sets. And the thing is that if you tool want to get into that very limited consideration set of tools, you need to be different. Because if you're like, we can send beautiful new email newsletters with my email marketing tool, I already have one of those. I already have MailChimp or Campaign Monitor, you name it. So I'm not looking for you. So it's very hard to get noticed. It's super saturated. Competition is ridiculously high. Look at this again. Look at this. If you are just like every other tool, you will not go anywhere. And you cannot compete on features. You really cannot compete on being best because that's highly subjective. So what's left for you? What can you actually compete on? It's differentiation is hard, and part of it is also that most of us are original thinkers. Like we need to see something first out there, and then we can build maybe a better version of this. Like who is actually coming with true original shit? Like most of you are not. Like most of us have never had an original idea in our lives. I mean, my brain. I've met some original thinkers in my life, and they're like a different breed. I'm not an original thinker. I'm a synthesizer personally. So I see an idea here, idea there. I read something. I listened to this podcast. My own experience. Boom! I synthesize an idea, but it comes from what has existed before. I'm not like. Maybe some of you are taking mushrooms and getting great ideas, but for the rest of us, So another thing is that most of us are not brave. In fact, most of us are chicken shits. So we say safe and boring things. So you go to your homepage, like this company here. They're also an email marketing tool. I don't even know what they're called. Send emails, build relationships. Yeah, of course you would say that because it's a safe, predictable thing to say. Nobody will call you out. Nobody will try to cancel you over this message. You will not get hit. You will not get criticized because what you're saying is boring shit. Of course, the downside is that nobody will care either. Nobody will give a shit about you, right? So safe and boring, it's very tempting to be safe and boring, especially if you have a legal team whose job it is to protect you from lawsuits. They will make sure that you are boring as fuck, right? So, but that's not going to serve you. Unless you're number 1 or 2 in your category already, in which case you don't need to be in this session. Everybody else, you cannot. Boring as fuck can be a strategy. So you say, oh, what about MailChimp? They're not different and they're really boring. Yeah, they are. But they are MailChimp. They are the category leader in their category. Amazon doesn't need to be different. MailChimp doesn't need to be different. You need to be different from MailChimp if you're in email marketing. So you look at your number 1 and number 2 in your category, who own 80% of the money in that category. You need to be different from them. They don't need to worry about differentiation at all, because really, market awareness, penetration is far more important than anything else. If people know you exist, that's half the battle, right? But if you are MailChimp, Zuka email, beautiful email newsletters, you're fucked. So what can you compete on? So number one thing that you should all be banking is build your brand. Your brand can be remote. They can compete. They can copy all your features. They can copy everything about your business, but they cannot copy your brand. So look at Patagonia. Patagonia makes outdoor clothing, right? Jackets and shit, and bro vests for VCs. But Patagonia is not competing on clothing. They're competing on point of view. So what is a brand? What does it say about you? What does it say about me when I buy you, when I buy your brand? If I buy Patagonia, it says I care about the world, I care about the nature, I care about the planet, and I fucking hate Trump, right? That's Patagonia. So having a point of view, and what Patagonia is doing is they are not playing it safe. Like when Trump won the election, their homepage was like, "It is our mission to take the motherfucker down," And of course, I don't care what your political views are. This is not about that. I have some other counter examples here as well for the other political view. But Patagonia is absolutely competing on their point of view. Not our jacket is better than North Face or whatever, So if you look at IKEA, so they're competing on brand, and they have a reverse brand. So reverse brand is a type of differentiation where you think about what is standard in your category, like in furniture. The standard is that you go to a furniture store and they will sell you furniture. They will last forever. They provide great support. They have a lot of helpful salespeople to assist you. And now IKEA did away with all that stuff. So they don't sell even furniture. They sell you parts. It doesn't last fucking forever. It lasts only, a few years if you're good. And there are no salespeople. It's very hard to find support. They've taken many things away, of course. And then they've added other things like meatballs, right? And, yes, it's affordable. It's pretty great looking and all that stuff. So nobody else is competing with IKEA. IKEA is just doing their own thing. There's nobody else that has gone in and done IKEA. Because, you look at the category, what is the standard? Let's not do that. Let's be something else. Or breakaway brand is it's kind of like category creation, but not quite. It's like you reinvent the use case, or you reimagine who this is for. Classic example is the diaper industry, right? So back in the day, in the 80s, diapers were, babies from age 0 to 3 used to wear diapers, and then you had to potty train their kids out of it. Otherwise, there was social stigma and embarrassment. So the evil people at the diaper companies were like, hey, I have an idea. Let's invent pull-ups. So it's diapers, but they look like underwear. And it's for 3 to 5-year-olds. Now, parents were like, yeah, we don't need to potty train our kid. We have pull-ups. The social stigma around wearing diapers was gone. And new massive revenue was unlocked. So you can, again, differentiate by reimagining the use case for your product or who this is for, right? Hostile brand is a type of branding differentiation where you put up a velvet rope and you say, this is not for everybody. In fact, everybody else can fuck off. This is for just this group of people. You've seen the snowboard ad. It's made the rounds on social. It says, too advanced. Who are attracted to this message? People who are advanced skiers. Like the families with the 3-year-olds, they're like, holy shit, no way I'm going there. I'm going somewhere else. And that's great. They are intentionally repelling somebody so they would attract another group more. So most companies are not ready to do that. How many of you are actively trying to repel an audience? That's what you need to do. You need to repel an audience to be attractive for somebody else. So this is classically where most of you will say, oh, everybody's in our customer target market, right? No. If you go for the everybody route, you will die. This business game might be too advanced for you. Anyway, so we at TXL, my company, we are we're trying to play the hostile brand game a little bit. So we run ads that say shit like this. We showcase our 1-star reviews and our advanced Google Tag Manager training is too difficult. I couldn't do it. So who is attracted to this? We compete on advanced level marketing training. And so, of course, people who want easy point and click stuff, they're repelled by it. People who want advanced level marketing courses, they're attracted to it. Being the original can go, like Coca-Cola, the original, even though cola is super saturated, still doing their thing. HubSpot, the first inbound marketing tool, the original. Of course, lots of competition, but HubSpot has been really milking it for their good. Second way to differentiate, attribute leadership. So a classic example is WP Engine, which is a WordPress hosting company. When they first rolled out, maybe 10 years ago or something, so they said, we are making web hosting fast, WordPress hosting fast. All the other hosts are slow, we are fast. So now, today, there's so much competition in the fast WordPress hosting space. Tons. But WP Engine is the leader. But they own this attribute, the speed attribute, in the mind of the people. So there's Kinstein, I don't know what other like hosting companies are also trying to, I'm also fast. I'm also trying to compete on speed. No. I mean, it might be for different audience segments. In some cases, it might work. But typically, you don't want to go for the same attribute that your category leader is going for. My company, Winter, I'm competing on the attribute leadership that we are the best message testing tool there is, especially for B2B. Of course, right now, we're also playing the innovator game. We're the only ones doing what we're doing. This won't last. I already know that. I told you, I cannot compete on features. You cannot compete, and nobody can compete on features. Right now, I'm still competing on features, but I'm realizing that I only have a short amount of time until a horde of competitors will come. So in the end, I need to compete on brand and other things here. So be the preferred provider. Most salespeople use Salesforce, or most ABM people use demand base or whatever. And so, Tylenol is still milking the old number one doctor recommended brand. And you can see, so what audience are you serving? Okay, so are you serving product managers, product marketers, customer success people? You can do surveys and so on and show that most people with that job title that you're after are using you. And you can really be the preferred provider. So if I'm a product marketer, I'm looking for a product onboarding tool. Oh, most product marketers use UserPilot or whatever, so go for that one. Another way to compete is heritage. Of course, in tech heritage is way harder. Usually it's like, oh, this is my grandma's pizza recipe. But heritage is a classical way. Specialized for a specific market is a really good way to differentiate. So Paperbell, it's basically scheduling, invoicing, and whatever type of tool for coaches. Coaches is it's a new hot thing to be a life coach or whatever business coach, especially if you're 17, have never built a business, but then you're pitching your 4-figure month retainers. Beyond me. Anyways, so Paperbell, they're doing invoicing for those people. So it's and that's how they're different. It's not just invoicing. I already have QuickBooks for that, or FreshBooks or whatever. So specialized market, go all in with a niche, right? Niche, we all know that. Or make your product in a special way. So I don't really know how if you're in SaaS, how you can apply this, but let's say cool sculpting. This company that's making cool sculpting, freezing your fat off, they're really raking it in right now. Like it's growing like crazy. Basically, they say we freeze your fat off. Do people know or care how it exactly works? No, they couldn't care less until it works. So make we're freezing your fat off. That's the message that they're hammering, and they're really winning on that. The way we're doing it, it's not through dieting, it's not through other things, by freezing your fat off, or just be hot and in the know. So Rome, they have a cult. Maybe you can also have a cult, but basically, I'm not saying that trying to engineer a cult, which would be cool if you can figure it out. But basically, that is a way. There is a reason to choose you. I'm looking for a note-taking. Everybody's talking about Rome. All right, I'm going to go with Rome. Of course, it's a transient advantage. It's a temporary advantage that you can have. But then you need to build up some other things that are going for you. And it's totally fine to have transient advantages. You have that one feature that only you have for the next 6 months. You can milk it for that time period. Store, so Fish People is a company where it's like you buy a fish from these guys, and each fish comes with a label, and it shows you which fisherman bought it from which place. Like, oh, this is Pablo from the Gulf of Mexico, or this is like Sven from like near Alaska or somewhere. You can see and track that. It's like this story is buying fish. It becomes exciting. There's a story you can tell about this company. Oh, these guys, if you buy fish, you can see who caught it where, right? So what is your story that you can sell? Belief is a big one. Belief. So we talked about Patagonia, which is also a belief brand, but Black Rifle Coffee. Coffee is a commodity. They sell great coffee. I've drunk it. It's like every other coffee, right? So it's good beans, but so is everybody else's beans. It's good, right? It's good. But what else did it say? Oh, we are a brand for people who love America, which I guess it's kind of like has a white supremacy shade there. And also like we have for veterans and guns and all that stuff, right? And so if I like guns and veterans and I'm a slightly racist, I buy Black Rifle Coffee, So again, what is your belief system? Or transparency. So ConvertKit, it's an email marketing tool. They have many things going for them. But what they also do is that completely transparent. So you can see the real-time revenue dashboard that is available to the team. You have the access to the same data. And they're sharing their salaries publicly. Their CEO is super transparent how things are going. And so people want to join. They are able to attract talent to work for them because of the idea of the transparency. Like, what if you can take transparency to a whole new level? Everybody's saying about building in public and all that stuff. What if you live stream every internal company meeting you have? Your Google Docs with internal secret strategy documents, what if it's a public folder everybody can access? Everybody can comment, chime in. Anybody can join your internal Slack where you share intimate data. Nobody's as brave. But what if you would be? Huh? I'm sure you would get so much coverage. I dare you. Anyways, next one. Individuality. So this is their children's book publishing company. So they rose to fame is or girl who lost her name, and they'll custom print your book based on your child's name. So I have two of these. I have two kids, and so they make a story based around their kid's name. So hyper personalization. Basically, the product is super individualized, right? It's so cool. So you can definitely go into that, or have the best fucking customer experience. So Chewy sells dog food just like any other dog food company, right? But they sell commodity products. Just you can buy them off Amazon or anywhere really. There's nothing special about what Chewy sells, but their user experience, it's fun, it's delight. The customer service is really fucking great. So really competing in customer experience, the whole thing, not just the user experience, but the way support works, the fun they send you in packages, they send you portraits of your dog, all kinds of fun things. Like you really go all in. If you realize that I will never be able to be a unique product, like they're selling same product that every other dog food company is selling, right? Customer experience or personal brand. So personal brand, look at these faces, all the white men, and they've even big behemoths like your Amazon or Microsoft or Tesla, they all use a personal brand. It makes the brand more human. Whether you believe that Mark is a human or not is up to debate, obviously. But putting yourself out there. So, for instance, these two guys, outspoken founders of Basecamp. I have no idea why somebody would actually use Basecamp. They have the least features, and they're not very good. But I really like these guys. They're opinionated. Their books are really fucking good. Their blog is very useful. So they really put their personal brand in the center. In fact, they say competitors will copy everything you have, but they cannot copy the you in your product. So put more you in the product. This is what these guys have done, and they have numbers to prove that it's working. Or this guy, Rand Fishkin, he's not with Moz anymore, but people still buy Moz because, Rand Fishkin was associated with Moz, even though Ahrefs is way better. Or SparkToro, his new company. We wouldn't even know it exists had it not been a brand. Like if it's Joe Schmo starting SparkToro, we wouldn't care at all. We care because we like brand. So personal brand really goes a long way. Or this guy, who is this guy? So this guy, he's not even a founder, right? He works at a company, and his personal brand is building the brand that he works in. Like former VP marketing of Drift, now at a company that most people had no idea that existed until he joined them, Privy, right? So what does Privy do? And of course, I'm butchering it, but it's pop-ups for Shopify stores, right? So basically, figure out what you differentiate on, double down on your differentiate. If you compete on speed, be twice as fast. If you compete on better customer experience, go all in. More niche, more niche. So figure out what it is. And finally, who owns differentiation? Differentiation is not a line of copyright. It's not a junior interest. Hey, like sprinkle some differentiation on our website now. No. It starts with your CEO. Differentiation is your core aspect of your strategy. You have differentiation, you have positioning, everything derives from differentiation. So that means that your CEO needs to own differentiation. Marketing is a game of attention. If you're just like everyone else, you will not get any of it. Thank you very much. Follow me on LinkedIn. Bye.
That was such an awesome presentation. I just cannot take it. There's so much energy. Thank you so much. So Twitter is the main way that you'd like for people to go and check out, right?
Twitter, LinkedIn, I'm very active on both. Follow me, send me a message. Happy to connect with everybody.
Awesome. We are running out of time, but I wanted to talk so much more about this, Pep. Thank you so much. Hopefully next time, huh?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Everyone, join our next session. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
2, 1, blast off. This is what my son would say. Everyone, welcome back. This is another session, and our next speaker is Brennan Dunn, a great expert. Just so you know, not sure, Brennan, if you want to share a little bit of a personal story. How is your wife doing?
Not she hasn't given birth yet, so I'm yeah. I mean, it was I was really worried that I might need a bail, but no, baby's holding on.
All righty, everyone, wish good luck to Brennan, new dad, new mom, new baby, and Brennan, take it away.
Perfect. Well, thank you. First off, Natalie, thank you for having me. Honored to be here. Hello, everyone. So I will jump right into things. Got a lot to cover and a lot to show you. Let me quickly give you a quick overview of what I'm going to be covering today. So I'm one of the co-founders of a company called Right Message. We do website personalization and segmentation. And most of our customers, when they come on board, the whole concept of personalization is something that they're interested in. They might be adding email or names to their first names to their emails that they send their list. But beyond that, very few people that at least I come across are doing any sort of intense and advanced personalization, especially on the SaaS side of things. So you see some people who are info marketers and stuff who are doing a lot of it, but on the SaaS side, it's still kind of newish and it's not done that often. So what I'm hoping to do today is to give you a quick overview of what's been working well for us, along with a lot of our customers. So we actually, funny enough, we dug into our data yesterday, my co-founder did, and we have something like 800 gigs or something of event data for personalization campaigns that have been running on our system. And so there's a lot of, we're going to be unpacking even more over the coming months and years. But for right now, I just want to show you, the assumption is you run a software company, you've got a marketing website, people come to the marketing website. How can you use personalization to increase results? So that's going to be the focus of today. The only downside to what I'll be covering is most content management systems, say WordPress and so on, they don't really have a lot of what I'm going to be showing you built in. So I'm obviously biased in the sense that I have a product that does this. I'm not going to try to push it on you. I'm going to say that there are a lot of different ways to achieve what I'm going to be showing you today, including what I did for many years, which is writing custom code client side. So without further ado, let me just jump right into the slide deck. I'm going to go through not full screen mode in Keynote. I'm going to tab through the slides. So hopefully you can see it okay on my screen, because I want to be able to look at the chat. So if you have any questions as I go, just stop me. I'm going to try to keep my attention split. But if you have any questions or want me to dive in deeper, just let me know. Definitely use the QA thing. I'm going to focus on QA. So if you have any questions, pop it in the QA tab. Cool. All right. So an overview of effective software as a service website personalization. So I want to first talk about the concept of niching and messaging and really positioning. So The problem that I think many of us have, especially in SaaS, is we might focus on serving a lot of different industries who have different needs for using our products. Maybe different types of people in different job roles are on our website or on our email list are using our product. And the problem is, if you look at the left side of the slide, what you end up doing is you need to kind of cast a wide net, where if you think of that blue bubble as messaging, what you end up needing to do is you need to kind of dumb down, if you will, your content and copy to try to speak equally to everyone. And so what many of us end up doing is we need to think when we're doing copy sessions or strategy sessions, we need to be thinking about how do we speak to everyone and without missing people? Because as you go down further down kind of this niche messaging hole, if you will, what you end up finding is that when you go down and when you go niche, the people that fit that niche that you're speaking to, so let's say you solve a very specific problem for a very specific type of person, they resonate well with what they're hearing on your website. The problem is, as you see on this little emoji infographic-y thing I threw together, is as people are removed from the messaging, the content that you're putting on your website, as people who might not fit exactly into the target audience of the niche you're focusing on, their ability to see how your product can help them diminishes. So what personalization really, all it is in my mind at least, is it allows you to give every new subscriber, every new visitor, every loyal customer to get an experience that really makes sense for them. So it's kind of like we're going to be niching on the fly. So instead of needing to think, what is the ultimate homepage headline? What is the way to position our hero on the homepage or on the pricing page or something? What personalization should be doing is not about just putting in known data like, hello, Brennan, how is the weather in the UK tonight, or something like that. Instead, it's being able to really look at what we know about somebody, either through their actions, so what they've told us, or through behavior. So, and I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds of like auto segmenting people based off on-site behavior, but that's all things you can and should be doing as you get deeper into the world of personalization. But for now, I just want you to think about it as, if you were in person, if you met me, if this was an actual live, in-person conference where there's an after party in the evening and you come up to me and we start talking and I ask you about your business and then we get to talking about, say, my product, my business, I'm absolutely going to change the way I describe my product to make sense to you. I mean, we all do this, whether we're doing a sales call, a demo, or we're just casually talking to somebody in person. We all niche down what it is we have to offer to make sense to the person we're speaking to. So that's all positioning or personalization is. And I want you to really just internalize before I go any further that personalization is just positioning. Yes, it can be putting somebody's name in an email. Yes, it can be spitting out somebody's company name on a sales page. But really, at the end of the day, it should be focused on how do we meet somebody where they are now and really reduce the noise ratio of what it is we're trying to get across. So how do we make what we have to offer really direct, very clear? So that's what I'm going to be focusing on is 3 different ways that you can effectively use personalization to do exactly that. So how can a software business like yours personalize? Specifically, I'm going to talk about personalizing your website. Now, you can obviously personalize email campaigns, you can personalize other things like that, other mediums, but I'm going to be focused solely on your marketing site today. So the first thing that I think that you need to be thinking about is how you're going to segment people based off of what you think they should be doing next. So we've all heard things like customer journey thrown around before and things like that, but what the way that I find makes the most sense to me is to think, if I have somebody on my website, what do I want them to do next? So typically speaking, if somebody comes to my website from social media or a Google search, I probably want them on my email list first. If you're like many of us, like in my case, for instance, I have a credit card up front when you go to sign up for a trial. So the uptake rate on that is kind of low. So what I want usually is for people who are new to my website, especially if they come to the blog first. Because if they're looking for information and they end up on a blog post, they're not looking for software probably, they're looking for more info, right? So if I'm searching around for, how do I segment my email list? I'm not probably looking to sign up for software products. I'm looking to get information. So my usual first step is if somebody's anonymous, I want them on my list. And once they're on the list, I want them to start a trial. Once they're in a trial, I want them to obviously convert. Once they've converted, if they're paying monthly, let's get annual so we can get some cash flow upfront for them. And then if they do sadly cancel, but they're still on our email list, they're still coming back to the website, I'd love to get them back. I'd love to show them what's new since they left. So this is the first segment dimension that I think every one of us should be tracking. And we should be modifying, ideally, core parts of our website accordingly. So for example, if somebody is on your website and you have no idea who they are, they're anonymous, they're not on your email list, you probably want their email address. So, we have a lead form here that has a try for free button, and we have a good amount of people who do that, who engage with that. If you were to do that, though, if you were to come back to our website, once you have our email, or once we have your email address, once you're on our email list, what you're going to then see is a modified call to action that drops the email form and tries to get somebody directly into the sign-up flow. And then once you're, say, a customer, you're back on our website, and we want you to either explore the Learning Center, which is a way to become a better customer because you find out more about how you can use the product, but also ideally sign in. We're not trying to get you to sign up. We know you're already a customer. And I know a lot of software companies, especially many of the software services I use, are doing something like this. Sometimes people just redirect you directly, if you go to the marketing site, directly into the dashboard, which frankly I find a bit annoying at times because I want to sometimes look at the marketing site. Maybe I want to look at the pricing page or the features page or something. But oftentimes different services like Wistia, for example, I think does a good job of, when I come back, they know it's me. They're not trying to get me to sign up for a trial or something like that, which doesn't make any sense. So what I would recommend, again, I don't have a lot of time to dig deep into the internals of this, but typically speaking, you're going to want to use your marketing automation platform to calculate what I call a next offer, and assign that to every contact on your email list. So if somebody signs up for a trial, that function reruns, that automation reruns, and now the next offer should be, become a customer or something like that. When they become a customer, upgrade to annual. I really like having an email platform as the single source of truth where everything you know about somebody is kept. Because if you can get that data mirrored onto your site, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds about how your website can know when a returning subscriber is there, but it is doable. If you go to the Right Message blog, we have a dedicated article on technically how to do that, regardless of if you use us or not. But the long and short of it is I like to keep all that info in somebody's contact record. So once we have that, like I showed you here, we can really make it so that primary call to action across the site is really relevant to the person visiting. Anonymous, get on our list. Once you're there, start a trial. Once you're a customer, upgrade, and so on. But if you think about that as being kind of this vertical direction that we want people to move in, this kind of like journey we want them to follow, that journey should be colored and contextualized based on other things that we're tracking, other segment dimensions. So for us, there's two big ones that we like to focus on. And again, I'm talking now about the Right Message website, the marketing website for our company. And the first and the biggest one is to show people that we understand who they are. We understand what they need, and we understand what features and benefits they're going to care most about. So we track what kind of business somebody runs. There are 4 options that we track: software, e-commerce, digital products, or trading, or client services. And what we're able to do with that, and I'm actually going to now jump to sharing my screen in a different way right now, if I can find out how to do that. Let me know if this will help. So, when somebody comes to our website, I'm going to show you what we do. So this is the default incognito, know nothing about this person. So you can see the headline here is kind of generic. We have a mixed bag of different companies that use us and so on and so forth. But one of the things that we're doing is we are segmenting people through a survey widget. That what we're doing with this is we're trying to find out what kind of company they run. So if they choose software, our lead form now is going to be focused on increasing your software's sign-up rate, right? So that makes sense. The exit pop-up is about same thing, increasing your software sign-up rate. But most importantly, next time I'm on the website, notice the content that you're seeing on, just here. So, people are different. Why isn't your SaaS's website? Whether it's personalizing your pricing page or showing industry-specific case studies. This is language. These are examples of ways that people who are SaaS companies tend to use us. So we've modified directly our subheadline here to reflect that. We've also modified across the site our logo wall to be only software companies, which again kind of makes sense, right? And as people move around the website, as people say go to the pricing page, or if they go to generate more leads, you can see here subscribers and trials. What they're seeing is they're seeing language and different things around the website that make it so if you're a software company, you don't care about how e-commerce companies can use us. You don't care about how client agencies can use us probably. What you care about is how can our product benefit a software company? So what we've done is we've just gone through and said, well, how do we change the headline on our homepage to really reflect that? How do we make it so the logos that people are seeing really resonates with them, right? So that's the first dimension that we track is just what very simply, we ask people point blank, what kind of business are you? And then the whole website is modified accordingly. And that's how, like I was saying, that's how we're able to make it so that little relevancy bubble just kind of really dials into this visitor. Because if a second later an e-commerce company is looking at the site, they're going to see stuff about e-commerce and average order value and all this stuff that we as SaaS people, we don't use language like that, right? But the product is equally beneficial to them. So I would imagine that most of you listening have a product that could be used by different industries with different use cases and so on. And maybe you have dedicated landing pages for that, which is great. But when they leave that landing page and go to the pricing page or the sign up page or something, I'd encourage you to think, how do you carry that context over? All right, so I'm going to go back and share now my slides again. Sorry for needing to jump back and forth like this. So we just talked about that second segment dimension, which is who somebody is. So, their identity, right? The third thing that we track that we found works well for us is what software do we integrate with that they already use? And how can we really make it seem like, if you're a software company and you use ActiveCampaign, we work really well with you. So the third thing that we track is exactly that, which is the email service provider that the end user might use. And there are different ways that we can do this. Let me show you another live example. To go back to our own website, different ways that we do this. One of which is we automatically do this where, we're in a lot of different integration directories for HubSpot, ActiveCampaign, and so on and so forth. When somebody comes to us from one of these sites, so if somebody comes to us from, ActiveCampaign.com, or if they were Googling ActiveCampaign website personalization or something, and they find our landing page, if that's where they land, we're then going to make it so from then on out, we're speaking ActiveCampaign to them. So, for example, somebody's now on our website, assume they came from ActiveCampaign.com. We subtly inject a lot of language about ActiveCampaign throughout. So, segment your ActiveCampaign list. You might see that here. We have the big logo down here. Integrates with ActiveCampaign, for instance. We subtly, it's not a big heavy hitting thing. We subtly just inject a lot about their email marketing software that they would use with us throughout the website. So then if they were to then choose software at this point, you can see now, remember that form before just said, increase your software sign-up rate. Now it says, increase your software sign-up rate and better segment your ActiveCampaign list.
Brennan,
so now
really quick, we don't see,
yes.
We see another screen. We don't see the website. We see your image with a bunch of
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you for, oh, shoot. Entire screen. Okay, how about now? Is that better?
There you go.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm going to redo that real quick. It'll only take a second. So remember, somebody comes to us from ActiveCampaign. You have people linking to you, whether they be review sites, integration directories, whatever. So somebody comes to us from ActiveCampaign. We start to subtly put in language about ActiveCampaign. I won't rehash this too much, but ActiveCampaign is really throughout the website. So if they were to choose software now, our forum at this point says, increase your software sign-up rate and segment your ActiveCampaign list. So we are speaking now, we have reduced that relevancy bubble to say, if you use ActiveCampaign in your software company, it looks like we just cater to you, right? So, even if they move around to, say, the pricing page, and they look down here at the list of features, sync answers to ActiveCampaign. So this has worked really well for us because we're able to deliver this niche experience to somebody who uses ActiveCampaign and uses or is a software company. And what we've been able to do, to skip ahead, let me go back to the slides, is we have 224 variations of our site. And this seems imposing, but if you think about the different stages that somebody can go through with anonymous, subscriber, we have a few different things like, have they booked a demo? Have they attended the demo? We track all that. We modify different things on the website to reflect that, but we then modify other things like I just showed you, like the homepage headline, or little things about like integrates with ActiveCampaign or HubSpot or whatever else. And this has given us 224 variations of the website, which what this has allowed us to do, and this is what I really want to get across, if I get anything across, is that when you're speaking to a lot of people at once, you need to find that common denominator of copy that resonates ideally with as many people as possible. When you invest in doing personalization, and again, this can be done by writing custom code. There's off-the-shelf tools. I'm happy to recommend a few different ones that can do a lot of what I'm showing. But what you get is you get a lot of people who are getting very specific messaging shown to them, which makes it so people are less likely to doubt that what you have to offer can work with them. So like my example that I always revert to is I used to have a software company years ago called PlantScope. We did project management software. Our focus, this is before I got into personalization, was on freelancers, because freelancers, I found, Googled things more than agency owners. So they Googled, how do I price myself? How do I get clients? And so on. I remember, though, getting emails from agency owners who told me point blank, I didn't sign up with you because you had a bunch of freelancer stuff around the website. We're an agency. Anything that works for freelancers could obviously not work for us. And I think you'd be surprised if you really dug into it, how much of that bias carries through with your audience, where you have people from industry A who don't think that people in industry B could also benefit from what you have to offer. So I would really encourage you to dig in and find out who people are and what they're looking for. So the two metrics would be who somebody is. That could be industry, that could be their job role, that could be company size, things like that. And also find out what somebody is looking for. So when we get somebody to join our email list, for instance, let me show you this real quick. So if somebody were to opt into our list, when they get to the confirmation page, we ask somebody, what is the one thing that you're looking for help with? Is it getting more leads or opt-ins? Is it converting more of your leads into customers? Because we handle all this, but really we want to focus in our messaging to speak directly to that primary need that somebody has. So I strongly encourage you to do something like that, or at least be working toward that long term. Now, website personalization is a bit harder to implement because it does require either software, like what I'm explaining, different custom software or custom code. You can do a lot of this, though, through email. If you do a lot with email through onboarding your email list or whatever else, chances are your emailing tool, your email service provider, has templating built into it that you could do something like this. But again, I didn't. This has been a talk mainly on marketing site personalization. So I want to turn it. I know this is probably very new to many people. I know it's something that isn't really been fully adopted just yet. So I want to turn it over to you all to answer any questions that I can about what I've covered, and whether they be technical questions or more strategic, I want to help out. Natalie, should I just go through the Q&A? What's the easiest way to do this?
Yeah, everyone go ahead and drop your questions in the Q&A section. There are already a bunch of questions there. So Brennan, just go ahead and you can just pick anyone that speaks out to you. We have 6 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Victoria asked the implementation of it. Yeah, I mean, so it's as a developer myself, it's tricky because, like I mentioned, most marketing sites are static. Most websites are static. So you need to be thinking, how do I dynamically alter content based off of trigger conditions? So that could be data we have about somebody in our email service provider. That could be rolling your own way of, the little question widget that I showed you, rolling that. I mean, obviously my product does do all that. Again, I don't want to promote it too heavily, but there are other tools like Proof is one that can do website personalization. They can't help you much on the segmentation side for getting that kind of self-selecting question stuff captured, but they can help with behavioral things. People have wired up Google Optimize to do things like this. It does require, if you don't want to go just behavioral, if you want to be able to let people self-select, like I am this, or I'm looking for this, that does take a degree of additional work. But unfortunately, Victoria, there's not one easy, thing I can say that is an easy way to start doing all this. It's more of it's a project. I'll give you that.
Brandon, what are you talking about? We want you to promote your software, Right Message. Everyone go and check it out. And there's one question. Is there a special pricing, special offer for Right Message from Elton?
I don't have one, but I'm not opposed to that. So what
I can share is, well, first of all, there is going to be a special bonus. Share with us.
Yeah, so the bonus is typically what we do is when we have big enterprise clients come along, we give them a personalized consultative setup, a few hour setup session where we go in and set everything up with them. It's kind of like live training, but also you walk away with your account full and ready to go. So what Natalie and I were talking about is basically, I'm happy to do that, even if you're not a giant enterprise, it's going to pay us gobs of money. That's basically, it'll be for me. I'll be the person you'll be working with. And I'm happy to jump in and say, all right, let's strategically put together a plan of action and execute on it so you can do a lot of what I just showed you on my screen.
All righty. Which website builder / platform is easier to personalize?
So we're agnostic because we work client side, so we'll work on any platform. So we have a WordPress plugin that just adds our script to your site easily, but most of the tools like ours are basically giving you a JavaScript snippet, and we're effectively post-processing the page before the visitor sees it. So if you've used VWO or Optimizely in the past, very similar underlying tech to that. At the end of the day, what we do is the idea is that your default website right now is the catch-all, speak to everyone, like incognito mode, go to your site. But what tools like mine do is we will modify different bits and pieces of the website as we learn more about the person. So the underlying content management system doesn't matter.
Awesome. Another question from Yunji is, do you have a way to segment by psychographic?
Psychographic. Let me get into that a bit more. So the easiest way, I think, because it's hard to do that behaviorally. I mean, if you have like content on your website that, like for instance, one of the examples I give is we have a very popular blog post on one of my other websites called W Freelancing called How to Start a Freelancing Business. If you Google that and land on that from Google, I'm just going to assume you're new. Like, I don't need to ask you, are you an agency? Are you whatever? If you land there from Google, you were probably Googling how do I start a business. I'm not going to assume or even ask you if you're bigger. So that's an example of behavioral segmentation, but it's hard to get behavioral segmentation to work right if you don't have a lot of really clean traffic like that. So I'm always a fan of just asking people point blank to self-segment into like, why are you here? What are you struggling with? It allows you to make it so the kind of the lead capture can be a little more interactive too, where the form you show at the end is almost like a results thing rather than just a stock lead magnet form or something.
Another question from Max, and we only have 1 minute left. Let's see if we can quickly do it. How do you exactly identify the source where your leads come from? How do you personalize your website according to it? And is there specific UTM triggers that you need to use?
So with Right Message, we handle all that. We can do it based off UTM data. You can do it based off original landing page, pages viewed, haven't viewed, and so on and so forth. But if you are doing this more manually, what you would want to do is the first time you see somebody, drop a cookie of their original page they landed on, and then use that as the first touch, kind of where they first showed up at with your custom personalization campaigns.
Very good. And we are right on the dot. Thank you so much, Brennan, for such a great presentation. Lots of questions here. Pat, definitely like lots of value everyone's getting from this. And I look forward to chatting with you again, and good luck with your expanding family. And you recently just moved to another country, right? So
yeah, I'm in
good
the
luck
UK now.
with all of that.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Natalie. Thanks, everyone.
And we are live, everyone. Welcome back. We still have over 100 people. Let's see if people are going to start, the number is going to start picking up. But hey, I want to welcome back my friend TK, who we chatted with for 4 hours yesterday on a Clubhouse session in a Clubhouse room. That was brutal. But TK took every single question like a champ. I don't know. He wanted to go more and more. I'm like, really?
Well, there were over 300 people in the room. We went for 4 hours answering B2B SaaS questions. You have an incredible community.
It was intense. So cool. Well, thank you so much, TK, for joining this session today. Absolutely excited to hear about your go-to-market strategy.
Awesome. Let's jump right in. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you guys see it? If you can, hit me with a yes in the chat, and then we're going to jump right into it. Okay, cool. Great. So Natalie invited me to join, and I'll give you my background. But she was like, "Hey, if you were to build a SaaS business today, knowing everything that you know, what would you do? How would you build a go-to-market machine?" And that's essentially what we're going to be talking about over here. So for those of you that don't know me, if this is the first time we're meeting, hi, I'm TK. I've been in the SaaS business for a very long time. I started my first company when I was in college. We started a company called HipCal. We sold it to a company called Plaxo. We got acquired by the time we were graduating college. I then worked at Bridgewater, one of the best hedge funds in the world. Then I started a company called ToutApp. ToutApp started the sales engagement game. Sales engagement category today has multiple unicorns, multiple exits. It's valued to be a $5.5 billion category. So we started that. We're backed by Andreessen Horowitz. I grew ToutApp and then sold it to a company called Marketo. Marketo was the OG of marketing automation. For those of you that know Marketo, it was backed by Vista. I joined as their SVP of strategy, joined their executive team. We did a 2-year transformation and then sold it to Adobe. So that was my big 15-year SaaS run. And now I help SaaS founders like you build incredible businesses. So everything I'm going to share with you today comes from about 15 years of experience as a founder, venture-backed CEO, a bootstrap CEO, senior executive across multiple SaaS businesses. So that's what we're going to be going into. Also, after I left Adobe, after we sold Marketo, I started a B2B SaaS channel. It's likely there are a bunch of SaaS channels, but we're the fastest growing right now. We're adding about 1,500 subscribers to 2,000 subscribers every month. In there, you will get YouTube videos just like this one around SaaS ideas, SaaS examples, how to turn a spreadsheet to a SaaS idea, how to navigate SaaS contracts. We have 11 videos alone on SaaS go-to-market strategy, 10 videos on fundraising. And so it's all free. So you can go subscribe there. It's tkcater.com/YouTube. So I want to talk to you about building SaaS business. So if you're here, likely you're building a SaaS business. And what I want to highlight to you is I get extra excited about SaaS businesses. The reason I get so excited about SaaS businesses is because they're friggin' awesome. There's nowhere else I would rather be. But don't just take my word for it. This is a couple of indices. There's the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, and also the BVP Cloud Index. BVP Cloud Index. So right before April 2020, when the pandemic hit, everything crashed. It was like a boom. We don't know what's happening. But what you'll see is there was a V-shaped recovery for most things. But if you look at the rest of the stock market versus the BVP index, this thing just took off. And this is a sign of what's to come. Enterprise software is quite possibly one of the most lucrative segments of the market to ever be in, to type of business to build in. And that's why I get excited about it. Now, here's the thing, though. While enterprise software and B2B software is super amazing and it's great and we're all in and we want to build more of these kind of companies, while that is friggin' awesome, there's a catch. Only 4% of startups that raise a seed round will graduate to a Series A. That's according to a study. Only 4% is going to graduate. And to highlight that even more, it's actually been declining. There's more and more seed rounds getting done, and this number of Series A's getting done is pretty much the same number of firms. And so because of that, only 4% actually graduate. And on top of that, the bar is higher than ever. 70% of Series A raises actually are generating revenues. Now, some might say, oh, lately it's been changing. There are some unicorns or exceptions, but still, you still need to make sure that you are generating revenues. Now, here's the question, right? This is something that all of you should be wondering. All of you should be thinking about. Why is it that it's only 4%? Why is it that 4% succeed? What is the rest of them getting wrong? We as entrepreneurs know that 1% chance that we're going to be successful, right? But when you think about only 4% are graduating to Series A, you want to know what they're doing right. More importantly, you want to know what the 96% is doing wrong, right? And so I looked at CB Insights. CB Insights looked at 101 startup postmortems. They dug into it, and they said, all right, let's understand what goes wrong. And when you dig into that, number 1 was no market need. Number 2 was ran out of cash. Number 3 was not the right team, got outcompeted. But when you start to look at the patterns, especially the ones that I'm highlighting in yellow, what you'll start to see is that market and go-to-market are the biggest reasons why startups fail. The biggest reasons why startups fail. So this is the biggest thing that I learned in building SaaS businesses, growing SaaS businesses. There's 3 things you need to optimize for when you're building your SaaS business, right? Number 1 is market. Number 2 is product. Number 3 is go-to-market. And all 3 are equally important. Are you guys getting this? And so often, so we're entrepreneurs, we're builders. I'm an engineer by trade. My natural inclination is to just go build more features. That's what my natural inclination is. Not sales, not marketing. My natural inclination is also to solve something and try and go sell it, but not think about the market forces. But at the same time, that's what holds you back. So this is why market and go-to-market is the biggest thing that founders under-index on. They don't think about enough. And because of that, 96% of them fail. So in this presentation, my promise to you is I'm going to teach you how to make sure you have a proper market strategy and a go-to-market strategy. You need to know both. All right? So are you guys ready to dig into this? Who's ready to dig into how to get a go-to-market strategy and a market strategy? Hit me with a yes in the chat, and we're going to jump right into it. Now, here's the thing. Some of you guys, this is awesome. You guys are awesome. I'm getting a bunch of yeses. You guys rock. So some of you, here's the thing. You could do all of these things. You could get a cool name. I could go start a company called awesome.io. I could get a cool logo, a slick website. I could do a blog. I could do social pro. I could do ads. I could do an MVP or a full product. I could do SEO. I could write a press release. I could raise $3 million seed and still go wrong. I could still end up neither here nor there. So I'm going to teach you how to make sure that you don't make the same mistakes that we all tend to make. I've made them. Number 1 mistake that we make is we over-index on product. All right? We don't think enough about market and go-to-market. So that's the first shift I want all of you guys to make, right? How many of you have been here? How many of you have told your co-founder or your board, is like, you know what? We just need to ship this one more feature. We just ship this one more feature, and then boom, seas are going to part. Everyone's going to sign up. Everyone's going to be like, hell yeah, let's just take all my money. I want your software, right? How many of you are guilty as charged? How many of you have been there? How many of you are there right now? Hit me with a yes in the chat if this resonates with you, because I've been there. I'm an engineer, and every single time I'm like, we're just this one feature away. Here's the thing. You're never one feature away. It's the one feature away trap. The one feature away trap is that you keep telling yourself that you're one feature away, but you're never that one feature away, are you? I made the same mistake also where I failed to embrace sales and marketing and thought if the product was good enough, then the market will speak for itself. Now, we all know build it and they will come is not a thing, but still, we still fail to embrace it properly, right? And lastly, this is something that, especially for some of you that maybe are in the pre-revenue stage, right? I interviewed lots of users and they said, this is really cool, TK. As soon as you build it, I'm going to buy. And then I built it and they didn't buy. People lie. They lie. Unless you're asking them for money, you will never know if your user research is validated. You will never know. It doesn't matter what the user researchers tell you. So this is where I learned you got to optimize from market and go to market and then product, right? So we're going to dig into first, how do you make sure that you get the right market, right? How do you make sure you get the right market? We're going to get the market strategy first, then we're going to do product strategy, and we're going to go deep into go-to-market strategy. Who's ready to dig into market? Hit me with market in the chat, and let's jump right into it. Okay, cool. So everyone thinks they have a market strategy. All right. Now here's the thing. You can have the most amazing product. You can have the most experienced team. If you couple that with a shitty market, where the market forces aren't there, it's not a great market, it won't matter. The best product in the business, the best team in the business will still fail. On the other hand, you take a great market, like go back to 2011 when we started ToutApp. Sales engagement was a great friggin' market by 2013. You take a great market, and you take a mediocre team, an okay product, you'll still win. You will still win because the market forces are so strong, they will pull you. So the first thing you need to do is you need to stack the odds with you. What you need to do is make sure you're in a great market. How do you make sure you have a great market? You need to realize that people buy for only 3 reasons. They either want to get made, they want to get paid, or they want to get laid. That's it. Now, let's be clear. No one buys B2B SaaS software because they want to get laid, so we're going to cut that out. No one buys B2B SaaS software because they want to get made. Those are all consumer pieces. People buy business software because they want to get paid. And there's only 3 reasons. If you can't align with one of these 3 reasons, you're going to be screwed. You're not going to have the right market strategy. You either are going to give them cost savings, or you're going to give them growth. You're going to help them grow faster, or you're going to lower their risk. One of those 3. If you can't identify your value proposition to one of those 3 for a business, you are likely in a bad market. And that's something you have to think about. Does that make sense? So how do you actually make sure you're in the right market? How do you flesh out your market strategy? Well, first, you want to make sure you're solving an urgent and important problem. That is super important. Urgent and important problem. You want to make sure that there's an appropriate amount of TAM. Now, there's a lot of debate on how big is the TAM. Look, if you're a bootstrap founder, the TAM doesn't need to be that big. If you're going after venture capital, the TAM does have to be big. Now, this is where the rub is, right? One of the things that's tough about TAM, by the way, TAM is total addressable market. I have an entire video on how to craft your total addressable market. You should figure out your total addressable market. You need to make sure you're close to revenue. Like the closer you are to helping them make more money, the more successful your software is going to be. The closer you are to HR, like making people feel better or making them more productive, the harder a sell it's going to be. I'm not saying it's going to be impossible. I'm just saying it's going to be a lot harder. But if you're going in and saying, look, we're going to 10x your ROI, you're going to make more money, you're going to grow your top line growth, they're going to be like, here's all my money. Please give me your software. That's what marketing automation is. That's what sales engagement is. That's what CRM is. That's why it's so powerful. The other thing is, there's a question of like, why now? Like, what is the big macro trend happening in this market? So I invested in a company called DataGrill. DataGrill is an incredible company. Daniel Barber is the CEO. And their sell is there's GDPR regulations going on, and it can be up to a $20 million fine if you break them. And California just opened up their regulations. New York is going to open up theirs. Every single geo is slowly opening up privacy regulations, and you have to be compliant. And if you actually don't stay compliant, if you don't fulfill requests, then you're going to get fined. And if your company doesn't have the money, they can come after the CEO's bank account. And DataGrill helps you get compliant with your with GDPR, with all the regulations. Guess how fast they're selling? They have a macro trend. That macro trend is like there's legislation. You have to get compliant. Otherwise, you get fined. Are you going to take a risk or are you going to buy the software? You're going to buy the software. So macro trends are super important. Ask yourself, what is the big macro trend happening in your market that makes it where this is super important and urgent right now? The other thing is, as I grew up ToutApp, as I grew up Marketo, I was on stage at Marketing Nation, 5,000 people in front of me, right? 5,000 people. And these people were awesome. They were rabid fans, right? Rabid fans. They were incredible. So you got to go after a market of people that you enjoy spending time with because you're going to be spending a lot of time with them. You're going to be hosting customer dinners, user conferences, sales calls, customer success meetings, you name it. You are going to have to be with awesome people. This is why I have a YouTube channel for B2B SaaS founders. I have a coaching program for B2B SaaS founders because I love B2B SaaS. I could do this all day long. My podcast is named SaaS and Scotch. 2 things I love, SaaS and Scotch, Lagavulin Scotch. If you like Scotch, put Scotch in the comments. So you want to make sure you're serving awesome people. And you also want to make sure you're serving an underserved segment. If you're in a brand new market, then you're going to be educating the market. You want to make sure the macro trend is there and the market's big enough. If you are in a crowded space, you got to find the underserved segment, right? A lot of times people ask us, like, how'd you guys do a 2-year transformation of Marketo and sell for $4.75 billion? Well, marketing automation was a very crowded space. What Marketo did was they focused on the enterprise market. They slowly moved away from mid-market and doubled down on enterprise because Eloqua was nowhere to be found. And that's how they really excelled and drove the growth. And that's super important. So you want to find an underserved market. Now, here's the thing. How do you actually codify a market strategy? You write down an ideal customer profile. You create an ideal customer profile. And for most of you, I'm going to guess all of you are sub $20 million ARR, right? So I would put it as early stage. When it's early stage, a lot of times people think their ideal customer profile is their total addressable market. That's not what it is. So if you're at $1 million ARR, what you need to do is create an ideal customer profile that gets you to the next stage of growth. So let's just say 3 million ARR. What is your ideal customer profile for that? And ideally, those specific people have money to spend, has the problem, and is an early adopter, because chances are your product's kind of got some rough edges because you're early stage. Let's be honest. So what you want to do is you want to actually write down your ideal customer profile. So many founders don't do this. A lot of guys, a lot of founders, gals too, will come and say, all right, TK, give me the growth hack. Like what channel and how do I hack in? Look, I know that gets to clickbait, but that's not what grows incredibly successful businesses. What grows incredibly successful businesses is that you're very purposeful about your go-to-market, the market that you choose, your ideal customer profile. And we'll talk about some of the other things. You need to write that down. Is it boring? Hell yes. But is it what creates billions of dollars of enterprise value? Absolutely. So you want to make sure you write down your ideal customer profile. You want to make sure you're specific about the triggers. What has to happen inside of a company when they're more likely to buy your product? You need to actually get in actual names and data. You need to think about who are the actual 100 companies we want to sell to. And you need to tie it to a comp plan, meaning you want to incentivize people to go after those companies. A lot of times, also, founders will say, listen, I don't need to do any of this. We're product-led growth. Look, product-led growth has existed for 15 years. I was at a company called Plaxo. They were a $10 million ARR SaaS business. And then we sold they sold to Comcast. We were doing product-led growth. It was called self-service back then. But here's the thing. Your product cannot help you grow if you are not doing top-of-funnel marketing to attract people to your product. You still got to feed the beast. And then the beast has to work as like a machine so it attracts more people. But you still have to feed the beast, which means that getting your market strategy right, getting your ICP right, and having an engagement strategy in your ICP is super important, regardless of whether you're sales-driven or product-driven. Are you guys getting this? Does this make sense? This is making sense. Hit me with a yes in the chat, and then we're going to keep moving to great product. What makes for a great product? Now, if you're starting to see why this is so important to make sure you have the right market strategy before anything else, before you write a line of code, before you write another feature, you got to get yourself out of the one more feature trap. You got to get yourself out of the mindset, oh, look, I just need to do product-led growth. It's like, no, you need leads. You need leads into your product, and then they're going to do it. So you need a proper market strategy. You need to make sure you're in the right market. You need to make sure the market forces are there. If you're starting to see the power in that, that alone is going to increase your chances of success. It's going to put you above the cut. Is it boring work? Absolutely. Is it going to help you get billions of dollars in enterprise value? Absolutely. You just got to do the boring work, right? All right. Now, the next question is, how do you have a great product strategy? So some of you, a lot of you said, this is me right now. I'm in the one more feature trap. And that's okay. I'm going to say right now, I have been in the one more feature trap. It sucks. It is horrible. The worst thing is to roll out the features and then nothing, right? You're like, there was supposed to be a kaboom. Where's the kaboom? There's no kaboom. That is the worst thing to have. So here's how you get out of the one more feature trap. All right. I'm going to snap the finger and help you snap out of it. This is solvable, right? Here's the thing. Your product strategy, you're overthinking it. The way you want to think about it is, what is the problem you are solving? What is the urgent and important problem that your market has? What is the result you're giving? Here's the thing. No one wakes up in the morning and says, I really wish I could buy more enterprise software. No one says, I want to really buy more SaaS tools. Please take my credit card, Mr. Founder. No one does that. What they care about is the result. And what you want to start to understand, and this is where a lot of the product-led growth stuff is actually very valuable. You want to understand, if you have the problem, you have the result, how many clicks, literally count the number of clicks it takes to get the user to an aha moment so that they get to the result. Anything beyond that, anything that is outside of that core loop of getting them that result in the fewest number of clicks possible is a one more feature trap. right? That's what you want to start to understand. The fewer the number of clicks, the more successful you're going to be. The other thing you got to do to get your product strategy right is realize that what matters is not the software. That's just the thing. What matters is the thing about the thing, right? So many founders have trouble answering this question. It's like, look, I use the thing, that's your software, so that I can blank. What is the thing that gets you the blank? That's what you want to figure out. Now, how many of you can answer this? Like, there's so many of you in the audience, and I bet half of you don't know what the other half is doing, right? So maybe you can talk about what is the core result your software builds for people. Go put it in the chat. Like, my software helps you do this. Like, go figure it out. Now, here's the thing. While you're thinking about that, I know there's lots of SaaS businesses, but when I did the analysis, there's only 3 kinds of successful SaaS businesses. You can go look at all the successful public SaaS companies. They're going to fit into one of these 3 golden type of SaaS businesses. Are you guys ready to hear about what the three golden types are? There's only 3. The first one is a system of record. That's it. This is the most valuable. System of record. This is where you write stuff down. You can do this for every department in an enterprise has a system of record. Every vertical has their own system of record. And systems of record are the most valuable. This is where you do the first digital transformation. They were writing stuff down in spreadsheets. They moved to a system of record. That's number 1. Most valuable type of SaaS. The second one is system of engagement. This is where they are already writing stuff down, but now they have to do all the work. But you actually streamline how they do all that work. You create the workflows. System of engagement, for example, sales engagement, sits on top of system of record. So you have your CRM, and then you have your outreach or your sales loft or your Mailshake or your Apollo or your Persist IQ or any number of 500 sales engagement platforms that exist today, right? And they sit on top of the thing and they actually help you do the workflow. They help you send the emails, they help you make the calls. That's system of engagement. System of engagement is not as valuable as system of record, but it's still very valuable. So you got to pick which one. If your specific target market already has a system of record, then go for system of engagement. If they don't have a system of engagement and a system of record, go with system of record first, and then expand into system of engagement. And the third one is system of decision. If they already have the record, if they already have the workflows, then go into system of decision. This is your analytics platforms. This is your AI platforms. This is where it looks at all the data, looks at what's happening, and says what to do next. Right? That's your system of decision. System of decision, relatively speaking, is the least valuable. System of record is the most valuable. And the closer you are into the value chain, the more valuable your company is going to be. Right? Are you guys getting this? Those are the only 3 types of SaaS businesses. You got to map into one of these, and that will dictate your product strategy. You got to make sure you don't get obsessed about the thing. You obsess about the thing about the thing. You actually focus on the results and think about how do we get them in few clicks as possible. One of the other things that people get confused about is you got to have a single player mode on your product. If your product requires me to convince 50 other people to get on the product so that we can then use the product, you're going to lose, right? And you got to think about that. You also need to make sure you're getting them to the quickest path to AHA, which this is where it's about fewer features. It's about tightening loops. And lastly, you want to make sure you get out of the one more feature trap. Now, I've been talking nonstop. Takes a lot of energy. So I'm going to drink some water. Hit me with a yes if you're with me and you're now ready to dig into go-to-market. By the way, while you're here, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, because if you like this energy, you can get this energy all the time. We do 2 to 3 episodes every week. Just go to tkcater.com/YouTube. I'll put in the link. Make sure you guys subscribe there. Hit the little subscribe button. You're going to love it. YouTube. Boom. Okay, cool. All right. Now we're going to dig into GTM. I'm getting a bunch of yeses. You guys are freaking awesome. I love the energy in this place. Like, man, this is great. I thought, so yesterday, Natalie and I did a Clubhouse. Natalie was like, come to Clubhouse. It'll be fun, she said. Come for an hour. We talked for 4 hours. I think about 1,000 founders piped through there. Natalie was like, TK, you're on your own. I got to go pick up my kids from school and put them to bed. I'm like, Natalie, don't worry. I got this. It was incredible energy, but you guys have even more energy here. So that's freaking awesome. I love you guys. Okay, go-to-market. Now, here's the thing. When I talk to people about go-to-market, there's a massive problem because people confuse strategy and execution. So when I talk to a founder about go-to-market, and we have an entire go-to-market coaching program, when I talk to people, they're like, hey, do I do like a blog post? Do I do SEO? Do I like do this growth hack? it was insane. Like, it was completely insane in that people focus on that activities, but they don't think about the strategy. And that's the first thing you need to understand. So what I want to highlight is there are certain traps in go-to-market. Once you have your market strategy, your product strategy, you're going to go to market. There's some traps you need to know. Number one, channels are the most attractive, but they may not give you the light of day yet, right? So everyone dreams of this. Can you go sell through someone else's sales and marketing machine, right? Can I go partner, say, with HubSpot and get their salespeople to sell my software? The thing is, it's super lucrative, but in the early days, even when you're sub 20 million ARR, it's really hard to get channels going, truly, because they won't pay attention to you. You're not big enough. They don't trust you enough. And that's a huge problem. So that's something to keep an eye out for, because channel, you can either go channel or direct. Channel is super appealing, but a lot of times it takes a lot of work to get it going. You need to get traction in other ways first to get the proof points so that the channels will trust you. The second way is, okay, I want to do direct. A lot of people are like, we're going to hire a content person. We're going to blog 3 times a week, and then the SEO will create traffic. But here's the thing. SEO is the cheapest, but the payoff period can be 12 plus months, and you need to get quicker results to actually figuring out if you're actually on the right market, if it's important and urgent enough, and if people are willing to pay, right? And so that's something that you actually have to figure out. How do you actually get faster results? You can't just rely on SEO. The third thing is, when you think about Facebook, when you think about Google, when you think about LinkedIn, when you think about all of these platforms, they will gladly take your money. You can spin up ads. You can buy a sales engagement tool and fire off 1,000 emails. But here's the thing. You're going to lose money and you're going to burn your brand really quickly if you don't know purposefully what you're saying, if you don't have your messaging right. This is the biggest problem that exists today with founders. You essentially, what you have are machine guns. Facebook is a giant machine gun. You can load it up with cash and you can fire away, but if you don't have the right bullets, if you don't have the right targeting, it'll just take all your money and you won't actually hit anything. Same thing with Google. Same thing with sales engagement tools. You can load it up with a whole bunch of contacts, send them 50,000 emails, and people are going to basically just put you in the spam folder because they're like, I don't really know what you're talking about. And that's where a lot of people go wrong, right? What you might end up doing is you may end up firing blanks. This is the biggest problem that exists with go-to-market strategies today. It's super easy to fire up the ads, write up the content, send the emails. Those are super easy, and those platforms and those people will gladly take your money. But if you don't have your messaging right, if you don't have your market segmentation right, if you don't have your ideal customer profile right, if you don't have, none of it will matter, right? Someone asked, what about outbound? Yeah, the same thing goes for, that's what I mean by sales engagement tool. Sales engagement tool is for outbound. So even if you're sending outbound emails, if you don't have the right strategy, it won't quite work. And so what you want to do is think about strategy versus execution, right? Strategy versus execution. There's a difference between strategy and execution. Execution is sending out 1,000 emails, buying a bunch of ads. But strategy is you want to think about the positioning and the messaging. You want to think about your value proposition. So simple exercise. Here's this one sentence value prop. My company, blank, creates software for ICP, the name of the ICP, that helps them get the result. What is that for your company? That's your value proposition. Can you actually do that? What is your strategic narrative? Your strategic narrative goes into your sales deck, goes into your homepage, goes into your emails. If you can't do that, then it won't work. And all of this complements your market segmentation, your ICP, and your Dream 100. So I know Natalie came on. Am I running out of time? Should I close out? How much time do I have left? That way I can finish off quickly. 1 minute. Cool. So my big thing is, if you want to build a go-to-market machine, the biggest thing I have for you is get out of execution and think about the strategy. And strategy is, what is your positioning and messaging? What is your value prop? What is your strategic narrative? Now, we are out of time, so I will fast forward to getting you. You probably want more, right? One of the things that I teach.
Give us more.
What's that?
In 1 minute. Give us more in 1 minute.
Yeah. So you probably want more. So what you should do, if you want to build out this type of go-to-market machine, you want to build out your strategy, just go do a YouTube search for Unstoppable Sales Funnel. Unstoppable Sales Funnel is the framework that I use to actually build out go-to-market machines. And you can go watch the playlist on go-to-market strategy in my YouTube channel. They'll teach you how to flesh out those pieces. The 3 big things is ICP, your strategic narrative, which I call our manifesto, and your Broadway show. When you do that, you have a scalable go-to-market machine. You're not just firing blanks. I'm going to skip these slides. Pricing strategy is super important, so we'll finish up on that. I do have a gift for you. So since you guys stayed and you got all this, you don't get some of these things. I have a gift for you. If you go to getunstoppable.com/strategy, you get access to my 5-point SaaS growth strategy guide. In it, you get more details on how to build out your market, product, and go-to-market strategy, and also the 2 more pillars, which is your fundraising strategy and your exit strategy. So it's completely free. Go to getunstoppable.com/strategy, and it'll give you more details. And if you like any of this stuff, I go into a lot more detail into my YouTube videos, and I also have a coaching program that you can check out, more details in those videos. Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely, so much energy. Now, TK, you need to know, like, I want to have you back at the Clubhouse session, but I don't know if I can handle 4 hours another session. Everyone,
you can't hang? You
follow
can't
TK on YouTube. If you are in Clubhouse, follow TK, and then if he'll be so kind, I would be happy to invite him to do another session. Thank you so much. So much more to unpack. Not enough time, but hey, lots of information on the YouTube channel, wealth of information. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Natalie. You guys are awesome.
Awesome. Thanks. Everyone, I'll see you in another session.
You hear me? Please tell me, because I don't know if you hear me.
We can hear you. Yes. Yes.
I was preparing the speakers before how they can operate inside AirMeet, and right now I'm on their seat and like.
And now you are on stage, Mike. Alrighty, welcome. And I welcome my next speaker, Mike Korber, who is actually a member of User.com, the company who hosts this summit. For the past few years, Mike has been helping User.com clients around the world to implement and use marketing automation technologies successfully. And Mike, welcome, and take it away.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, everybody, for having me here. I saw that we have a really engaged audience. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for having me here. Today, I would like to talk about you because I know that on the audience we have a lot of SaaS founders about pretty boring stuff. I was on the Nathan speech, on Wes speech 3 seconds ago, on the Brennan speech, and on TK's speech, and the content was so valuable that I'm pretty afraid with my keynote that it will be the boring stuff, because I will be talking about how to structure your data inside your CRM, inside your data customer platform. And we will be talking about the data. Probably all of you know this famous quote that data is new oil. And it doesn't matter if we are talking about the small data, like insights from our customers, like understanding this specific understanding of our value, or we are talking about the big data, so whole stream of clicks, what users perform on our website, and how we can personalize this website as Brennan teach us today. The data is the new oil, and we are in a digital industry. We are SaaS companies. We are in digital marketing industry, most of us, and we see that the biggest players have built their competitive advantage based on this valuable resource, based on data they have inside their platform. So we know that it is true. But when we are speaking about the oil, about the data, I'm feeling sometimes that we are currently in a gold rush, that everybody want to have so much data that give me every data point and every data action I can have and store it in my CRM or in my analytical system. But the data and oil can bring sometimes something hurtful for us, because like oil is a pretty dangerous think. It can hurt the environment. It is very flammable, so it can blow us away or hurt our company, our environment in some specific way. So like oil is a pretty dangerous thing. But we are data-driven. We are data-driven marketers. We have to like watch our data, check the specific attributes, check the specific KPIs, and make decisions based on them. But if we have a wrong data, our decisions, like Tom Fishburne shown on this beautiful image, might take us in the wrong direction. And today, I would like to talk about this, how to structure this data about customers in the proper way, because probably everybody on the audience would agree with me that the most important element in each SaaS company is customers, our users. If yes, please give me a yes in our chat. I hope that you are aware that like we are here for them, for our customers, for our users. We are running all our businesses because the understanding and those customers are the most crucial, the most important asset for all of us. And when we are speaking about the data about our customers, we are storing the data in some software. It might be called customer CRM, so customer relationship management. Somebody will call it CDP, so customer data platform. So somebody will name it from a name. So we are storing everything in the Salesforce, or we are storing everything in Mixpanel, or we are storing everything in user.com or in HubSpot or in Intercom, in some specific place where we have all knowledge about or data about our customers, about our users. But you have to be aware that the different people look on that data from a totally different angle. And sometimes the same data can be interpreted in totally different way, in totally different manner, and decisions made based on data can be just wrong from some perspective. This is the reason I'm truly ambassador of this conception that you have a single source of truth, the place where you are pushing all your data and you have this like very, very precise source which you can rely on and make decisions to be a real data-driven marketer. But still, if you will have this like CRM or CDP, the different departments will look on this data from a different angle, because like different departments have a different KPIs. So marketing, and those KPIs are based on the different data points, data sources. Like marketers will focus mainly on some acquisition source, like Google Analytics UTMs. Salespeople, because they are responsible for the growth, will look on the attributes about new MRR or industry specific, if they are closing deals in the fastest way from this specific industry, they will like search for leads from this specific industry. Support team look on the data about customers in totally different manner, because they are responsible for churn. So they are looking on satisfaction KPIs. For example, such data point they are looking for is an NPS score. CEOs have to have this big picture, so they are thinking about more revenue approach or the valuation sometimes. But based on this data, we grew an entire market of solutions. Some of them are analytical solutions like Amplitude, Heap, Mixpanel. Some are specialized in streaming this data or connecting those data points together like Segment. Some of them are focused more on zoom in or enriching this data about our customers and about our users like Clearbit or Zoom Info. So there is whole industry on the top of the data about customers. And if you are an analyst or you have process any analyst, you have to know this simple truth. If we are putting garbage in, we are getting garbage out. So if we are putting a garbage data, if we start with garbage data, we will have a garbage results. So we will take wrong decisions. And today I want to share with you some tips how to avoid this, because when we are talking about the data, it is pretty complex thing. Yeah, if we are talking about the types of the data we can store in our CRM. We can store data about the billing. So in terms of revenue and sales, it's the most important thing. But we can store the data about the usage of our SaaS platform. Yeah, for product people, those data will be most important. But we can store the data about source of the acquisition. For marketers, those will be crucial. Yeah, but some other types of data like contact information related to marketing content, location, industry. As a user.com, we know that most of our customers are used some marketing automation platform before. So we love to work together with some previous Intercom clients or previous HubSpot clients or previous ActiveCampaign clients. They get the most value of our technology. So sometimes technology is this data type which is crucial, which is most important. There are some other like more dynamic data types like customer journey stage, or any industry specific, depending on what your SaaS or what your business do. It will be the different data points. I will take the simplest one. Like size of the company. This is the pretty simple attribute for each B2B business. And if we try to think about it, it's pretty simple. In terms of size of the company, we have small companies, we have medium-sized companies, we have large companies. What can be complicated with that? But if we dive into the details, we will see that different people can understand this size of the company in a totally different way. Like, maybe size of the company is measured in number of employees, or maybe it's measured in the revenue, or maybe in the number of markets. Or if you are an analytical tool which track activity of your users on your website, maybe it's a traffic point, or maybe like budget for your solution. This is how you measure the size of the company. So it's simple, but maybe it's not simple. So let's simplify it again. Let's focus that we understand that the size of the company is the number of employees. If our SaaS business is based on the number of seats, it looks the pretty straightforward attribute of the what we should focus on. But getting into the details, how we will get this information. Will it be a declaration from our customers where we will ask them to submit this data during like onboarding process, like we are doing, or maybe we will take this information from actual usage. Yeah, so how many people he have invited into our product, or maybe we will automatically enrich it from some third-party sources, or like Crunchbase, ZoomInfo, LinkedIn, Clearbit. Yeah, so no, this is a totally different point of viewing this data. Yeah, and if we decide that the size of the company is the number of employees, and we are taking it from, for example, some third-party solution, how we will store this information about it in our CRM? Will it be like a string? So from 1 to 50 employees, or maybe it will be a list of predefined values with those scopes, or maybe an actual number of employees, or maybe if we are enriching it from the third-party source, maybe we should have two attributes of the company: number of employees from, number of employees to, where we can like segment based on that. It's simple thing, but getting into details might be very, very complicated. In old times, we were trying to structure this data into lists or tags. We were tagging each company, we were tagging each users. So in MailChimp, for example, yeah, you were like having a separate list of your potential clients. The new school is more analytical way. We have some objects, for example, users. Those objects can have some properties, like attributes, but there will be some events, and you can segment users based on those properties and these events to make a proper analysis. And when I'm talking about the objects, I mean such content types, depending or like entities, depending on what software you are using, it will be called the different way. So entities are proper in like HubSpot or Salesforce or any analytical tool. But I mean like users, companies, or subscriptions, deals, products, tickets, but there will be some other identities which will have in like relations between those objects. So like users will perform events, like activities. If you are doing a manual sales, those activities will be related from one side to your team, like agents, but it will be related to specific user, and it will be related to specific companies. It might be very complicated, but let's focus on those objects. Each of object, like user or company, can have some specific attributes and specific properties, or let's call it fields, like user will have a name and have an email address. Company can have a name, but can have a company ID or a revenue or like subscription identifier. So structuring all this data might be a very, very challenging job because getting into more details, those attributes can have totally different data formats. Yeah, you can store it in string or integer or fixed choice or some date and time attributes. Probably people who are aware more in programming will feel this, that like data formats is really important thing to structuring your databases. So let's drop some tips and tricks how to structure it in the proper way. First thing, you have to map the process. You have to map all those objects, all those properties you are using. And in terms of mapping the process, for example, in terms of events user performs, I encourage you to use this visual way of mapping processes. We are using a Figma files for it, where we are having a print screens of the specific journey of our application, and we are naming that at this specific moment, we fire this event and it have this specific attribute, and it's based on like even Google Tag Manager print screens are there to just like understand it properly. When you will be doing it, please align procedures and technology setup just to work together. Yeah, so not only marketing team, but also IT team, but also like sales team and customer support team should be included in this process, so everybody understand this complexity in the same way, because it is really, really crucial for understanding for all participants. Stick to the convention. Yeah, Facebook Pixel have some standard events which are great to optimize your marketing activity in this Facebook like ad channel. Google Analytics and their measurement, new measurement protocol GA4 also have some recommended events. So don't figure out the wheel from scratch. Use the data, use the standards that are provided to you. One very, very important thing, use descriptions. Each time when you are creating a new event in Google Tag Manager or anywhere else, or you are creating a new attribute in your CRM, so new field, please write down from which source it is taken, from what does it mean, what kind of values it can take. It is really, really important, because after 3 or 4 months, you won't remember what does it mean, the type of the client. Yeah, use descriptions inside your CRM, use like create a whole documents about the descriptions of the flow. It is really, really useful. My job in user.com for a long time was like implementing our solution. And you even can't imagine where I were on the situation with speaking with a client, going deep in their CRM and asking such questions. Okay, what does it mean? I don't know. Okay, and this tag, what does it mean? I don't know. Okay, and this description, this attribute, from where you are taking it, I don't know. This is the really most valuable resources of our businesses, of our companies. We need to describe it in the proper way. And like I was for the whole life working on the when business and IT were crossing their way, and I'm a business guy, so I prefer to be rather an artist. Yes, to have this gut feelings, have this brand recognition. But in terms of structuring data in your CRM, I much prefer this IT approach, this scientific approach, where you like use those descriptions in a really, really precise way. And women are much better in doing it to like in structuring everything in a one place. Speeding it up, have a naming convention. So if you are creating an event, please create all events in the same naming convention, just to not have such situation like sign up with underscore, sign up together. You have to focus on 3 aspects. Casing, are you using a snake case or proper case or camel case, or what separators you are using? Probably you have to talk about the prefix and postfix in the names of the attributes you are creating. It's a really, really useful thing to like operate it in the proper way, like postfix, step and number of this step, like prefix. UTM, for example, and UTM source, UTM campaign. Yeah, so this is a really, really important thing. But the most crucial message I want to leave you with today is that more data does not mean more action. I'm a really fan of data-driven marketer. And I want to have all the data inside my CRM. But from my experience, more data are giving you more insights only to some specific point. Then it's better to simplify it, to like make it understandable and not be overwhelmed with this data. Like probably my presentation is too complicated and overwhelming. This is my problem, that I'm talking about too many things at one place. So the one thing I want to leave with you is this slide. More data does not mean more action. And please have only actionable data in your CRM, because data is the new oil, sure, but oil is a raw material. If you want to grow your business, you need to refine it in a fuel, and this fuel have to be put in your marketing efforts, in your decision to just have this engine growing. Yeah, those things might grow your business, because everybody have data, but you have to like structure this data, clear this data to have some information. If you will structure it in a proper way, you will have some knowledge based on which you can get insights, and from this insights you will get a wisdom, and this wisdom which is taken from data can bring you a competitive advantage. So thank you. Please do it this way. Right now, I'm preparing a really big guideline for structuring data for SaaS companies. And I would like everybody to who is currently on our session to have a short talk with me, short call, where I can give you some best insights, because today I just like scrap the surface of how it can be done, how it should be done. I can offer you a free consultation about this process, because I want to get insights, not only how we're doing it in the user.com, but it's very valuable for me to see how you're doing it in HubSpot, ActiveCampaign, or Salesforce. For sure, not upselling for you, just share the knowledge and give you some value. So thank you for that. I hope that you find it useful. You have my whole contact information. If you have some questions, I think we have 2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes. Well, that was such a dense presentation, Mike. Thank you so much. You could tell that you have probably some analytical, mathematical background. Definitely a dense presentation. For all of you who have some questions, I see that there's like, can you recommend an automation strategy? Like anyone who has this kind of questions, feel free to reach out to Mike. He just said that he takes basically free calls, so he can advise you
I'm here
on all of your specific problems and questions. But there's one quick question. What was the name of the app you are using to map out the user journey?
Figma file. Figma is a design tool where you can like create designs, and we are also creating designs in Figma, but then we are using it to like map the process, because it's like
yep,
like
very
new
good.
version
So
of Photoshop. Yeah.
I dropped the name of the tool. It's Figma, Figma. Thank you so much, Mike. There's one more question about the help with the strategy. So Thomas, I highly recommend you reach out to Mike at user.com. And this was fun. Thanks a lot. You know what? One more thing, because before we go and jump on another session, one more thing I really wanted to mention. I didn't have enough time in the beginning, but here's what I want to say. How to consume the content. Every time when you attend a summit or an event, you are overloaded with a bunch of information, right? I'm sure that now is probably the case. So here's a quick recommendation, what I think helps me. And if you have any other strategy suggestion, please drop them in the comments. I would love to have and for you to share it with everyone else. Here's what I recommend you do to make every day productive, because it's 2 days presentations, 25 speakers. I highly encourage you to find at least one thing, one takeaway from every single presentation. Write it down. You probably have a bunch of thoughts, but choose one. Write it down and then put it in the spreadsheet. And then you can have multiple criteria, which strategy and idea you want to go after first, and prioritize, basically. Let's say time to implement. Let's say potential ROI opportunity. Let's say how difficult it is going to be for you to implement something. And then rate this and sort it by the one with the highest outcome, lowest efforts amount, right? And then those are the ones that you should go and implement. So I would really want to hear from you. Let's go to the next session. But then at the end of every session, moving forward, please drop your takeaways in the chat so that everyone can see, everyone can give you a thumb up, and let's put this to use as much as possible. Everyone, thanks so much. See you in another session.
See you in another session.
Yeah. All right. We are live. Very nice to see you, Jane. We actually have not met before already. More than 100 people already in the session. Absolutely awesome. Jane, I'm so thankful for you to join us on this summit. This summit is, people here just rock. There's so much engagement. So many people drop. Yeah. You can see already lots of people commenting here. Awesome.
There's
awesome.
A little clapping feature in the corner. I love that.
There is a features here. You're going to love it, Jane. Alrighty, everyone, I want to introduce my next guest here, and that's Jane Portman. She's a co-founder of UserList, a tool that helps SaaS founders be awesome at their customer messaging. She's also a UI UX consultant. She is the power woman there. So, Jane, share with us a little bit more about what it is that you're going to talk about, and take it away.
We're going to talk about user onboarding today, and in this little talk, I'm going to share some of our best practices and some of the stories that we've seen, because at UserList, we've been working with SaaS founders and helping them with their onboarding, which is an essential, number one use case for customer messaging. And I'll do my best to share some of the best practices and try and inspire you to get started in 1 day or less. And of course, that's possible.
That is exciting. Everyone give a hand to Jane.
Woohoo! Natalie, hello.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
So shall I just get going, basically?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the title of this is From Zero to Here, and this is because we know a ton of founders do not particularly care about user onboarding, unfortunately, but it is very easy to go from zero to a very nice setup pretty soon if you just dedicate some time to that. And let's start with giving some academic definitions. And user onboarding is a system that helps you, your customers, start receiving value from your product. This is super essential because they will not keep paying you money, your subscription fee as a SaaS, if they don't receive value. So this is super critical. And of course, everybody knows that. But we've talked to many founders, and what they have on their mind is rarely user onboarding. It's typically growth, sales, and other things. But it's a really great investment that you can make, start making today. And there are a few reasons for that. Firsthand, activating existing customers and existing leads is way easier and way less expensive than pumping money into your marketing channels. The ROI is pretty quick because you can feel the difference with your next customer, as opposed to, try investing in SEO and see your ROI in 6 months. And also, there's my favorite UI UX saying, Gal's Law, which is, you cannot develop a complex system from scratch. You've got to first build a simple system and then improve it over time. And this is exactly true when it comes to activation user onboarding. You should definitely start small, start easy, and then you will get a grasp of the flow. You will get comfortable with the tools, and then you will most likely succeed over time. And the goal for user onboarding, if you're a SaaS founder and if you're still manually getting in touch with your new users at the moment, the goal for automated onboarding system is to set your hands free. Because as a founder, when you do customer success, you will be naturally checking in with your users to build relationships with them and to make sure they're doing fine. And of course, that is totally good if you do that manually in the early days. However, what we see is after a few months of doing that, you see that your time is like literally slipping through your fingers. And that's when you need a simple onboarding system that will do those check-ins manually, that will check on the user progress, automatically, that will check on the user progress, and that will offer those, extend your hand in the automated fashion. So you're basically starting to build those relationships at scale using automated software. And UserList is such software that can do that via email, but it's not the only tool out there. You can use basically any email service provider, you can use Intercom, you can use anything like that. The idea for UserList is that it's built specifically for SaaS, but that's going to be probably the only pitch for UserList here. Everything else you'll hear for now is very much top level and agnostic regarding of the tool. So today we will talk about measuring user progress, talking about different interventions, how you can help, and then we'll talk about segments and campaigns. So measuring user progress. Before you do that, sit down and answer a few simple questions. What does the path to success look like for your user? Because most likely the path to success in their eyes is not exactly getting successful with your software. It's probably a much bigger goal, and you should always think about that goal first. And that's very helpful when you write copy and do other things to keep in mind that bigger goal. What you can measure. Not everything can be measured. It's especially painful when something is happening behind the scenes in the offline world and you cannot measure it, but you can definitely track some key features being used in your software. And modern automation tools allow you all kinds of things. If we go top level, this means that you can be sending properties and events, and this intimidates the hell out of everyone, but it's really pretty simple. The property indicates what's happening right now. For example, for an photo editing tool, it can be number of projects, number of existing photos, number of sessions, something like that. And events is a timeline of things that are happening in your customer's life. What things cause the most trouble that you can typically figure out doing some hands-on support in the early days, talking to your customers, and what are the points where you can offer real help? And it sounds pretty easy. You can answer these questions and then it feels like you have figured it out, but it's more of an emotional game, really. And there will be roadblocks on the way, and you can take the horse to water, but you cannot make a drink, unfortunately. And some of the most common roadblocks, they have nothing to do with your tool complexity. One is the need to sort of front load work before you start receiving value from the tool. Then another one is needing to learn new skills, and everybody in the world just doesn't like that. We like to stick to what we know. And this is going to be particularly meta when you think that for example, complex automation software is so complex that you just procrastinate on your user onboarding forever. This is a good example. I really love to track my feelings when I sign up for other people's tools, and I try to evaluate my emotions when I receive their onboarding emails. For example, I just signed up for Sigmetrics, which is a wonderful marketing tracking tool, but it seems very complex to me at the moment because I'm not up to speed with it yet. And over the course of the last 7 days, I think I received 10 emails from them. And needless to say, it really did add to the overwhelm. I was like, I need to get started with this. And then these emails just start pouring in my inbox. And this is not a great example. So we did have a chat with their founder about like scaling that down, because really it's not a great way. So intimidation, overwhelm, being extremely busy, this is all what's happening in your lives, and you need to account for that and treat humans as humans. That's basically the key principle. One of the important steps in figuring out good onboarding is figuring out how you can help. And that means sitting down and writing down all those interventions that you can be suggesting to your users as they start with your software. And these things include, but are not limited to, help docs, blog posts, worksheets, videos, tutorials, calls, workshops, custom roadmaps, concierge onboarding. You can make it free, you can make it paid, you can make like setup costs. All these things, they really affect the dynamics. What you should be thinking is the level of investment, and it can be in the form of filling out your worksheet, in the making an advanced payment, in the form of doing an onboarding call with you. The bigger the investment is, the better the chances that the user will stay and stick with your solution. But really, you cannot force anyone. It's more about inspiring them as opposed to forcing them to do something. So sit down, think how you can really help, and then do not try to replicate this content in your emails, because just flooding the user with content is not a great strategy. There's place for the content, that's your knowledge base. So just citing full articles in the emails, it's really not an exciting idea. Let's talk over product opportunities. And this is definitely not like a one-day thing. If you're not a single technical founder who can do everything, this will probably require going to your like developer team and such. So it's not like you can leverage that very quickly. But this includes different tweaks in your sign-up flow. One of the most powerful is empty states, and this is a pretty quick fix. Like adding an empty state is one day of product work for your team, and it will really dramatically improve. It's really one of the most effective ways, because it doesn't interfere with the natural flow, with the natural user flow. It does not kill their motivation, doesn't interrupt. So I see the question, what's empty state? Basically, when you log in the software, you see the place where the data is supposed to be, but you haven't started yet, so there is no data. So you have like a blank screen, and can be pretty frustrating, but you can use this to show like tips how to get started, little videos, links to the knowledge base and things like that. Splash screen modals, checklists, tooltips and tours, gamified trials, you can leverage all of that. Really depends on your product. Especially gamified trials, it's really hard to build, but there are some nice articles out there. I think ProdPad was pretty famous a few years ago about doing that. Let's talk about campaigns and segments. Now we're diving into the our area of expertise, automation, but that will be very similar in any automation tool that you use. Talking about segments, when you think of segments, a typical marketer who comes in will say like, a segment is somebody who has not logged in for 30 days and has like 3 projects or something like that. But we're suggesting to take a more holistic look at the segment and basically assigning accurate segments for each life cycle stage. And this next slide, I will basically jot down the most traditional SaaS models. So here is the free trial model. You can see that they're trialing users, paying customers. A subset of them can be called advanced users and canceled users. These are segments, and you will be firing a specific campaign when people join this segment, and you will stop it when they leave. And then you will fire another campaign when they join another segment. And this way you can very easily, we have a next forever freemium model. We'll have a next slide for that. Basically you just move through segments and fire the campaigns. It helps you plan the life cycle and plan your campaigns together at the same time. So behavior-based doesn't mean that you will be, chasing the user with emails like, "Oh, I saw you created your first project." Like, this is creepy. This this doesn't sound right in our age of privacy. Instead, it should be kind of more humble, more natural. And to get started, you can see that you only need like a basic onboarding campaign, maybe another campaign for better customer success. Will I share the presentation? I can do the link actually afterwards. I have not created a separate file for that, but I can definitely share the link with you. The freemium model is a little bit different, but it's also easy as apple pie. You get the free users. Another part of free users is activated free users. If you think about properties, it can be somebody with a number of projects more than 2 or something like that. When people join the free user segment, you get them the basic onboarding campaign. When they activate, you start like a long-term nurture campaign and try to convert them to paid. And you can do that with different methods. Basically, that includes very accurate and very careful dripping of motivational things over time, which prove the value of your tool and show different ways of using paid features and so and so. So you'll be focusing on activation here in the basic onboarding. I'm not sure if you see my mouse. Yeah, you do. Then you will promote upgrades here. And then the paying customers, you shouldn't really abandon them still because you want them to keep receiving value. So you can automate like some reviews, check-ins, and things like that. And again, cancellation survey for those who canceled. And of course, this is very basic, and you will later find other opportunities during the user lifecycle to email them to create like interesting touch points, like switching them to from monthly to annual at some point, asking them for referrals and other little campaigns. But this is really key to your business model, because this way people will receive value and happily keep paying for your product. And how you set up the campaigns, let me show you a little bit. This is a very simple mock-up of a classic onboarding campaign. And it's linear, but it still uses behavior data. So it's not like hammering drip campaign of 5 emails. It's a little bit more interesting. You have, let's say, a welcome message, a classic one that you send to everybody. Maybe 1 or 2 days later, you can offer another intervention, such as, let's say, an onboarding call. And then you start promoting key features of your app, but only to users who are not using them yet. Basically, you use behavior data at this point to see, are they using, have they started doing this? Like, if they haven't, send them this. If they have, then you carry on in the next couple of days. Are they using this? Then offer help for B. And you can, this way you can keep the whole thing very simple, but basically do the same check-ins as you would do if you were a customer success person. In another campaign, we recommend to keep it separate from the basic onboarding, basically to not hard code the trial expiration date, because from what we see, it's a very common scenario when the trial ending date is changed. So we recommend to keep that as a separate campaign and basically only trigger that when the real date is approaching. And to close up today's talk, I will share a few short stories from our podcast that we launched last year. The first season was dedicated entirely to user onboarding. It's called Better Done Than Perfect. And I have really been, a whole team have been really living by that motto this year. And I've honestly, in December, I got a tattoo that says BDTP on my wrist. Some of the founders' stories include creative ways that don't take a lot of effort to introduce, but can produce some dramatic results. So one story from Christina Quinones of Meet Edgar, that's a social media scheduling tool. What they do is they offer content batching parties for all of their customers, which means that everybody gets together for like 1 or 2 hour live workshop and sits down, puts their head down, and just does the social media content batching together. I think this is a pretty cool thing, and I especially love that they call it parties, which brings it like nice flair. This is a story from Christopher Gimmer at Snappa. Snappa is a graphic tool, and they went all in on templates. And everybody does templates, and you can say like, yeah, we got templates, sure. But you can make simple templates, you can make complex templates. What they do is they combine a designer with a marketer and let them work together so that the marketer tells the designer what's good and what's not in the best practices for marketing, and then the designer can implement that. And this way you don't end up with like something that's pretty but doesn't work. And they also measure the performance of their templates, and Christopher has shared a lot of other things interesting about their templates. So they were all in on that. And the last story is from Jordan Gall at Carthook. What they did at certain point of their company was, yeah, Jordan is amazing, radical customer profiling. I'm not sure what's the best wording for it, but I think radical should stay. What they did, they hard-coded like an application form instead of a sign-up form, and they eliminated a large percentage of their customer base upon sign-up. They literally sent them over to a competitor. And the reason why they did that was because they had a very clear understanding of a good customer, and they just observed that not great fit customers would take up like 80% of their support staff time, and this whole thing was just not working out. So they made this strong decision of I think, I'm not sure about 1820, but it seems so. Oh, we should ask Jordan about the precise numbers. And then they just cut off a large part of the user base. It was scary, but it brought great results. And Jordan talks about that in his episode. That's it for today. I'd love to have a few minutes of Q&A if possible. And you can head over to our website and grab planning worksheets. That's a resource that we've been developing over years. When we started 3 years ago, they were very long. Then we shortened them. So now you will observe a very doable version. And I think we will probably shorten them even more, because the simpler the better is like the motto for getting started with everything. And if you just go in any automation tool and set up your campaign today, that'd be already a great leg up against your competition and against yourself in the past. That's it.
Awesome. That was absolutely amazing. Jane, first question from me. How old is your kiddo?
I have 3 kiddos. Do you mean useless kiddos?
I don't know. Whoever we heard on the background.
I'm sorry. That's a little one. She's 2.
That is so cute. You know, it is 2021. We've survived 2020. What else can you expect? That is very cute. Alrighty, everyone, go to the Q&A section. Drop your question there, and then we'll have Jane. We still have 6 more minutes, which is absolutely amazing. Answer those questions. How many feature emails should I send before I'm annoying the user?
Oh, no. You can. A good thing is actually try, and after somebody is successfully onboarded, you establish a personal relationship with them. You can ask them how it felt in their inbox to receive those emails from you. But like, I think if the user is not doing anything and you can see that their activation is 0, every day is too much. Like, leave them alone. It's probably that they're too busy. Like, there should be some graceful cadence, not hammering down.
How do you suggest that we go about debugging poor activation rates? Love this question. Activation is huge.
So activation is essentially like what you do for activation is user onboarding. So it's like synonym. So debugging poor activation rates means talking to your users and see where they get stuck. I think great way would be try to get them on the call while they're getting started, if you're still early or somehow else. And then they will probably give you some insights into what's the most challenging.
What are the best skills for a junior designer to build up to work effectively in the SaaS space?
Oh, that's a good one. Best skills for a junior designer to work in the SaaS space. Try and learn about the business side of things. Like, I've literally hanged out in the founder community for the last 8 years instead of hanging out in the design community. That taught me so much. So you just get to see what language they speak. And the most surprising discovery is nobody cares about design. And nobody cares about design. Moreover, design is not important. That's like, it's so hard to accept, but unfortunately that's true. But it's still... I was a consultant for SaaS companies for like 5 years in a row, and I made great money by specializing in web applications, because everybody can do pretty web design, but not everybody can like dive into a complex B2B app. So there's great money to be made there, and it's really an exciting job. And when people finally have budget for it, but still have very bad design, it's pretty miraculous to watch their transformation into like a nice looking product.
Awesome. What I think I heard you say is no one cares about the design. No one cares if it's a bad, like if it's a good design, right? No one cares because everything is so smooth. No one notices, right? But when it's a bad design, everyone notices that, right?
The thing is, there are so many products that are great that succeed regardless of their design. This is just the reality. If you solve a pain that's painful enough, and that the people will still buy it even if it's not pretty. That's like a prerequisite. Unfortunately, it has to be useful first.
Alrighty, there was this question and I lost it. Hold on. Okay, great question from Marijo. Talking to our user for feedback is very difficult. Do you have an advice to encourage them?
Do you mean it's hard to get them on the call?
Yes.
Yes, I do. When you have a successful, like, support is a great opportunity, and when you're finishing off a support thread with helping them with something, then you can ask them for different things while they're still warm. If it's a live chat, especially, like when they're still there, you can get them to do something. So that can be either ask them for a review or ask them to get on the call with you. So that works with busy people. And just emailing your customer base, asking for 20 minutes of their time, you'll get pretty good response rate. Like, of course, it's not 100, but it's much better than cold outreach because these people really care about the tool. A lot of people are passionate about the work they do, and that's part of that.
Awesome. We have time for one last question. Who should own user onboarding inside a company? Is it marketing, product?
Oh, I love that. Ali Blum, in her episode, we talked a lot about that. It doesn't really matter as soon as there's somebody responsible for it. You just basically assign a user onboarding champion. So there are a couple practices you can embed in your organization. One is having a user onboarding champion who will take care of it. And the other one is regularly sign up for your own product, including like the billing. And I never do that. I'm so bad. Like nobody does it, but really you will be just amazed about all the stuff that's historical and ancient and stuff like that. So these pieces of advice are really good.
Absolutely. Jane, thank you so much. Everyone go check out. I'm pretty sure you're listening to Jane's podcasts, which is not one, multiple now, right? So thank you so much.
Glad to be here. Thanks for the opportunity, Natalie. Nice talking to everyone.
All righty. Go check out userlist.com/worksheets. Jane, have fun. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
And that is Andrew Michael, and Andrew is actually a host of a podcast called Churn.fm. He's also a founder of a SaaS company called Avrio.com. He's also previously a product marketing manager at Hotjar. Pretty amazing. Andrew, welcome to the summit. The crowd is excited to hear from you.
Thanks very much, Natalie. It's really great to be here. Really a pleasure.
All righty. Well, help frame the conversation. What it is that you're going to share with us today?
Nice. Yeah. So today, what I'm actually going to be chatting about is how you can go about identifying your ideal customer profile and building a lead scoring model to essentially crush churn. And actually, what you mentioned previously when I was at Hotjar, before I left, I was actually head of business intelligence there. So spending a lot of times on both the marketing side, but then also on the data side gave me a unique perspective into sort of how we can achieve this and multiple ways you can go about it.
Awesome. We are super excited. I see lots of hi, but there's also one comment here. Amazing soundproofing room. Couldn't agree more. Kudos to you, Andrew. All righty. Well, go ahead and share your screen and take it away.
Excellent. Thank you, Natalie. Cool. Can everyone see the screen? Yes? Nice. Thanks. And before we go, I'm going to try my absolute best, but I have to apologize because I've actually started to lose my voice, and I was before just got myself a chamomile tea and trying to get things going. So I'm going to be fighting through. If it gets too deep, my voice, just start letting me know. Then I'll try and make it a bit more squeaky. Cool. Yeah. So a really exciting topic for me today. It's something that I've done many times as well, helping obviously like at Hotjar previously, also working with other companies, trying to help them identify the ideal customer profile. And then out of this, like why the lead scoring model? I think the lead scoring model just comes as a nice added benefit in terms of how you can actually make it actionable, your identifying. Cool. So let's get started. So just a little bit of background, as mentioned as well, Natalie, before. I'm the host of Churn FM, and one of the things as well, like on the show, we've been super lucky to interview some amazing growth professionals from some of the fastest growing companies in the world. We actually just passed the 100th episode yesterday, which was pretty exciting, and it's super cool just to see how many people got behind it and started promoting it. So one of the things as well, like just working with all of these teams, and there's always been like a real central theme, and it's core to what we're going to be discussing today, is it always comes back when it comes to churn and retention. It always comes back to really understanding who that ideal customer profile is, and then really going about building deep value for the customer that's hurting the most. And you'll never have voluntary churn if that's the case. So doing this exercise is really important if you really want to be building a long-term sustainable business, because without deeply knowing who these people are, you can never build value for them. You can never build a product that they're going to love or anybody's going to love. And at the end of the day, you're just going to be having that leaky bucket and go nowhere. So how do you know who they are? And I think this is a topic as well that's it's on a lot of people's minds. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. You can get as complex as you like. You can get as simple as you like. And I think my general advice would just be, depending on the stage that you're at, really trying to understand how deep you want to go into the process, and always just try to keep it simple. I think like one of the things we'll talk about now is how it's changing all the time. So if you go into too much detail, you get too complex. It's stuff you're going to be keep repeating, and you're just going to be keep on getting bogged down with too much work. So there is no sort of right way to go about it. There's only just a right way at the right time. So things change all the time, and you need to be understanding like what stage are you at within your product life cycle, to be able to understand like what are the different ways you can approach this and try to identify. So at the early stage, ideation, we're not going to be touching on this much today, but really like at this point, like you have a couple of options. You have user interviews. At that point, you're really just trying to understand, again, spot that pain, like who has the most. Do other people resonate with the problem that you think that you're trying to solve? Is it just you that has it? You can employ panel studies. This I've done as well for myself now, leading up to my previous company or the company that we're building now. So before you actually start building a product, really trying to identify, is there a market? And essentially actually doing pricing and packaging study from the get-go. So trying to understand like who's out there in the markets, like is there a willingness to pay? Is there a likelihood to buy? And I'll talk through that in a bit. From there, you can really get some early validation, like is this a problem worth pursuing? Then you get to the prototype stage. Again, not much difference from the ideation stage. You still have your user interviews in the bag. You have panel studies. At least at this point, you have something a little bit more tangible that you can give demos, you can show people. And again, like this, you just got to constantly speak to people. Like one of the questions I ask on the show and the podcast is like, what advice would you give to somebody who's trying to tackle churn and needs to do things immediately? And it always comes back to speak to customers, understand the problem, understand what's going wrong, and think. Like literally 100 guests gave me the same answer every single time. So at this process, like you want to just continue speaking, continue understanding, really trying to see who is it that has this biggest pain point. Then you get the next stage where you sort of have a product in market. This gets a little bit more interesting now because you have a bit more data points to work with. You still have your user interviews, you still have your panel studies, but you're starting to get cohort analysis now. You're starting to understand a little bit more about the user base. You're starting to see engagement. You're starting to see churn. And this is not what we're going to be touching on today, at least for today. This is something as well, actually, I think Superhuman and Rahul Vohra put together an amazing sort of model in order to iterate the way towards product market fit. Because essentially at this stage, that's what you're really trying to find. You're trying to find a core set of users that absolutely love your product so that you can work with them and double down on them. And they did something really, really cool. They just, like the typical question they would ask is, how would you feel if you could no longer use Superhuman? 3 answers: very disappointed, somewhat disappointed, and not disappointed at all. And what they then followed that up with is like, what type of people do you think would best suit Superhuman? And the cool thing about that question is the people that would say very disappointed, they do an excellent job of describing themselves. So at that point, you get to understand a little bit about who these people are that have this problem, that love the product that you're building. They also then would ask, the follow-up question would be, what is the main benefit of Superhuman? And what they were looking for in this answer was, does the main benefit that the user says align with the main benefit that they believed the product had in the direction they believed that they were going in? Because what this allowed them to do was then segment the users that said somewhat disappointed, and if the value aligned that they believed with the product and the user, they could then go dive deep into that feedback and say, okay, what are we going to fix now? How can we really improve it for this group of users? Because these are groups of users we can win over. And then finally was sort of like, how can we improve Superhuman for you? So they did this and sort of broke down into different segments. Again, looking at different firmographic and demographic data, they were able to identify pockets within their user base that really allowed them to iterate to there. Next up then is product market fit. This is going to be the main focus of today. This is if you're a company that's got a reasonable amount of product market fit. And why I say reasonable, because I think it's a constantly moving target. Here's where you start to have a lot more data at your disposal. So you have your user interviews, panel studies, code analysis. You start having things like retention analysis. You can start looking at acquisition rates. You can start looking at conversion rates. And you can really start to get a feel and a little bit more holistic picture of what makes up the profile. And then the next stage would be the growth stage, if anything, maybe like the go-to-market fit stage, where you're really starting to explore new opportunities, trying to see how you can grow the company, how you can continue to evolve it. And I think what's important to note as well, especially about the product market fit stage, is your ideal customers and your customer base is a direct reflection of the marketing you've done and the product you've built. And the product you've built and the marketing you've done may not necessarily be the best for your business. And over time, you might realize that you need to start moving up market, or you need to start moving in different directions. And that's where you start to sort of understand a little bit more about the go-to-market strategy. But for the purpose of today, focusing on product market fit. My voice is still going, yeah? Hasn't got too deep. Should I get squeaky? No, it's not working. It's gone. Cool. So the product market fit is a moving target because your market is constantly evolving. And what I mean by that is I think everybody's really familiar with the Diffusion of Innovation by Everett Rogers. It was made famous as well by Crossing the Chasm, the book. And why product market fit is always a moving target is because you're always targeting new customers. In the early days, you have your innovators. They're a different set of group. As you go across to your early adopters, things start to change. Earlier majority, the profiles are different. The customers demand different things. They're not as forgiving. They're not as easygoing. And you generally start to find different types of companies adopting you from a firmographic perspective, and then also different types of users from a demographic perspective. So it's really important to understand this concept, to understand that your ideal customer profile is never done. You're always constantly evolving it, and you're just adding layers on top each time you go ahead. So the best way, like I said from the beginning, is start simple and then build on top of that as you go. There's no right or wrong way. Just have a way and then start building as you learn and as you continue to grow. So product market fit, how do we go about figuring it out? Now we have all the data at hand. Like, how do we start taking advantage of all this data? How can we put everything together into what would be a good ideal customer profile for us to focus on? And first, I mentioned panel studies. So how does your market perceive your product? Who values it most, what their willingness to pay and likelihood to buy? First, and this is the most important component, I think, out of everything that I'll talk about, is standardizing segmentation. So no matter what you're looking at, whatever work you're doing, whatever surveys you're doing, whatever data you're looking at, it's important to really try and standardize the way you segment your users, because then you'll be able to cross-reference between studies and be able to see patterns between different pieces of work. So a good practice would be to, like, if you have an onboarding flow and you have certain fields, like, really try to spend time to understand what those should be, like how they're going to, and make them stick. Use them everywhere. You're putting out a survey, you want to have qualifying questions, make sure it's always the same options that you give. So if it's employees, it's like just myself, 2 to 10, 10 to 50, whatever it is, like try keep them exactly the same, because this will really be powerful for you to be able to cross-reference and go across different studies. So I mentioned as well, one of the things I've been doing previously, trying to figure out what to do next, was whenever I had an idea, I would start here. I would say, okay, like, let me first test, is there a market for what we're going to build? And the very easy way to do this is using the Van Westendorp's price sensitivity meter. So it's very simple. Ask two questions. At what monthly price would you consider the service subscription to be too expensive, get expensive, bargain, or inexpensive? And then how likely would you be to purchase this product at the cheap price or expensive? And essentially what that allows you to do is price out elasticity curves and put together price elasticity curves, and essentially be able to see then who's most willing to pay for your product, or who's the most likely to buy your product, and how much are they willing to pay. So segments below could be anything like firmographic properties, they could be demographic properties. As long as you put qualifying segmentation questions in the survey, you can break it up any way you like. And you might see interesting things. You might see marketers are much more willing to pay for your service than engineers. You might see specific industries. So once you have a good survey like this, you can break it up and you can break it down and start to see the different components together. Next thing is really great, and I think this is probably one of the most important things when it comes to the analysis, is looking at your long-term retained customers. Who sticks around for the long term? What demographic and firmographic properties do they share? And this is actually the first version we did at Hotjar. What we did there was we took customers that had retained for 12 months or longer, and we enriched the data with clear-bit enrichment. So we had a cohort at the time, I can't remember, a few thousand customers. And essentially what we did, we enriched that data with various properties that Clearbit provide. So Clearbit does an excellent job of giving you like the company's annual revenue, the employees at the company, what the potential role is of the user, things like Alexa rank. And there's a bunch of different fields that they give you. And from that, what you're trying to do is really look at, okay, this 12-month cohort that's stuck around, that's really sticky, what is the makeup? Like, who are they? What are they predominantly? Are they predominantly customers in the 1 million to 10 million range? Are they 10 million to 50 million range? And then from this, you really start to get a picture, okay, who are they from a demographic and firmographic perspective? Similarly as well, you want to do the same thing then looking at recently acquired customers. So you want to see who is marketing speaking to now. Your marketing messaging might have changed. Things have been updated. The people that are the long-term retained customers, they might have signed up for the product that you had built 12 months ago, but not the product you built today. So again, you want to do a similar thing, start taking a look at the different dynamics and just sort of seeing, okay, which customers have we acquired recently? You can start to look at things like what is the average MRR of the customers we're acquiring now. And lastly, then we would have cohort conversion rates. And yes, I'm happy to share the slides afterwards. I've seen the questions through the corner of my eyes. And yes, cohort conversion rates, we would want to look at, okay, is there maybe a potential segment of the market that we haven't been speaking to, but we should be because they convert really well and they end up sticking around? Because that you won't get from the first two. You would only get that by really looking back 12 months and seeing, okay, out of the cohort, so what you would want to typically do then is you'd say, okay, let's pick a cohort of users that signed up 12 months ago. how many of them then converted to customers. And then you would take a look at that cohort and you can say, okay, out of all the customers, maybe we had 1,000 people in e-commerce, only 10 converted to customers. We had 500 in SaaS, 50 converted or whatever. So you would see then you would have a much higher conversion rate, but maybe just due to the sheer volume of e-commerce, you end up having e-commerce as your overriding segment. That could just be due to the fact of your marketing and who you're reaching. So having that picture of conversion rates gives you that extra layer to sort of then understand, okay, are we missing something as well? And then what you try to do then afterwards is bring this together. And a lot of this is a little bit of art and science. So what you're trying to do is like look at the different studies now that you've looked together, see where you're getting the strongest signal. So is there any specific industry that stands out when it comes to retention, when it comes to acquisition, when it comes to new acquisition? Is there any sort of employee ranges that are really strong? Is there any annual revenue signals? So these are the firmographic signals. And then you'd also look at like things like retention and, as I mentioned, conversion rate. And again, what I showed there now, you'd also do the same thing for firmographic properties. So are there any roles that stand out? Is there any seniority level that stands out? Is there any sort of specific focus area, like what are they responsible for within their company? So you can break it down in a lot of different ways. So now, how do we build the model? So I think the great thing about this and the beauty about the work that you've done is the model just comes as an add-on benefit of it. You already have all the data in front of you to build an effective model. All you need to do is just go through it now and just try to understand, okay, which are the strong signals and match them together. And building the model, what I found is a really good signal, like signals a good customer, a good fit, would be net MRR retention, really looking at who's spending the most money with you over time, and then mapping that to a score. So what you would start by doing is really looking at all those inputs that you had to begin with. So in this case, like I mentioned, we would have, at Hotjar, for example, we would have enriched all of our domains, and we would have seen that the median platform rank, the lower the median platform rank got, the more months users were subscribed. So this was a really good signal to us that if a user signs up with a median platform rank below 100,000, there's a very likelihood that they're going to end up retaining with us. So in our scoring model, we would want to give them a 3. We see the inverse, the higher it goes, things. So in the scoring model, they'll get a 0. And what you slowly start to do with this would be going through each of the criteria. So you would start to look at, okay, annual revenue, what does it look like? Depending on the company's annual revenue, how does the month subscribe increase or decrease? And you could do this with month subscribed, or you could do this with net MRR. And over time, what you'd start to get is the different variables that are going to go into building the final output. Then what you'd want to do is just put together a table. So again, random example now would be of a company that's building software for Shopify. They've identified certain variables that are good indicators of what leads to a good fit customer, what leads to good fit retention. And then they would go about scoring that based on those variables. So if they got a site, what they would do then is, as the site signed up, they would enrich the data with that site so they would understand, okay, how old is that site? How many Facebook followers do they have? How many products are sold, Alexa rank and platform, and so forth. And then depending on what they get back, you can give a score to that site. Then you say, okay, they're how old is it? Like 2+ years old, they get 3 points. Products sold is 1 to 200, they get 1 point. That's 4. And then as you're going along, you're just adding up the scores. And essentially in this example, I think the maximum score you could get is 18, and the least score you can get is 0. So you understand sort of the best fit customers then are going to be the 18s. And also viewing it this way is a much better way, in my opinion, of sort of trying to classify customers. You say our ideal customer profile is companies of 100 plus that work in a specific industry, that are doing certain revenue, because you're missing a lot of good companies in the cracks that maybe don't fit the one profile, but they do really score highly on the other two. And what you see then is doing it this way, having a scoring model, and how you can see it's working really is putting that to your net MRR score or putting that to months retained. So ideally what you want to see with the score that you've built is once you're able to score all your customers that you currently have, and they each have a score. In this case, like 0 to whatever it was, 0 to 30. What you want to see is this nice curve going up. If you see the average net tomorrow retention going up as the total score goes up, that's a really good indication that you found a good way to classify customers, that you found a good way to sort of give them a score that's going to be equivalent to a business outcome that you're really pushing for as a company and ultimately leading to good retention. And then other outputs that you can do, again, just to verify that this is working, is you'd want to look at the total customer count by score. So you spread that out. You want to look at your total customer count by churn score. And then what you want to see, again, is sort of this inverse effect where you have a decline, but moreover, you have an incline for customers that have stuck around for longer. And this really sort of indicates that you've got a good model going, and it's something that you can work with and build out with the rest of the team. And again, just another viewpoint, but really just trying to see, okay, what is the makeup of customers? Does it shift? Does it change? And ultimately, like, you want to be seeing something like this where there's a big disparity between churn customers and retained customers. So to wrap things up now, how can this be used? It's all good and well. We've spent all this time trying to identify who these people are, but what are we going to do with this information? What are we going to do with the score? So I think a couple of cool things that you can do with these scores is, and depending on your data stack and your setup, you can actually start to do things like lookalike audiences and ad targeting. So if a site hits a certain score, you can automatically add them to a specific audience and then start to target customers that fit that specific audience. So you have great fit there. You can then use it to prioritize your customer interviews to know what to be building on, what you're focusing on next. Customer feedback prioritization. Not all feedback is equal. So this really helps you give you weight to some of the feedback that's coming in. A lot of times there's support constraints within an organization, trying to understand where to allocate resources. The score fits in really nicely there. And then sales and upsell opportunities. It's a perfect opportunity to understand a sales team that's really overwhelmed with leads and just doesn't know where to get started. Giving them the score is gold, because then they know where to focus the energy and time, where they're going to close more deals and they're going to ultimately keep more customers. So that's it. I see there's a few more minutes. I rushed through it. My voice is still intact. So any questions?
There are some questions. All righty. First question. Let me go to the Q&A section. Which model did you reference for innovation one more time? Andrew, what was the name of the model? What was the name of the model again?
For what?
For the innovation. So there is a book, Crossing the Chasm, but then you said that there's a model.
The worst part.
Alrighty. You said that there is a model, the name of the model.
Did I say that? That's a good question.
Go ahead and, hey, you know what? What's the answer is go ahead and read the book, Crossing the Chasm. This is exactly the book that I'm reading right now. Highly recommend.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about, I think when you're talking about as the customer market shifts from innovators to early adopters to early majority.
Yes.
I think there I was just more saying that things change all the time. So you always need to be constantly evolving your ideal customer profile. So you just need to be trying to be aware of where you are in the market, in which stage. And from there, like, understand, okay, do we need to revisit our ideal customer profile? Have we shifted enough in the market to validate another rego at this and a retake?
Awesome. Mohammed is asking how to match qualitative and quantitative, say this multiple times, kind of data that is leading to a product growth.
Yeah. So I think with the qualitative and quantitative components, I think, in my opinion, like, you cannot do any good research without both. Like, and I even think, like, a lot of organizations where we have a split focus between, like, product research and business intelligence and data analytics. We did this at Hotjar. I advocated to bring the two together, because I think in any research project, it's really important to have the what and the why, and they complement each other in a lot of ways. So a lot of times, like, you might be doing some research from a data perspective and you see something interesting, but you can't explain why. That's the perfect opportunity to get in and have some qualitative research happen, start speaking to customers, trying to understand. And the inverse as well. When you start to see patterns emerging from your qualitative research that you're doing, is people mentioning anything specific, is any specific pain point that stands out, how can you then go ahead and sort of cross-reference that with the data to validate, okay, is this what we're really seeing in our data, or is it just maybe us speaking to the wrong people potentially?
Got it. I'm seeing the sign that my internet is bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome.
I think it's a challenge, let's be honest. But I think, again, similarly, like these enrichment services, they do a really good job. So depending on where you're going at, you can qualify people reasonably well. But again, then you can reach this data through surveys yourself. So if you're not enriching customers, you can be asking certain aspects that you find valuable through your onboarding experience, like trying to make sure that you have the right segmentation properties to be able to look at the data. So I mentioned earlier, like a few different things, like how big is your company? How many employees do you have? In the B2C space, like you might be wanting to ask things like a little bit more personal, but your income or your university status, like your education degree and sort of things like this. Trying to find these properties is a bit more challenging, but there are channels like Clearbit still does a reasonable job for B2C, like individuals. A lot of them still do have emails that are able to be enriched with their profiles, with social. And then you can, again, like yourself internally, like speak to your customers, send out surveys, try gather it in a qualitative fashion.
Andrew, thank you so much. So much valuable information here. Definitely, you just killed the floor here. Thank you so much. I am dropping the link here to a Facebook group. I encourage everyone, go check it out. Join the group. It is just launched for the attendees of the summit. And I posted a photo there. I really want to know, what is the drink that you are drinking right now? Post the photo in this comment, below the comment in the Facebook group. Go ahead and post it. Andrew, I really want to see your drink as well. I think you're drinking like a hot tea or something. I want to see that as well.
Because my wife like brought it out and she's like, this is some amazing chamomile tea as well. So it's been brewing now for half an hour. I'm sure it's going to be good.
Yeah, very good. Good. All right, Andrew, thank you so much. This was fun. I hope that we're going to chat again next time when your voice feels a little bit better, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks so much, everyone. And if you ever want, just reach out to me, LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm always happy to have a chat about this stuff. So
awesome.
Have a great rest
Thanks
of the session.
Okay. Bye,
Cheers.
Andrew. And I'm going to see all of you in our next session. And that is going to be a very exciting session by Mr. Sunir. And we'll talk about partnerships. 2, 1, blast off! That's what my son loves saying. He loves rockets and everything out of space. Hey everyone, welcome back. Let me see how many people joining us so far. Alrighty, over 100 people. Awesome. Well, you will not be disappointed because this session is such an awesome session by Mr. Sunir Shah, who is the CEO of a company called AppBind. He is also a president of a company, Cloud Software Association, which is an awesome company if you are interested in partnerships, which I think you should. So, Samir, we're really excited to hear a little bit more. Can you frame the conversation, what it is that we're going to talk about right now?
Yeah, thanks, by the way, for having me here. You did an incredible job putting on a conference, which I run a conference, so hats off to you. So thanks for having me here, Natalie. So the problem we're trying to talk about today is SaaS partnerships, which for when you're scaling a SaaS company is a terrifying and mysterious problem for a lot of people because they don't really know how to manage it because you're dealing with actually other people who are between you and the market. And you'll find a lot of people saying, don't do it, I can't do it, why? But to be honest, you'll never make it. You'll never win a market without a partnership strategy because any company who wins the partnership ecosystem will lock you out of the market. And so all the unicorns have a successful partnership strategy. So if you don't get it, you're going to be in trouble. But here I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that I have learned in the last, I don't know, how old am I? 41? 23 years of working with partnerships.
Awesome. Well, also, Sunir we had a Clubhouse session a few days ago. Such an awesome session. Sunir just shared so much value. And after that, I have to tell you, I was getting some messages. Even my husband said, well, this guy knows what he's talking about for sure. So, Sunir, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Okay. So, like I said, I'm CEO of AppBind. But like, who am I really? That's a real question I ask myself all the time. I've been working in partnerships my entire software career. I did start off in the consulting side as a software developer in an SI, system integrator shop. And then as I developed in my career, I ended up also doing consulting, marketing, consulting, management consulting. But really, my background is on the SaaS side. I started the marketing and partnership teams both at FreshBooks and at Olerk Live Chat. And I founded and run the Cloud Software Association, which is the network of over 4,000 SaaS partnership leaders. And if you're interested in this talk because you're interested in partnership, you should join that. It's free. We have a really thriving Slack community, and we talk about partnership problems all day long. And if you're trying to develop your career, we have even more to offer you as well. So cloudsoftwareassociation.com. I'm also the founder of AppBind, which is bringing SaaS into the reseller or retail markets and solving the really tricky problems of how partnerships can actually sell subscriptions. Because I, obviously went crazy enough in this space that I had to solve a big problem. So I'll get to that later. But okay, let's do some table setting. SaaS partnerships are a little bit different than partnerships in general. So I just want to get everyone on the same page about what we're trying to talk about today. So most partnerships, actually pretty much all partnerships you have in SaaS, basically fall down into one of these four big blocks. Probably most of your activity are going to be brand partnerships. These are other companies who are telling your story to their customers. So yes, it could be affiliates. It could also be PR. It could be referral directories. It could be podcast interviews. It could be a lot of this stuff. And you may be thinking, well, isn't that Marcom's problem? Well, it might be, but every partnership team that actually is successful has a very successful Marcom strategy, because almost everything you're doing on a day-to-day basis is going to be co-marketing Marcom activities. So you need to have a really strong brand partnership game going on. But to be honest, the thing that SaaS partnership teams almost entirely focus on are integrations. And that's one of the advantages that SaaS has had over licensed software, is that because SaaS is on the internet, we can integrate the software over the API. And as it turned out, customers follow the data. So it's actually been a really good way to grow a SaaS company if you can integrate into a product where it has a lot of customers and there's some kind of feature or functionality that's missing that you can help solve. Customers will fall down that use case into your product, and you'll get a lot of new customers. And conversely, if you have a missing part of your product that you can't build out, integrating with another SaaS product is often a really good way to complete the whole product solution to the customer. And you'll find like most of partnerships is actually focused around integrations in SaaS. But very quickly growing are channel partnerships. These are service companies like IT consultants or marketing agencies or dev shops who, their job is not to sell software. And frankly, you're just a part to them, like a plumber would buy a pipe to fix a broken sink. But they will bring you into client solutions because their job is to solve problems for the customer. And they need your software because it gives them the power to deliver that high performance, reliable result that they owe customers. This is very quickly growing, but it is fraught with interesting problems. So almost everything here is referral based. And then finally, our distribution, which is just amplifying the other three partnerships. I won't go too much in detail, but you have media partnerships may turn into referral directories like G2 or Capterra, or an integration may turn into an app store like Shopify to Shopify App Store, or Salesforce to Salesforce App Exchange, or you can have a channel partner who's then aggregated through a disty like Pax8 or Ingram. So this is really, distribution is really doing more of the other three things. So that's great, but that's SaaS partnerships. But can we get even deeper? What is really a partnership? And any partnership really comes down to one company saying to the other company, "Hey, I love your product. How do my customers get it?" And to be honest, this was a lot easier before SaaS. It was very easy. When I was in licensed software, we literally just shipped boxes of our software to our partners, gave them a salute, and we were done. They were the easiest sales you ever had, and partner sales were the greatest. And 64% of B2B software is still sold through partners, but less than 23% of SaaS is. And why? And why is that happening? Well, the problem is that subscriptions have made it really difficult. How does a partner actually sell through a subscription? There's two problems with that. Customers have to own their own data. So how does a partner create an account that their customers control? Right. And then, of course, how do you pay for a subscription? Right. Because you're going to be on the hook, perhaps, to account for all these monthly recurring variable charges on the customer's bill. And you don't really want to be stuck paying for these things, when a customer leaves you. And this has really caused most of the partnerships in SaaS to not be really resale or distribution partnerships, but mostly referral partnerships. And integrations are really the same kind of thing. Customers are basically buying directly, right? Almost everything is direct, right? So, this is actually the problem that AppMind has solved. We found a really elegant solution where it doesn't require you building a whole new reseller portal or billing system. If subscription is just an email and credit card for most of your partners, we create a virtual email address that allows your service partners like marketing agencies, RT consultants, to create an account, see all the emails so they can manage the account, but forward them all to the customer so the customer owns the account, and pay with a virtual credit card that automatically expenses the customer plus any service fees so your partners can make money. And this is a very, very elegant solution that allows you to get these service companies into a place where they're bringing you into their managed service contracts, bringing into retainers to every client they're doing. And if this is a problem you're trying to solve with your channel partners, come talk to me. I'm happy to help you with set up your channel program and talk your ear off. This is really what I'm focused on. All right, so that's a little bit table setting. So this is probably the most important. Is there elephants? Yes, I have children at home. There's a pandemic on, and it's gym right now. That's what's happening. I can't help it. It'll be over soon. Okay, so this is the most important part of the talk for everybody, is why partnerships, right? So the issue is, I wish I could stop it now. You've really distracted me now. I was ignoring it. Okay, the most important part of the talk is why partnerships, because, the chasm again. It's my favorite thing. So, frankly, what are partnerships about? They're not just about like working with some company to get to market. A partnership person is really about structuring your company to align with the overall market and structuring the market to depend on your company so you win it, right? This is why every successful unicorn has a partnership strategy. They're really focusing on how to organize the market around your company and vice versa. And, no offense, but your customers don't care about you at all, right? They just live on, they may love you, but the issue is that they go on with their lives and they have their problems, they have their resources, they have their staff, they have their system that runs their business, they have the tools they rely on, they have the contractors that they hire, they have the trade associations they belong to, the blogs they read, the podcasts they're listening to, conferences they attend. They have their ecosystem of places they go to look for information. And when Jeffrey Moore says a market is a defined group of people who refer to each other for purchasing decisions, this is what he means. The typical customer, when they're facing the day and how do they, identify problems they may have and how to solve them, are looking at their ecosystem around them for this kind of information. And the job of marketing is to get your story told by those reference points that the customer is experiencing, right? And so this is really what the partnership team is really about, is while your VP marketing may be really good at, doing the direct marketing into the places where you can buy your way in, say blogs where you can buy ads, or Facebook where you can buy ads, or doing SEO and content marketing so that you interrupt the searches. There are some level of places where your customer is going to refer to for purchasing information that they can't get to because they require human relationships. So for instance, a customer may be using another piece of software, so you need to integrate with that company so they can talk about your product to their customers, right? You need to do an integration. Or it could be like a marketing agency, and you need to help work with them to train them up on your product and then bring them into the client deals. And therefore, you need a channel program. And that requires relationship work. So your partnership team's fundamental role, I think, is marketing rather than sales. It's doing the relationship work with these companies that are between you and the customer. And that is basically the difference between marketing and direct, right? It's just when there's a human relationship required to get to a customer, that's where you bring in the partnership team. So this is where positioning is really important. Probably half the speakers have talked about positioning here today, and April is here tomorrow, which is great. She's also from Canada, and I know her very well. So, I've read Al Rees and Jack Trout's book, Positioning, a long, long time ago, and it was amazing. You should read that, and you should read April's book, which gets really into the tactics of this, so I won't go deep into how to do this. But the positioning is really, really important, because what is positioning? It's the story your customers use to remember and separate what your product is against the galaxy of other stuff in their mind, other products, right? And if you think about what the partnership team is doing, they're relying on another company to tell your story to the customer because you're not going direct. And there's a game of broken telephone there. If your positioning is very unclear, your partners can have telling your story to their customers. So actually, it turns out great partnership people often are the people who best understand the position of your product in the market. But it goes beyond that too. Because they're working through the partner, again, your partners, no offense, they don't care about you at all either. I mean, they're focused on, I mean, they may love you, but they don't care. They can't because they're focused on their own customers, right? Their job is to sell to their customers, and they have their own position, right? And so if you want to sell through them, really, a really good partnership person, this is how all partnerships begin at the outset. You have to understand their story, right? And how your story fits into their story to make their story stronger and more vibrant so they can go to the customer with a better story, right? And every good partnership person will begin a relationship by setting the big vision with the partner. It's like, this is what the customer needs. This is what you're doing. This is what we're doing. And this is how our two stories together make a much more compelling story to go to market together, right? And that is, positioning skills are absolutely critical, and perhaps the hardest skill in partnerships. But honestly, April's done really, really hard work in putting this book together. So read it. It will definitely help a lot. So I want to give you something a little bit more tactical that you can do. I don't have time to go into this in detail, so I gave a link to like this Google Doc I've written up over the years about how to run this. I built a little game after many years of many partnership teams I've helped set up. How do you actually map the market? It can be very confusing how to map the ecosystem around your customers. It actually turns out you can do this very effectively and very quickly. If you ever played the board game Risk, I invented a game called Marketing Risk, very similar, right? What you do is you take all of the stakeholders in your company who touch the customer. Turns out they know probably a lot about the customer at this point in their, of dealing with the customer for a year or two, that they have in their minds already a pretty good idea of who the customers are talking to and why. So get VP marketing and VP sales and success and product, your CEO, yourself, all around the table together. And also helps to, hear what people think about the customer. And what you do is start brainstorming, from the customer's point of view, who is in their ecosystem, right? Like, who do they, what software products are they using? What trade associations do they belong to? What contractors are they likely to use? What blogs are they reading? Whatever. Anything that they're using for reference information to get through the day and solve problems, write it down on index cards. And you'll find that these index cards basically form countries, and they kind of group together, and they form into continents. And the continents basically arrange into a map. And you actually build a map of the market on a table, assuming you can actually be in front of anyone anymore in the pandemic. We have hope. Maybe in a couple months you can do this. And as you lay it all out, and suddenly it becomes a lot clearer for everyone in the... You guys are ruining my tracking pixels. Thanks. So that you can have all the everyone on the table seeing the map of the market, and you could see, and they can start talking through as a team where you have strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Where your competitors are strong, where you're weak, and you start laying out a strategy. I'll give you a little tip. In real Risk, in the board game Risk, never invade Asia because it's too big to attack and it's attached to too many other continents. In Marketing Risk, always invade Asia, the biggest market that's connected to the most other markets because it has the most amount of money in there and it gives you the most secondary opportunity, right? So download it, senior.org/risk. I've done this many, many times. Other people have. It is very, very fast and efficient, and it's really great. Okay, so you've done this. You mapped the market. You found your Asia with a lot of partner opportunities. Okay, what are you going to do? How do you prioritize partnerships? Okay, this is a big question because you can immediately get into a sea of noise and confusion and chaos. Most partnership teams, as you might have experienced, are done ad hoc, often because the CEO is like wandering the earth and meeting people at trade associations and having drinks. Things come in, or some things come in through sales or support. They're just randomly, and you just say yes to things, and you have the partnership person gets hired, and they see this random, dog's breakfast of partnerships. The problem is you don't have that many resources internally to go after partnerships, so you need to focus on something that you can deliver repeatable results in. The issue is your partners are not paying you any money. Like, they are indirect. So, and because they're indirect, they may or may not actually pan out. Like, some partners will fizzle out on you. Some will deliver amazing results. You're basically placing bets on each partner. So the only way to make this work is to play roulette properly. You don't put everything on 8 black or 25 red. Play in groups. put everything on red or black or even or odd or the first, second, or third grouping. Like, clump people together into similar kinds of partnerships and start building programs that you can systematically operationalize and improve, and hoping that some of the similar kinds of partners will hit and deliver results that will generate ROI, and you're learning as you go. I mean, you're basically building a new business line, just like you built the product in the first place. You're going to have to do customer development, meaning partner development, develop the operations, learn, iterate, and focus as much as you can on the fewest number of programs you can, one or two. No one ever does one, let's be honest, one or two, and focus on that until you get it to work. Because otherwise, you end up betting too many different darts in the wind, and nothing will actually stick, and you'll be just going crazy trying to run this partner or that partner. So so you've clumped your partners together into programs, right? And you're betting. How do you then prioritize between programs and between partners within the program? And this is an interesting problem that I was surprised that is really difficult for people to wrap their heads around. But if you just understand your betting, right, then you just run the statistics. So it's just an expected value computation, just like a sales pipeline. It's just that partnerships are different than sales. So you have to use a different kind of expected value calculation. So what's expected value? It's value times probability. So the value is benefit minus cost. In this case, the benefit, for instance, this is mostly around demand-based partnerships, but the benefit could be anything that generates an ROI for you. In this case, if it's a demand partnership, you might go with the size of the customer, size of the partner, and the size of the customers in that channel. So Salesforce might have enterprise customers, may like that more than, say, Infusionsoft or whatever. You can measure it that way. Then the cost is what's the engineering cost, the marketing cost to go into that channel to get you a sense of how much revenue is potentially there. And then the probability, which is by far the most important thing, by far, is first, do customers even want this? Is there customer demand? If there's no customer demand, there's nothing that's going to happen, right? Because the customers have all the money. So even your partner, no matter what your partner does, nothing will happen if the customers don't want it. But surprisingly, partner demand, or I like to call it hot to trotness, as you'll see in the spreadsheet, is more important than anything, because partner enthusiasm determines more than anything whether they will actually deliver on what they want. And a lot of people make the mistake that big, shiny company will deliver big results for you. But if they're big to you, you're small to them. You don't mean anything to them. And more often than not, the biggest logos do the least for you. And it's actually the medium-sized ones that deliver the most to you, right? And so you have to measure it based on their emotional. You have a sense, are they really engaged with you? If so, then get them, because you really want to win those relationships more than anything. Market penetration is also an interesting one. If you have a lot of customers already in that channel, it's worth doubling down on that, because then you can just capture and win that whole channel. And then what's strategic value? This is actually totally nonsense and doesn't actually generate any expected value, but sometimes your CEO does hang out with people and have a drink with people, and they'll come to you and say they really want this one, or it's a good logo. Just put it in here. Call it strategic value. It will save your bacon as a partnership manager. So your CEO has a little bit of weight on the scales. Trust me. So this spreadsheet is pretty difficult to read. So I put it on sneer.org/priority. And one more thing is you can never really estimate accurately. So I just use t-shirt size costing, small, medium, large. It's the best you can do. It's good enough. You're just trying to prioritize. You're not trying to ascertain the exact number of dollars. Okay. Do I use Porter's 4 corners analysis or Porter's 5 forces analysis to do this? You can do whatever you want. I mean, really, you're trying to analyze what's the probable value of a partner. So if you want to use Porter, that's fine. Whatever model works for you, you're just trying to rank order the probability that they're going to generate revenue. And I'd have to look up Porter again to really analyze that question, but obviously anything that generates revenue. Thanks, David. Okay, so now you've prioritized partnerships. You're going to market with them. Now your CEO is wondering, okay, what have you been up to? How do you measure the outcome of what you've been working on? Well, people make this really complicated, but it's actually really simple. I think people make it complicated because partners are indirect and they don't know how to immediately drive it directly to the customer, the bottom line. But I want to give you a really simple framework that really simplifies partner metrics. And this is what I did at FreshBooks. The first thing I did is I built a data warehouse just analyzing the customer lifecycle and lifetime value using the standard metrics, the pirate metrics. I usually use those. But the issue is the only person with money in this relationship is your customer, and so really it's their customer lifecycle that matters. So demand, conversion, adoption, retention, upsell, and referral. If customers only need partners, remember everything's driven from the customer's point of view. They only bring a partner in because they need that partner for some reason to drive them through this lifecycle. It's a company that the customer relies on to get through this. Right. And so then if you think about it that way, every partner is actually associated with pushing a customer along this life cycle. And that makes it actually a lot easier to do apples to apples comparison between you and the other teams, and also coordinate with the other teams. So for instance, if marketing is delivering MQLs to sales, you can also deliver MQLs, or you want to call it PQLs, partner qualified leads. It's basically the same thing. New top of the funnel leads. So it's either referral. Some people call it partner source pipeline. Personally, I don't care about labels, as you'll quickly see about KPIs. None of them matter to me as long as it's based around, what is actually driving the underlying customer. Or, you could have in a co-sale, partner influence revenue, partner source revenue. If it's post-sale, it could be more around success. So are they helping, if you a service partner, in HubSpot, they have their inbound marketing agencies who get customers onboarded onto HubSpot, for instance. So the onboarding metrics really matter. If it's an integration, it may be a necessary component in order to deliver the entire solution to a customer. So you want to look at integrations around adoption, retention. These metrics are all related to where in the customer lifecycle that partner is impacting. And this actually framework, this understanding of everything is related to the underlying customer lifecycle, really helps when the rest of your company is really confused about what this relationship is for. You just draw on the map. Here's the customer lifecycle, and this is where the partner is working against, right? And it should underlyingly touch this metric. And so one of the common mistakes, though, is people view all partners as being basically the same, almost always demand oriented. So for instance, like I mentioned, HubSpot agencies, it's actually much better for a service partner for you to initially refer your customers out to them, to help them get through onboarding. And then once they can build a business around you, then they'll start bringing you into other clients, and then you'll get them on demand. Another example is integrations. Customers follow the data. Some integrations, you're integrated to something that's sending data into you because you're completing a use case at another product. Some integrations, you're sending data out because that integration is post-sales, helping you get through the onboarding and success. Once you lay out, this partner is in this stage of the funnel, and this is the metric I'm trying to drive towards, it becomes a lot easier to talk about the metrics that specifically relate to that partner. And then any specific partnership metrics are really just you measuring your tactics against that partner to get them to touch that underlying customer lifecycle. This actually, I feel, makes this a lot easier. Matt Irving from WP Engine just gave an amazing talk at the Cloud Software Association last week about exactly how they're doing this at WP Engine. So you can see that on our YouTube channel as well. Okay, so that's between you and the rest of the company. This is how I measure my internal teams, because within the partnership team, okay, we're doing this stuff, right, to align the partnership, all the partners to drive the customer through the life cycle. But fundamentally, our goal is to build relationships with people in the market. When you're doing relationship marketing, I personally just use the analogy that everyone understands, which is dating. We're basically dating these partners and trying to get them to marry us in the end of the day. That's basically what I say. Put a ring on it. Now, each partner's stage may change, but the issue is, remember, they don't care about you because they don't know you, right? It's just like any dating, but they have their own customers. Like it's their kids, basically. They're not willing to bring you and introduce you to their customers until they trust you. So you have to work on it. You have to reach out to them, swipe right, or I don't know, I don't use Tinder. Is it swipe left? I have no idea. Swipe right, and talk to them. Start talking to them, get a phone call, get it going, get the vision going, right? Maybe you start doing some minor tactics, they may be, blog posts, webinars, see if there's demand. Then they'll get into a kind of a sales analogy. They'll start selling you. They say, okay, I believe in your product. I'll bring you to customers. And maybe they get so much confidence in you, like, yeah, I really need this because it's helping us fulfill our position. Remember that part of the story? That they're going to just start reselling you because they need you to complete their position to the customer. That's a ring on it, for instance, in this case, right? But there are different kinds of partners. And so how do you do it generically? So it's just a pipeline of hearts. I called it Hearts 1. And I literally drew a heart on the wall at FreshBooks and measured my partner team against it, right? And what was a Hearts 1? Yeah, you're running tactics against them, like you're dating them. One day, they're going to send an opportunity to you because they love you so much that they will just send it to you unsolicited, either because they need you or they love you. Then you won their heart, and that's the most powerful thing. And I have a checklist here for tactics for integrated partnerships, sunir.org/checklist that the Cloud Software Association put together. All right, that's it. Thanks, Natalie.
Woohoo! That was awesome. Awesome. I think partnerships, and someone else, I think Nathan Latka earlier today mentioned that is definitely something overlooked strategy. So I love this strategy. Now we have 1 minute. If there is one question that you guys and girls want to drop in the Q&A section, now is the time to do it. While you are doing this, I'm going to share a quick story. Sunir and me, we were hosting a Clubhouse session around, I think, last Friday, leading up to the summit. And the summit was longer than expected, probably like an hour and a half. And I said, Sunir, you know what? I'm like, my kids are screaming here. So can you hold the fort and like do it yourself? He's like, yes, I'll do that while I'm holding the door so that kids would not run here into my room, which was absolutely amazing. That was definitely a lot of fun.
I prioritize you over my kids. That's what I'm saying. Is that what I'm saying? I'm a terrible father.
Shh. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's 2021. It's fine. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. One question. Let's do, Sunir, do you want to pick one? I'm also looking at them. Do you want to pick one that you think is,
Q&A. What are your main partner account management, communications, account management programs? Okay. For PRMs, there are plenty. As a president of the Cloud Software Association, I love all my PRMs equally. Allbound is probably the best for com. It's also partner stack, in partner, there's a million. So come join the CSA Slack. There's actually people who've used all these things. They'll tell you what they've used and liked.
Definitely join the Slack channel. I'm there. Highly recommend.
Yes. How do you define the pricing for partnerships? I don't know what that means. Your partner's not paying you money. You mean the commissions? That's a different story.
Probably the commissions, yes.
Commissions honestly don't matter as much as you think you do. They make more money from the customers than from you. You provide the commissions not as an incentive exactly, but as to invest back in the partnership for investing time in you. That's how you have to describe it. A lot of people actually hate it when you say you're buying customers from them because it makes you feel like they're selling out their customers. Your commissions are just there to pay back their investment and time in you. You should be working together they make money from the customer, not from you.
Awesome. Thank you. We are at our time. Thank you so much. This was a fun session, Sunir. Hope to chat with you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks again. Bye.
Everyone, see you in the next session. Really quick, in about a couple of sessions, where there's going to be Rand Fishkin, who is going to take questions from the audience. It's going to be a Q&A session. So have your microphones ready, your cameras ready, and be ready to ask your questions. All righty. See you in the next session. Thanks a lot, Sunir. Cheers.
Bye.
Alrighty, and we are live. Damien, thank you so much for taking the time to join me today in this summit. Me and over 100 people. Let's not be so egoistic, Natalie. So, Damien Thompson is a co-founder of LeadFuse and also a sales coach. In fact, he was the sales coach for Justin McGill, the founder of LeadFuse, before joining the company. Damien, welcome. Glad to have you here. Can you frame a little bit the conversation, what it is that you're going to share with us today?
Yes, I'm going to try to pack a lot into a very short period of time. I'm going to talk about outbound lead generation, what we see working, talk about list building a little bit, but that's just part of the picture. It's more about, especially in times like this when a lot of the other avenues to do lead generation through events don't really exist anytime short time. So what we're seeing work from outbound and kind of a way to think about this and have some terminology to kind of be able to go out and find new customers.
Nice. Damien, take it away. Everyone, drop here if you're using LeadFuse. Great tool. Just say yes. Hey, we'll love it. Damien, take it away. Thanks a lot.
Okay, can you see my screen? Because I can't see anything right now if I got full screen.
I cannot see your screen. Can you just go ahead and reshare it again?
Yeah, 1 second.
There you go. Now we can see it.
Perfect. Awesome. So yes, like I said, I'm going to try to get through this very fast. I speak very quickly, but I've already asked the great people at User. I do have a PDF of the presentation. I will share a Dropbox link here at some point, so you can get that if you want, which will have some of the frameworks we'll go through really, really quickly. Just kind of build on what we just talked about. Who am I? I've been selling software for a long time. I've been building teams around the world, but primarily in kind of the sales and marketing space, in enterprise security. But more importantly, I'm the proud dad of these two little nuggets here. So this is why I do what I do every day, why I come to work. So talk about what we're going to learn about today. I'm going to give you some overall outbound knowledge. And so, one of the things we're going to talk about is like what works currently, what always kind of works, and then anything you want to think about how to kind of tactically do some of the things we'll talk about today. First is I'll do a great quote here from Jason Lemkin. Jason Lemkin is the CEO of SaaSter. He also founded EchoSign, pretty big, mover and shaker in the kind of startup world. The one thing he says is the phrase I like is this: outbound always works. And I agree. Outbound always works if you get two important things right. If you actually know, like I say, who you serve and how you serve them. Who's your market? What do you do for them? Why does it matter? So, outbound works because, the reality is that we are in front of our computer. We're still inbox. Slack tried to kill email, realized that wasn't the goal they had. And so email is still a very important thing. The phone is still very important, especially now when everyone's working from home. We're seeing connection rates for outbound cold calling being, worth time again, where we are seeing maybe low single digits there for a while. We're seeing, 10, 20, 30% connection rates now because, again, people are actually from home. The biggest thing, though, about outbound working is the same way that anything works in marketing. You have to know what problem you solve. Like, why do people, what's the intent? Like, what can you actually do to help people? And so when we talk about those kind of two requirements for outbound to work, it comes down to two things. The first is the quality of the list. And when I say the quality of the list, I don't just mean how accurate it is. Yes, accuracy absolutely matters. And we find that it is one of the biggest lacking indicators in most kind of data tools or data providers these days. They're just scraping it from some social networking site or something like that. So you definitely want it to be accurate, but more important than just accurate, it's about, actually who they are, right? What are they the person you should be talking to? It doesn't matter if I give you accurate lead data if that person doesn't really have anything to do with the decision process for what you sell. So you got to have an accurate list of ideal customers. And the second piece is you need to have a powerful offer. And when I say a powerful offer, I don't actually mean what is your, like a special offer, like a deal? I mean, like, what do you offer them? Like, what is the thing you do? What do you solve? And then specifically for outbound, what is an actual offer? What is the hook? How do you get them interested? How do you rise above the noise of everyone else? We talk about how outbound always works. Well, I'll say that right now is a very difficult time for outbound. And it's because everyone's doing it. Now, most people are doing it very poorly. So if you do it well, you've got a chance to stand above. But, there aren't conferences right now. There aren't, lunch and learns. We're not going to people's offices to sell. And so, the everyone's big avenue to get in front of people is social or email or phone, but some version of outbound. So it's noisier than it's ever been. And so you want to make sure you can rise above that noise by having a powerful offer. So we'll talk quickly about list building. This is not going to be like a demonstration of how to use LeadFuse. We've got a great way to build lead lists, and you're free to check us out and check out a free trial. But more importantly, just kind of overall, it doesn't matter what you're using, whether you did it manually or used a tool like ours. You have to think of your target market. Who's a good customer? What I kind of like to do here is the exercise I do a lot is, I talk to someone and say, well, who's a good customer? Well, anyone with money. Well, that's not a target market, right? So who's your ideal customer? And if you have trouble with this, I think a great exercise to think about this is look at your current customers. Think of the 2 or 3 of your favorite customers. What characteristics do they share? Are they the same size? Are they in the same industry? Are they the same kind of position or role? Are they the same age of the company being older? So it's all about what are the traits they have and what makes them your favorite. Because if you find some similarities, which you normally will among those 2 or 3 kind of ideal favorite customers, that becomes a good blueprint for future customers. LinkedIn. LinkedIn is, I think, the bane of many people's existence. It's the most positive and negative part of our lives as an entrepreneur, as a founder, as a salesperson. But there's some really good information there. And so when we look at LinkedIn, we're not looking just for, a way to find contact details or find the right person in the right organization, but kind of give some insight to them. You look at LinkedIn, you can tell a lot from someone's LinkedIn profile. I sell a lot of times to engineers. That's a lot of times with some of the roles or founders who are technical by nature, and so you can see a lot of times like the way they present themselves is different than maybe a marketer would or a salesperson would. So what you can find from LinkedIn is not just the kind of the data, not just the kind of the data points and the understanding of who they are, but also what kind of language do they use? What is some terminology? Are they very acronym heavy? Are they not? So knowing your audience and how to communicate them is a very important thing as well. The web presence. Look at their website. Not just for contact details, not just for that one thing to say, hey, I checked you out, but just take a look again. Are they heavy in content marketing? When they do content, is it more about them or their product or service? Is it more about kind of trying to solve problems for their customers? How often do they update it? So these are going to give you good signals into, if you're selling a marketing tool, marketing SaaS or a marketing service, and you go to someone's website and they don't really have a blog or they haven't really updated in a long time, or, it looks like some 1999 GeoCities kind of blog, then, trying to go in there and talk about style and substance probably is not going to be the angle you want to take, and so getting some more insight is the way we want to use this. We talk a lot about customers, getting involved later in the sales process because they have all the information at their fingertips, which is 100% accurate. When I first started selling in the late 90s, as a sales rep, your job was kind of to be the encyclopedia. You were supposed to know your product and the market and your competitor's product. And you'd come in and talk to the big companies and you do the dog and pony show where you'd kind of deliver all that information to them. Well, that doesn't happen anymore. Thank God, because now that's not your job anymore. Your job is not to be a walking brochure. Your job is to understand your customer, understand the market, understand their problems, their trials, their tribulations. So, we get past the demographic data. And one of the big things we're looking for today is you want to rise above that noise is, you can, go to LinkedIn, you can buy one of 100 different lead tools that can tell you, based on size of the company or age of the company. But what we're looking for these days is intent. What is some buying intent? What are some signals that customers will send out to us that they're actually interested or not even interested, but they're looking? And so, but what could be prime for us? So for example, in Lead Fuse, what we have a very heavy focus on these days is those buying signals. Things like, are they hiring? What kind of roles are they hiring for? What kind of technology are they currently using? Are they using a competitor on their site? Have they just switched? Have they just changed from one CRM to a different CRM? What kind of news do they have in the paper? Have they made some big change internally? Finding a reason to reach out, finding a reason to not just send some generic spammy email is the key here. The days of just sending out hundreds or thousands of kind of cold email attempts automated daily and hoping for a 1 or 2% response rate, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. First of all, you're spamming. Stop it. Don't be a spammer. But secondly, you're adding no value to the situation. And so what you want to do is you want to come with insight. And so if I know that you've just hired a brand new marketing position, I then go look at that person on their LinkedIn profile and see what their background is. I now have some insight to reach out to them. And not just a, hey, congratulations on the job, silly prompt you get from LinkedIn, but more specific, give them that 90 days. Reach out to them on day 91 of them starting the job, right? Look, I understand the first 90 days of a new executive's role is to put the plan together. Awesome. Congratulations. You've passed that one, day 91. Now what? Right? And kind of talk about how you can probably help them. I want to talk about when I say an offer, what I mean from an outbound point of view. You have to understand that you always keep in mind that when you do outreach of any kind of outbound, you're a stranger. Just because you've determined they're a good fit for you, right? They fit your ideal customer because of their size and industry and all those indicators you have. They have no idea who you are. So just because they potentially are an ideal customer for you doesn't mean you're an ideal supplier for them. So, you need to be confident you can help, but, they're going to be skeptical. So, when they're skeptical, you want to make sure you have that in the back of your mind. You want to make sure you're always thinking about them, right? And so kind of how you phrase things in their terminology. An offer is not your offering, right? So no one cares what you do. Nobody. No one cares what you sell. No one cares how long you've been selling it. What can you do? What problem can you solve for them? Is what you solve is it on their top 3 priority list I talk about? If you sell something that's one of those nagging things that, maybe it's number 7 or 8 on this to-do list, yeah, you might get some enough attention to talk about it, but they'll never take action. So you have to find a way to frame that into the bigger win of, what are their priorities? What are they focused on? How can you help them achieve their goals, not just sell your own? So a couple of examples of like bad offers from outbound, asking for a meeting way too fast. Talking about kind of intro calls or free consultations. Everyone knows your intro call / free consultation is a sales call. No one wants a sales call, right? And nobody, even if they want to buy something, they don't want a sales call. So really don't try to offer too much. When you offer, quote unquote, a free call to them, what you're really saying is, hey, I want your time and I want your attention. Understand that during the prospecting kind of sequence, we're looking at not just, you're at the end of it, maybe we get their money, right? We ask them for money, they become a subscriber, or they buy our service or product. But the entire time during that engagement, we're actually selling their time and attention. We're asking for their time and attention. That's a very hard sell. Like, you've got to get it. You've got to earn it, and the way to earn it is to make it about them. So a real quick important principle is, in order for your offer to have value, for it to be valuable, you must offer value to them in their eyes. They get to choose, not you. So yes, you might sell your services. You might coach people. You might, your consulting packages of hundreds of dollars an hour, and you legitimately are going to give them half of, 30 minutes of your time. There is value to you for that. You could sell that time, but there might not be, if you can't explain to them why there's value, it's not valuable to them. So that's the difference, and that's the disconnect. You always want to kind of frame it from their point of view. What's in it for them? All right, all interest is self-interest. Want to breeze through really quickly a couple of different offer frameworks, just some ideas here. We've got about 20 or so we talk about, in some of the training we have, and I'll link to that later. But just kind of hit a highlight here of a couple. So one is, when you're reaching out, instead of asking for their time, instead of asking for a meeting, instead of asking for these things, offer things of value to them. So example could be a checklist. When I say a checklist, I mean, maybe it's a one-page PDF. How do you what are the mistakes people make over and over again? Right. So you're putting a list together. You are help people with their paid ads, whether you're a paid ad, maybe you're a monitoring SaaS, maybe you're a service provider of some sort. You found someone who's spending money on ads. You want to reach out to them and say, hey, notice you're making this mistake. We've put together this checklist of the 7 key mistakes people make when they do ads for the first time, or looks like you're just starting to get into Twitter advertising or TikTok or whatever it happens to be. But the idea of saying, hey, let us share some of this knowledge with you that might help you get a win. Give value before you ask for anything. Next, offering partnerships, joint ventures. A bad way to do this is say, hey, let's swap guest blogs, or hey, let's, join my affiliate program. No one wants to join your affiliate program, right? No one cares about that. Even, the very largest system integrators in the world, they don't care about the 20-25% margin they make on selling even hundreds of thousands of dollars of software. They want to sell services on the back end. They want to sell long-term contracts, whatever it happens to be. Understand those people that you serve. Who do you serve? Find other people that serve that same audience. Find ways that add value for the audience, not just you. And if you can find that, that's a great way to reach out to potential partners and say, look, looks like we serve this kind of persona. Here's how we solve it. It looks like you solve it this way. It would make sense for us to have a quick chat to see if we can't help each other out, kind of do a better job delivering value to our shared audience. Now, put ebook here. Be careful with the word ebook. People get scared of this now. But, the idea here is, if that information you figured out for your checklist, those 7 mistakes people make, and don't do the blog posty 7 mistakes everyone makes, but the idea of whatever that is, if you want to go deeper on that, it's a great way to kind of show this. So this is kind of content marketing 101 stuff here. This can be, I've seen it work really, really well. Look, it depends on your space, where you can literally show them, show them your work, show them everything you do. So maybe you are an applicant tracking system, or you do a recruiting process or system of some sort. You could map out your exact hiring process for an engineer or for a sales rep, and show the level of detail it takes to get in there. Show all the work it takes into it. And you're going to find that, you're going to find that 10% that take all that information, never pay you a penny. That's fine. They go out to the world. The world's a better place. They're doing a better job recruiting. They're doing a better job growing our industry. But you're also going to get that 10% that says, wow, that's a lot of work. I don't want to do that. Maybe I should talk to you. Maybe we should talk to you. And now you've owned that kind of thought leadership space. A trial or a free service, we get used to, especially in the software world, we kind of forget there's value in a trial. Well, there should be value in a trial. If you can figure out a way to add even more value into a trial, this can become a very powerful framework to do outbound. So let's say you've got a 14-day trial or a 30-day trial. Could you make it a 60 or 90-day trial? Could you do a trial with maybe your concierge onboarding that you only normally do for people to actually pay? Can you deliver a result? The goal would be, when you look about customer success, when someone signs up, you want to get to that aha moment as fast as possible, right? If you're a monthly subscription, if you're doing a monthly SaaS, you want to show value especially in the first 30 days, but really in the first kind of 14 days, really our demos and trials should be the same. Can we deliver them a successful result of some type in that shortened time period? Because it becomes much easier for them to say yes, becomes much easier for us to kind of, to get them to kind of engage with us on the outbound. A demonstration, reaching out to someone and telling them, hey, I want to show you a demo of my tool is not going to work. Right? Reaching out to someone and say, hey, I see you're doing this. I noticed on LinkedIn you were talking about hiring someone. You were talking about growing this. You're talking about frustration with your marketing automation tool, whatever it happens to be. I'd love to show you how we solve that specific problem for people. I'd love to show you how you could potentially do that. And again, focus on offering value to them in their eyes. A guarantee, guarantees are powerful things. Be careful here. You don't want to get into that kind of late night infomercially kind of space of guarantees, but there's value here. If do you have a money back guarantee? If so, do you talk about it? Do you have a you only get paid if you make money, if you receive a result, whatever that guarantee might be. It's okay to use that as an offer. Now, I'm not saying that's the first email you send and say, don't make it the first email you send, but you can literally kind of daisy chain these together. Talk about them, talk about their problems, talk about talking to other people like them, what problems they have, then start talking about some of the offers you can help them. Here's a checklist that might help you solve this problem. Here's a demonstration of how we could actually help you solve this problem. Here's an extended trial to help you solve this problem. Whatever that happens to be, it doesn't have to be one of these. You can put them together, obviously test, move forward. Webinars, summits like we're on now, be careful here. A lot of people, you're asking for their biggest time and attention. So if the biggest transaction we're making before they give us money is their time and attention, this is one where you're asking for a lot of it. The more you're going to have more value. There needs to be more value there. It needs to be something like this, like the summit, where there's just jam-packed with so much value that's worth attending. If it's just you doing one, then you need to really solve a big enough problem for them, or really attract their attention for them to attend. But where you can really be powerful is not focusing on attending webinars. Get them to contribute. Reaching out to them, experts that are in your market that buy what you sell, getting them to get on to come and be a part of this, be a part of your solution set to your customers. This is, it appeals to their ego, it makes them want to enjoy more, but also now they're going to give you this network effect. Rather than them just attending, now they're going to show up and contribute, which is great for you, ideally, if they're an expert, they're authority in the space, but also they're going to bring their audience. They're going to tweet out their audience they're coming. They're going to let the people know they're a part of it. We can pass this one. Great. It's an audit. So I think this is one of the ones I see that have the most success, especially if you have a high dollar SaaS or a service of some sort. And that is, can you take what you sell? You sell a $5,000, $10,000 service of some sort, kind of service package, or, a high dollar enterprise SaaS. Can you figure out one problem you solve, and can you offer that for free, or for, it's, very, very low money? And so an example could be, potentially you do, very high level SEO audits and, kind of SEO content marketing frameworks, and really kind of help them kind of achieve their SEO results they want to achieve. Can you do a specific thing for them? Can you target one keyword that they're ranking on the second page and give them specific ideas of how to get that to the first page, or they're ranking 7th to 2nd, or whatever it happens to be? But like figuring out a way to sliver out a specific one deliverable piece that you offer. Again, this comes down to bandwidth and value. So the higher the dollar value, the higher the lifetime value of a customer, the more you can offer this. But this is a very powerful thing to do. And this is one of the things I see people respond to the best if you're solving a problem that's meaningful to them. The worksheet is kind of just an example of like the checklist like we talked about before, where the checklist might be kind of a little bit loose, just kind of higher level. The worksheet can be an actual SOP. Hey, here's how you go step by step solving this problem. Here's what this looks like. In our world, a lot of times that might be, we help people define their ideal customer profile. So here's a 4 or 5 page workbook of how you kind of help yourself, exercises for how do you kind of put yourself in the right frame of mind to solve the problem you need to solve. Consultation, similar to an audit. This could be like a high level consultation, like cut it down to one small thing. Again, be very careful here. You're not offering the free consult, the free call, the free, planning session, all that nonsense that everyone knows is just a sales call. It actually needs to be some level of value. So, I've worked with a company that did kind of a book in a box type of thing. They built, wrote books for authors, or built courses for authors, that sort of thing, for authorities. And what they did was say, hey, we're going to help you determine what course you should offer. So we're going to work with you for 45 minutes, and we're going to go through a bunch of ideas. We're going to give you a bunch of work to do, ideation work on the back end. You're going to come together, and then we're going to determine together what you should go build your course on. We're not going to charge you for it. You can go build it yourself, whatever. And in doing that, what happens is they engage them. You show your expertise, and then you're going to win some of those businesses. Some of those people say, "Hey, that's awesome. Can you actually do this for us?" A free tool. HubSpot is crushed this. This is one of the, this not just like a free version of your software tool, but actually like a free tool, whether that's the, content marketing grader like HubSpot did, or, some sort of, the Empire Flippers who are like a business, their business expert, excuse me. They sell businesses. So they're brokerage, where they have like a website or a business valuation tool. So you go to their site, you can kind of figure out what your business is worth if you wanted to sell it. And so like that's a really clever, fast, potentially viral way to offer value and demonstrate your expertise in a niche. And then one of the last ones I love is this idea of inviting them to a survey or a report. Hey, we're investigating, we're talking to 100 CMOs of companies of this size to find out these 3 questions. Would you like to contribute to this? And at the end of it, we will give you this report that we're going to charge $197 for or whatever. Just gives them a way to kind of engage them and move forward. So I'm going to run past the rest of these real quick. Like I said, we're going to get to the end. So I'll share at the end. So you've got them. We've got another dozen or so on the site as well. I just want to wrap up real quickly that the real key points here are, you need to know who you serve and how you serve them. Who is your market? What problems do they have? What problems can you help them solve that are important to them? Next, my number one Damianism is all interest is self-interest. What I mean by that is it's not about you. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you do it. It matters to them. What are their goals, their hopes, their aspirations, their dreams, their fears, all of those? Like, how do you help them get through that? That's what matters. Next is go to the gym every day. Outbound is a process. It's, you need to do it an hour every day. You can't do it 5 hours on Friday, right? You don't go to the gym for half a day, 1 day a week. You need to go every day, right? It's the same idea in outbound. It's a muscle. It's a memory. You need to kind of get out there and kind of just get that machine going. I see a lot of times that people, we see that feast or famine cycle where they go out and they just really, prospect, 6-7 hours a day for a week or two, fill the funnel and leave it alone again. And so there's always peaks and valleys. You want to be more consistent in that. Just do it an hour every day. Don't bite off more than you can chew. And then the last is kind of values in the eye of the prospect. So yes, your time is valuable. You should protect your time. You should know that what you offer is valuable. You should know that your free trial is valuable. You should know that what you offer is valuable, but it doesn't matter if they don't perceive it that way. So your job is to help them perceive the value in what you offer. So with that, I'll kind of open up to any questions we might have. The other thing is that any questions you have that we can't answer here in the next few minutes, I'm more than happy for you to email me wide open to Damien@leadfuse.co. Email me any questions. I'm happy to kind of respond back in any way I can and give you my answers as much as possible.
All righty, there are a few questions in the Q&A. If you just, everyone, if you want to drop a few questions there, we already have one question from David. So Damien, go ahead and take a look there as well.
Yeah, okay. So Q&A, how do I get the Slack channel? What is this?
So you see feed there, session, and then feed, and then to the right of it, there's Q&A.
Yep. So I'm on Q&A. Someone's asking about Slack, I'm saying. I don't think that's a question for me.
Okay. Oh, I see now what you're saying. Yeah. Value-packed session for sure. There's so much information and so many people do this wrong, right? The cold outreach. So everything that you shared, I think just resonates with so many people.
Yeah, I the long and short of this is just, I tell people all the time, if you don't want to get marked as spam, people overthink this. Like, I'm going to warm up my IP. I'm going to do this. I'm going to throttle this. Just don't send spam emails. Don't be a spammer. Just don't act like that. Offer value. Imagine that you're the person receiving the outreach, whatever that is, whether it's a phone call or an email. And would it be something you'd want to see? Is there value in the email to someone other than just, hey, I want your money?
All righty. There are a bunch of questions there. So if you could just check it out.
Yeah. So let's jump in here. So what do you reckon the best place to lead prospect daily is? This is going to depend on everything. So the answer is this. Like I said, it's very hard right now. It's a difficult time because everyone's doing it poorly, but they're doing it. Omni-channel is the way to go. So what I'm seeing having a lot of success is, reaching out via social, reaching out via email, and by phone. Phone is the place you want to be for the most part if you've got an LTV of in the thousands of dollars plus. the phone is where you want to spend all the time. I know it's scary, but it's the place you're actually going to have the most success these days, frankly. And think of kind of your emails or your social attempts as almost marketing touches versus expecting a big return on each one. Don't spam people on LinkedIn. No one wants to get your automated response, cold email via LinkedIn outreach, but actually go and engage with them. Go look at what they post. Put a clever comment on their page, and then don't ask for something right away. Right. So kind of go and start to engage with your market first, then kind of reach out later on. So best way to inspire your team to go to the gym every day? It's a good question. I think that one of the things I talk about a lot is just it needs to be clear that's part of their role. If they're part of their job is they have to do this, you have to set clear expectations. Look, part of your job is 25 people, added to the outreach every day, and that means that they go spend 5 minutes researching them on LinkedIn, spend 3 minutes customizing the first email, whatever that happens to be. But the more definition, the key to driving sales success is clarity of what expectations you set for the salespeople and then managing them to those expectations. And they're both hard. They're both hard to kind of make sure you actually ask them to be clear on what you want for them to do. And the other is you're going to have to manage them. You have to make sure they're doing it. Like that is a job of a leader, is to make sure that once expectations are set, they're being met. Absolutely get the slides. I'm going to share. They're going to a Dropbox link or something. Get the slides. Absolutely.
Awesome. We are right at our time. Thank you so much, Davian. Such a value-packed presentation. You just packed so much into this short 30-minute session. Thank you so much. Hey, everyone, be ready and prepare your microphones and cameras because we are going to have a Q&A session with Rand Fishkin, and I'm going to bring you on stage to ask the question that you are going to have for Rand. So stay tuned for that. Damian, thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie.
Alrighty, we expect this session to be a little bit different. So I know, take a Mac, I know, right? For some reason, he's an Android user as well, so he doesn't have an iPad. So probably just, Android is his thing, and Windows is his thing. Anyway, this is going to be probably an exciting session. Hopefully, Red is going to join anytime, any minute. But have your microphones ready, have your cameras ready, because I'll try and bring you on stage so that you get a chance to ask your question live. We only have 100 people. Oh no, if you could just forward this to your friends and say, hey, join for a Rand session, I would highly, highly appreciate that. All right. So my first question is, anyone read Rand's book? Okay, drop yes or no here in the chat. I really want to know if you read his book. To prepare for this session, I read the book, to be honest, just recently. And so much value. And the information that usually people share with me when they say that they've read Rand's book, and they usually talk, first of all, about VC right away. VC and the problems with VC and like all the funding problem. And I got completely different impression from the book. I mean, Brand is sharing there so much personal stuff, so much stuff that any founder needs to be aware of. And I think just, not enough people think about this. Like, I'll share with you a couple of things, and then if you can, just drop your thoughts here in the chat. I would love to hear them. But a few things that he mentions is that he clung for too long for work that should have been delegated a long time ago, thinking that he's the only person who could do it. And he's saying that's something that was holding him back, him and his entire team. Okay, there's Brand. Let's see. People. Can I find Brand here? All right. So that is... Give me 1 second. Can everyone hear me? Because there looks like there was some disconnection there. Can you drop it if you... Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So this is one of the things that no one talks about. Second is he published 1,000 blog posts before readership achieved the value that he wanted to. So for 3 years, he was publishing blog posts and they weren't going anywhere. So for 3 years, he's been, working on his craft. And now when he's publishing his blog posts, now he has the audience. But before that, he did not. Right. And then, one interesting point that startups carry its founders' baggage. I am really interested to hear your thoughts. If this is something that you had, problems with, or you think it is true for your startup as well. I think it is so true. Like if you're a technical founder, you're a software engineer, and you don't have management experience, then this is your baggage, right? If you are great at managing people, but you suck at you're not a technical background, well, this is probably your baggage, right? Next, company values. So it looks like Ran is very heavily taking it very seriously, company values. And so in his book he talks a lot about company values, just period. And so definitely highly recommend for you to check it out as well. MVP hangover is an interesting term that he's using in his book. I wonder if anyone heard this term before, but he is basically in his book, he's saying that if your company has a big following, then do not release a half-baked product. Do not release an MVP, because this is just going to screw up your reputation. And he calls it EVP, exceptional viable product. So when you already have an audience, do not launch a half-baked product. He also shares a lot about the anxiety, severe anxiety, and a lot of other things in his book, which I think are just absolutely amazing. Definitely recommend for everyone to pick up the book. Alrighty, Rand, here you go. Welcome, welcome. We are so glad that you made it. Technology is making it hard. I know, like for the past 2 years, it's been crazy, right? But we're so glad to have you here, Rand. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Natalie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Alrighty, awesome. So, Rand, the session today is, first of all, let me do a quick intro. Rand is the co-founder and CEO of SparkToro. He's dedicated his professional life to helping people do better marketing through his blogging, videos, speaking, and his book, Lost and Founder. And I cannot recommend this book enough. I think a lot of people think that the book is about something else, and it's just definitely worth everyone to take a look at it. Rand, so the title of the session that we discussed is Marketing Prior to Product Launch, although I'm going to try to make this session a little bit more active, and so that I'm going to bring people to actually join us live and ask you questions live, if that's okay. While everyone is preparing their cameras and microphones, if you could just share like a little bit, frame the conversation, if this is something like marketing prior to product launch, what it is that you've been doing at SparkToro, anything that you really, have any thoughts on this subject?
Sure, yeah, happy to. So we definitely have done a lot of pre-launch marketing, and I think it's actually absolutely essential to build up your audience and your network before you launch your product. And that is it's really two reasons. It's, the obvious one is because it will help you get customers early on. I think that's a clear, an obvious path, a very smart one. There are a ton of founders who unfortunately spend months or years building products, launch them, and then try to do marketing and are like, hey, should I be doing SEO or content or social or PR? Yes, but you should have been doing that for the last 2 years. And then the second reason that's super important is because building that audience first approach will give you a ton of market validation. It will let you know whether the people who are in your target cohorts of customers are actually interested in what you're building. If you think about the reason why Kickstarter or Indiegogo or campaigns that function like that are so successful, or in the video game world, the Steam Early Access, or in tons and tons of subreddits, there's all these ideas of, hey, we're building this thing. Are you interested? You can follow along here. And that garners a tremendous amount of attention and excitement when the product is a right idea at the right time for the right market in the right place. If you don't do that, you're just shooting yourself in the foot when it comes to doing the marketing later. It is so much easier to launch with an existing audience who cares about what you're doing, who wants what you have to sell, and who's going to help you amplify it. And those are the same people at SparkToro, we had about, I think it was around 18,000 people who signed up to basically, be notified when we launched. And that was about 16, 17 months between, the start of the company and our first initial launch. That was huge for us, right? Without that group, we could not have, just to give you a sense of where SparkToro is, it's, launched last April, sort of got to profitability in September, and now we're, growing, doing all right. And I think that would not have been the case. We would not have been able to get profitable quickly if we had not had that huge cohort of people who were interested in what we were doing for a year plus before we launched.
Awesome. Everyone drop here in the chat if you are able to, if you see the option to raise your hand, if you can, and if you want to, go ahead and raise your hand, and I'm gonna let you in here to the stage and for you to ask the questions. Rand, can you share a little bit more about SparkToro? I know that there's been recent developments for the past few weeks, I want to say.
Yeah, let's see. So I can explain what SparkToro is in brief.
Please do.
So it's we basically make software. It's self-service software. So similar to my previous company, Moz, it's in the marketing space, but not in SEO. SparkToro is essentially an audience research and market research tool. So it helps you understand any online audience and what they read, watch, listen to, follow, subscribe to. So Natalie, for example, we might go find, we have about 76 million or so profiles in our database, and these are all public online profiles. So we might say, oh, here, Natalie, we found your LinkedIn profile, and that points to your Twitter, and that points to, I don't know, a YouTube profile and a Pinterest profile and an Instagram profile. And okay, that's all one profile. We're going to crawl those just like Google would crawl them, assuming they're public, right? We don't crawl any private information. And then we'll sort of store that data without the personally identifiable information. So we don't have your name or address or anything like that. It's just, oh, okay, whatever. Your bio and profile says growth and marketing. So when someone searches for, I'm looking for people in the United States who describe themselves as growth marketers, boom, right? We pull back, your anonymized profile and 6,712 other profiles, and then we aggregate the data and say, okay, what podcasts do they subscribe to? What YouTube channels are they listening to and following? Who are they following on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Pinterest? What words and phrases they use to describe themselves? What hashtags are they using? And so then you can use all that data to do more effective marketing and to understand your audience better and to target your ads better and to do better content campaigns, all that kind of stuff. It's a super pain in the butt to do manually. It's just pulling teeth to try and do that. But with SparkToro, you can do it in, 12 seconds flat.
For sure. I was probably one of the first people who were invited to check it out. So definitely everyone check out. Very sophisticated system, providing a lot of valuable information. Plus there's, I think, a freemium version as well, where every month you get in a couple of searches. So do check it out. Alrighty.
We have a forever free plan that is essentially, 10 searches per month, and you can just use it forever free. In fact, we have about 30,000 people who just use the free version, which is great. They're very happy using the free version. And then if you want more, there's paid options too.
Awesome. So I am going to hand the microphone to our couple of people who raised their hands. And the first person here is it Emil?
Yeah, this is Emil Sire.
All righty.
It's I'm one of the fans. I listened to your book 3 times on Audible.
Wow.
So, even my wife actually listened to it once.
Oh my gosh!
Because she was trying to get to know what kind of hurdles a startup founder can have. So I said, "You want to actually know what is it? Now listen to this." And then
that's awesome.
We both are a fan. Thanks a lot for the book. So my question is. As a technical founder, I have this always the urge of building new features, and then the feature creep kind of makes me scared of going to market. And I built a tool called Zook, and I was like literally stashing it. Somebody told me, at least announce it on Product Hunt. I did it 1.5 years ago, and then it just didn't catch anything because I didn't do it properly like a marketeer would do. And then I again went to the product like feature building loop, and then that never ends. And until now, we went to AppSumo, and then it was not a success because I'm not a marketeer and I couldn't build a proper user onboarding. So for all technical founders, without having a marketeer besides them, a salesperson besides them, somebody who just knows how to code, what are your top 3 advices that we should listen to when we want to launch something or pre-launch something? I would love to hear that, and thank you so much in advance for that.
Sure. So let's see. I would strongly recommend that you find a small group of sort of right fit customers, hopefully through your network. If you don't yet have your network, I would build your network before you build your product, generally, if you possibly can. If not, I might take some time off from feature building to start to build out that network with those right customers. If you have a few of those people, what's great is you can be in regular touch with them, whatever it is. I had a lot of like monthly calls set up with early SparkToro users. They were using like an alpha version. It was super crappy. The interface was bad. It like barely worked, but whatever. It didn't matter, right? Because they were using the product. And so I could talk to them about why were they using it? What were they using it to accomplish? What did they care about? What was their job? Like, what were they working on right then? And then you can go find more people like them, right? So if it's, okay, my product is perfect for, I don't know, chemical engineering consultants in the UK and Canada. Like, they're the ones who are really, interested in what we're doing. Okay, what makes them excited about the product? And then how do I find more people like them? I could go to whatever, LinkedIn or Twitter, or I could search through email databases or what have you. And then I could go to a directory or a conference or an event, and I can find more people like them, and I can get in touch with them and start to ask them about what they might be interested in. I can ask my existing users for some introductions, and I can start to figure out, okay, what does that audience pay attention to? What do they care about? What are they talking about online and off? What publications do they read? Who do they follow, right? All those kinds of things, so that I can go do marketing in all those places to more people, like the people who are already right fit customers. It's kind of a copy paste thing, right? Like, you have some people who find Zook really valuable. Hopefully, like, 10 or 12 is like an ideal starting point. And then you try and replicate what it is about them that makes them great customers, and go find more people like that. I really like that. The folks from Conversion Rate Experts, I think it's have a really good sort of, let me see if I can find it. It's conversion-rate-experts.com, but they've got like a process where they describe how they do the, essentially the technique of taking one audience, replicating it, and then using the way that your existing customers describe your value proposition to sell to future customers. I will try and find that and send it to you. It's definitely on this page that I'll put in the chat, but I can't find exactly the one that it is. But in any case, that is the process that we use, and I like it a ton.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Alrighty, awesome. I'm gonna kick you out from the stage, and then we really only have one more person. I think it's just you're intimidated or what? One more person waiting here, raising his hand. Elton, I'm gonna let you in right now. Everyone else, we still have 10 more minutes of Rand's time, so feel free to raise your hand. We have a couple more brave souls. Alrighty, Elton, you're on.
Thank you, Rand, and thank you, Natalie, for the conference. Are you able to help me? Are you able? Voice is clear.
I'm sorry. Am I able to?
Sorry.
Yes,
Are you
yes,
able
we're
to hear?
able to hear you. Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm actually a big fan of yours at SparkToro because I use the ones on the audience development to find the gimbal, stabilizer, camera, like audience profiling. So my question is that right now, because of the marketing, like experience-wise, and I'm trying to figure out omni-channel way of reaching out from which channel should users go through for awareness, and then subsequently going for more on brand awareness and also conversions. Like, is there a recommendations like how we can use the tool better? Because I saw on the LinkedIn you have done a demonstration versus the Facebook interest, which I find it interesting. So I thought if you have a use case on that, that would be very helpful. Thanks.
Sorry, you're talking about a use case specifically for SparkToro?
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of omni-channel strategy.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, obviously the product, generally speaking, is designed to show you tons of channels, right? It doesn't just
Yes.
it will never show you just one. Even social will have all the little icons for like the different spots where you can reach people. But yeah, I don't know that I have like here's a specific demonstration for omni-channel. My general advice is to pick a couple of channels that work well for your audience, right? So if you go and you're searching SparkToro, for example, and you see, oh, lots of people in my audience subscribe to a handful of podcasts. Well, maybe podcast marketing is a really good place for you to start, right? And then you should add that to your sort of task list as, oh, I should try and pitch some podcasts to either sponsor them or get mentioned on them, or maybe I can be a case study for some of them, or I can get introduced to the podcast host and maybe be a guest, those kinds of things. If you see, on the other hand, that it's YouTube channels, or you see that it's maybe there's a few websites that really reach your target audience, it could be a content marketing play. It could be a social play. But yeah, SparkToro is not trying to be prescriptive about which marketing you should do. It's just telling you, here's where your audience is, pay attention.
Okay. Because I'm trying to use yours versus similar web, like just an open disclaimer. Like there's this kind of experiment that I'm trying out, like how do I make marketing more efficient? But I think your audience tool is very good, seriously. I kind of like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, on the efficiency side, it's like a little challenging because I think that when you try to, especially in early stages, when you try to scale marketing quickly and fast to reach lots of people, you oftentimes lose the targeting and the effectiveness and the messaging. Well, I think this is why a lot of startups, like, they love going after ads, especially venture-backed startups, love going after ads because they are scalable, but the cost of customer acquisition is super high. You're competing against everyone. The targeting often sucks. It's really tough to tell which messaging is resonating and working. Like, I don't always love it.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot, Eldon.
Yeah,
cheers. We have one more brave soul, and that's Kach from Armenia, Yerevan.
Hello.
We have people from all over the world.
Awesome.
I'm really happy for this opportunity. And I really love your book because it relates to me very much because of I'm trying to establish my consulting business and transform it to a SaaS business afterwards. So that's why it's all about your book, and I'm trying to build my business framework based on your thesis that's covered in the book. So I have two questions to you. One is, when will be the ideal time for the transformation from consulting to the SaaS?
Mm-hmm.
And are there any secret tips that you haven't covered in the book that you would recommend for businesses like mine?
Gosh. So let's see, on the oh, I think I'm getting an echo. What am I doing wrong?
No, I think it's a Kach, so I just muted him.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, so on the switch from consulting to software, I think that's a really, really tough thing to do. And it is, if in Lost and Found, right, I kind of talked about, like, I don't think it's a great idea for everyone. You basically need a scaled up version of an audience to be able to do software as a service well. So my suggestion is build that audience first while you're still a consultancy. And once you've got, we have 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 subscribers to our email newsletter. And, we have a few thousand people every day visiting our website and reading our content and that kind of thing. Now you've got enough of an audience to potentially launch that software as a service, switch. And I would not switch overnight. I would probably launch the SaaS, continue running the consultancy, and let the audience sort of give you feedback on how that software is going, how it's working for them, what's effective and not, before you drop your consulting side of the business. Because consulting is a phenomenal way to stay profitable and solvable. And I think a lot of people in sort of Silicon Valley startup culture crap on consulting and services, but it's great revenue. Most of my wealthy friends made their money consulting. Very few of them made it through building a software business.
Yeah, and what was the best marketing channel for you in the short term?
That 100% depends. It is completely different from sector to sector. Totally depends on your customer. So, at Moz, SEO was a really good one for us. With SparkToro, I have been having a ton of success with digital PR. Very different type of channel. Events and conferences were a big part of what I did. Now, a lot of that is shifted to podcasts. And I know people in B2B software, it depends on what you're doing, right? But I know a lot of people in B2B software who have a ton of success with sort of influencer marketing. I know people who have done really, really well with social media advertising on LinkedIn and Twitter. I know folks who've done really well with exclusively sales networked intros.
Yeah, I'm more into the crowdfunding consulting space.
Crowdfunding consulting space.
Yes.
I think to be
startups to do campaigns on Kickstarter and Indiegogo.
Oh, cool. So first off, that's an awesome field to be in. I love that. And my suspicion is you probably would want to go industry by industry there, right? So it might be like, let me try and help some artists. Let me help people in games world. Let me help people who are launching physical products or, those kinds of things. And so I would try and target those creators separately by their separate fields. And each of those probably have different marketing things. So I might look at your customer set and say like, we're really taking off in helping indie video game creators on Kickstarter. Let's target them first. Where are they hanging out? They read these websites. They listen, they follow these social accounts. They listen to these podcasts. All right, we're going to go, 1, 2, 3. That's where we're going to target them.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. We have time for one more question. So I am going to let Patrick Brennan ask his question. Hey, Patrick, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We can't see you if you just turn on your camera.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble with getting that to turn on, but
that's fine, no worries.
Anyway, so so you mentioned having 30,000 free users. How do you design the process for bumping them from free to paid and from one paid plan to the next? And how do you automate that? Or any part of that question in the little time that remains?
So I would say our philosophy is a little bit more hands-off than many SaaS providers. And we can be more hands-off because we have a large group of those people. So we don't necessarily need to, if we had 300 free users, we'd be worried about like, how do we bump up as many as possible, as much as possible. With 30,000, our goal is to get lots more of those people because those people tend to be good brand advocates. They're getting a lot of value from the product. And we sort of play the patient waiting game of, hey, when they bump up against needing more data from the product, more searches, they'll come back to us. The way we do it right now is we do have an onboarding email sequence. So when you sign up for SparkToro, you'll get sort of a sequence of, I think it's 7 or 8 onboarding emails over about 25 days, one every 3 to 4 days. Those include, some links, some videos, some visuals, some sort of case studies, and those sorts of things. They're very personalized. They all come from me, from my email address, and so there's kind of a relationship building aspect to that. I would say it's been moderately effective, though. The folks I would recommend checking out for specifically that, like, nudge people up the value chain and up the pricing chain. We had talked to them early. Claire, let's see. Just a sec. Forget the funnel. Yeah, that is the folks you want. So I would check out these folks. They have like a library of stuff about how to do it. They run a consultancy called Elevate, but also have this Forget the Funnel product and process, and talk about how to do customer-led growth. We followed some of their roadmap for our onboarding and our upgrading sequences and process. It's actually been reasonably effective. We worked with them during our beta to design a lot of that, and then they reviewed it. I highly recommend their process.
One of the co-founders is going to be a speaker later, I think either today or tomorrow. So check it out as well.
Look at that serendipity. There you go.
Alrighty, we are 2 minutes behind. It was a pleasure, Ren, chatting with you. Patrick, thank you so much for your question as well. So many questions, not enough time to ask all of them.
Let me just say thank you for having me. If folks have additional questions and you want to reach out to me, I'm very fast on email, and I'm rand@sparktoro.com. And thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay.
Take care.
Alrighty, we are live, folks. Everyone, thank you so much for joining the session. Where is everybody? Alrighty, join the session. Patrick is absolutely awesome. I've interviewed Patrick a few times. Last time we talked was Monday during the Clubhouse session.
This week.
It was, I know, a couple of days ago. And Patrick is just a wealth of knowledge. And I know everyone's just citing your studies, and Wes Bush in his book mentions your studies multiple times. So just overall, follow the guy. He is just a wealth of knowledge. Patrick, thank you so much. Let's dive right in.
Let's do it. Yeah. Hopefully I can let down your high expectations that you just set there. So yeah, I'm excited to chat. We only have 30 minutes, and we want some time for questions and these types of things. But just for a first warm up, where's everyone calling in from? Let's blow up the feed with a bunch of locations. Just want to see where everyone's from. We got Austin, Stacy, good to see you. We got Warsaw, Nimove Poposka, some Poland, Montreal, bonjour, Chicago, Denver. Wow, you guys are a lot. India, what are you doing? It's so late right now. Lithuania, I spent some time in Vilnius. Mexico, hola, ¿cómo estás? Awesome. New Orleans, I'm heading there in a couple weeks, hopefully. All right, we got some good, people all over the world. Egypt, I think we got every continent, that basically, except for Antarctica. If someone's here from Antarctica, that's fantastic. But let's rock. We only have 30 minutes. Blow up the feed here with the questions. When I share, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see the questions, so you can talk crap about me too, or talk great about me, whichever one you want to do. But I want to make sure that we get through some good information. So give me 1 second here. Joel, if you're actually in Antarctica, I'll buy you something. I don't know. That would be wild if you actually are. I don't think you are, though. All right, so let's jump in here. All right, so I believe you can see my screen. You see my screen? Just let me know. All right, Natalie's telling me. Natalie's keeping the trains going. All right, we're talking about retention. And the big reason we're talking about retention is mainly because I think 2021 is kind of the year of retention. I think the year of retention is so important because, especially coming out of the world of COVID, and we're not going to talk about COVID too much, but just coming out of the world in general, we're starting to reach a point in kind of our industry and our vertical where retention has always been important, but now it's like we have the tools and we also have the wherewithal, and now the market is so pressured that's really, really important to make sure that your retention comes into play. We're going to talk about that in a second, but the big goal for the next kind of 20 minutes or so, I want to give you a framework and some good benchmarks to kind of reevaluate your retention strategy. And for the quants in the room, my brothers and sisters from other mothers, I don't know how to phrase that, I guess. Basically, we're going to go after a bunch of tactics and things like that can actually boost your lifetime value by between 10 and 60%. The reason I put this in here is that there's some things that are going to be like heavier lifting, that they have bigger gains, but they're heavier lifting. And then there's nice little tactical bits in here that can actually boost your retention and boost your lifetime value pretty quickly. Who the heck am I? Why am I preaching to you today? I'm not going to go too deep into this. My background's in econometrics and math, but you don't have to care about me. In my career, we're going to follow the data. And what I mean by that is at ProfitWell, we're in a unique position where we're sitting on so much data that's happening in the SaaS and subscription market that we're able to pass on that data onto all of you in terms of learnings because we can study it. Because what we build is revenue and retention automation products for subscription companies. We have this product called ProfitWell Metrics, plugs into your billing system, Stripe, Braintree, Zora, whatever you're using. Essentially gives you access for free to all of your financials, whatever you want to look at. We give you benchmarks, all this kind of stuff. And right now we have about 25% of the entire SaaS and subscription market using that product. And then we make money through a couple of different things. I'm just showing you this, that we're legit. But the big thing here is that we know a lot about what's going on in the market, and that's where all this data is coming from. So with that little introduction, so hopefully I have a little credibility, let's jump in. So let's start at a 30,000 foot view level. What are you trying to do with retention? And to answer this question, we need to really understand what in the world are we trying to do as a subscription business? And the reason I start here is because you have a business, you have an idea, you created something of value, and all of a sudden you're applying this model that everyone tells you is really important because it's good for compounding growth. It gets you this monthly recurring revenue, all these different things. But when you think of the essence of a SaaS or subscription business, your whole goal is to drive someone to a point of conversion or to justify the price or the product that you're offering them on a continual basis. And in this manner, what's really, really beautiful is that the subscription model is the first commerce model in the history of the world where the relationship is baked into how you make money. So what that means is that our concept of growth, and this is kind of the flywheel concept of growth, is not contingent on let's just get a bunch of like people to buy on a one-time basis and hopefully they come back. But our model of growth is we want to acquire that customer, we want to monetize them, and ultimately we want to retain them. And when we go down this rabbit hole, and again, I'm going to get more specific and more tactical, but I think it's really, really important to understand what's going on. What we start to realize is that there's a lot of things that we need to do to align that value to that customer in order to retain these customers into the long term. And so when we keep going down this rabbit hole and go deep on retention, what we start to realize is that everything that we've been talking about in terms of retention is not quite wrong, but it's not necessarily in the right context. And what I mean by that is we as an industry, we have a misconception of what is going on when it comes to retention. We've all had this person, or maybe we are this person, who believes that retention, especially with a product, is only solved through value in their customer, right? Put another way, well, if the customer actually valued the product, they wouldn't cancel. They would always come back, right? And this isn't like false. This is true, but it's one of those things where it's not nuanced. It actually doesn't go deep into what's going on with retention, especially in relation with the customer. And so the mental framework that I want you to think through, kind of hearkening back to this concept of the relationship, is basically when you're going after your particular customer base, you have this spectrum. And on one end, you have advocates. These are people who are hardcore. They're probably bringing you more customers. They love you. They're willing to pay more for different things. And on the other hand, you have your critics. These are people who have canceled a long time ago. They hate your guts for lots of reasons. They're probably talking bad about you somewhere out there. And then most of the folks are somewhere in the middle here, right? And then there's this point of cancellation. And the reason I'm kind of starting off with this is because I think what a lot of people don't realize is that when we talk about retention and we tweet these articles and we talk about value, oftentimes we're talking about strategic retention. And these are the things of like the 1,000 paper cuts that your product team has to put together in order to make sure that that customer is getting that feature, that that customer is seeing the value, that that onboarding is working out. And this is really, really important piece of your retention, but we often neglect this middle part here that we're calling tactical retention. And these are all the little nudges that can take place that can simply push someone from about to cancel or thinking of canceling to not canceling, or push them from, I'm kind of second guessing the product to, oh no, I want to continue to use the product. And this part of retention is so important to realize because yes, there is a lot of this that has to be solved through good product and good research and all of these other fun things. But then there's a lot of things that we can do that are relatively quick in order to actually boost our retention overall. And so when we actually study the research and we looked at about 2,000 companies for this particular study, what we found is that when we broke this out on a vertical by vertical basis, the amount of retention that was actually attributed to each of these buckets was typically like this. So strategic retention, it typically accounts for 60 to 75%. This is why you need a really, really good product team. And then the tactical piece, depending on your price point, typically, it's somewhere between 25 and 40%. But the important thing here isn't, oh, well, we're going to go spend 60 on all our time on the 60 to 70%, because those particular individuals are going to take forever to basically figure out what the features are, what the right segment is, and all of the other things in between. But we can also look at this 25 to 40% and have some really, really good quick hits if we realize there's these two really, really big pieces of retention. Now, that being said, how do we actually boost it? How do we actually get to these, gains that we've been talking about? Well, first, let's understand how to look at how we can actually influence these different pieces. Now, retention defined, we want to keep these customers around longer and we want them paying more. What are the metrics that we typically look at? Things like net revenue retention and also our overall user churn. Now, there's different reasons why you'd use a different measurement, but these two ultimately are influenced by three big pieces. And this is the first thing that I want you to do in your business is make sure that you're breaking out these three pieces of retention. The first is active cancellations. These are customers who are actively choosing to cancel your product. Next up is the expansion revenue. These are your existing customers choosing to buy more from you. And then finally, delinquencies. And these are actual payment failures, whether they're credit and debit card failures or they're invoice failures if you're more of an invoice-based business. And so we're going to go through each of these, not quite as in depth as I'd want to just because of the time constraint, but we're able to get through at least at a high level, if not a medium level on each part. So let's talk about active cancellations. These are people who are actively canceling your product. Now, what's really, really beautiful about active cancellations is that this is where the bulk of that whole strategic retention typically sits, but there are some tactical pieces. Now, you've all heard about time to value, I'm sure, or target segment. These are things that are involving your product team doing a bunch of research, really, really hacking away at understanding who that right customer is and how do you make sure that they get to the right outcome. But there's some other pieces of this type of retention or these active cancellations involving term optimization and also win back and triage campaigns. So first up, because I've been going really theoretical, let's start with a nice tactical bit. Term optimization. Really, really simple and straightforward. Longer term contracts equate to lower cancellations. Just to give you some data, and I have the studies I can send you if you want more in depth here, annual customers typically have 30% better retention. Quarterly customers typically have about 20%. 6-month customers, it's somewhere in between, depending on the vertical. But the basic idea here is you probably understood this, or at least you intuitively understand it now. But we're not asking people to upgrade to a longer term plan, except for when they actually sign up for the product. So we have this little flow that says, hey, maybe you should get on a longer term plan for a discount, but the person hasn't even used the product yet. It's one of the worst times to ask, and you should still ask, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things that I want to go to those users who have been with my product for somewhere between 2 and 10 months, and I want to make sure I'm asking them with some sort of incentive to get on a longer term plan. To give you some copy here to steal that we've kind of tested over a bunch of different companies, basically making sure that you're going to these customers both through email as well as through in-app notifications or even push notifications on mobile, and basically saying, hey, you've been with us for a while. That's awesome. We want to congratulate some of our best users. Let's give you 2 free months or 1 free month. And the 1 free month or 2 free months, that typical type of discount is actually super, super important. Do not use percentages. The percentages actually work worse than whole numbers, like 1 month, 2 month, $100 off, $200 off. You can use what's best for your business, but we know unequivocally that whole numbers work better than an actual percentage. Human beings, we just don't understand percentages as quick as we understand, oh, there's an amount of something that I'm going to get. And then make sure that when those people sign up, it's a really smooth transition. Just an email reply or a 1-click opt-in, just to make sure that they're getting into that without any friction. Now, another big piece of tactical retention here, this tactical piece of active cancellations, are win back and triage cancellations. Your folks who are trying to cancel or who have recently canceled are some of your best marketing channels, mainly because they are very familiar with your product, and maybe they just didn't have an opportunity to actually see the value in the product, or maybe they canceled for some sort of reasons and they're ready to come back. They just need a little bit of a nudge. So what we want to do though is when someone hits that cancel button, we want to add a little bit of friction. We want to make sure that we have offboarding, very similar to how we have onboarding. And when they hit that cancellation button, I want to hit them up with a 1 question or even a 2 question survey that says, why are you leaving? What's the biggest reason you're leaving? And based on that answer, I'm not only going to catalog that information and make sure that I'm making my product better, but in addition to that, based on what they say, I'm going to give some nudges. So let's say they say, hey, I didn't really see value in the product, or I didn't have enough time to use the product. I might want to go to them with a salvage offer. And I might want to say, hey, I want to give you a chance to actually see the value. Let's give you a free month, or let's put you on this plan at this price for the next 60 days. What you actually implement here will depend on your actual product. But again, very straightforward, making sure that you're actually putting something in front of them to salvage that particular relationship and keep them around for that extra month. Because the idea here is once they get a little bit more value, once they get a little bit more around, they're going to want to then stay into the long term. And you want to make sure people don't game the system. Obviously, you don't want people to use this over and over again. So you're going to have to build a little bit of infrastructure there. But it's a really, really powerful piece where we can incrementally lower your overall cancellations by going after those folks who make sense. Now, if I have some folks who say, oh, I'm going through tough times, or I'll be back, I love the product, but I just don't need it right now, then I want to maybe put them on a maintenance or a pause plan. A maintenance plan is basically saying, hey, we're going to keep you around, or we want to keep your data, or we want to save your personalized information so that when you come right back, it's right there and ready for you. Zoom does this really, really well. They basically say all of your recordings are going to be deleted unless you pay this maintenance plan. They don't even like the maintenance plan. They try to get you to basically stay, but it's one of those things where it's a nice little offer that you can keep those folks around. And as soon as they come back and come back as an active user, you can essentially put them on that paid plan. Pause plans are really effective as well, especially if you have an episodic product, meaning you have a customer base that they don't need the product all the time, but they want to come back in 3 months or so. And then finally, you got freemium tiers and playing chicken. It's okay to let someone go. If they select, oh, you didn't have the right feature, I want to ask them a follow-up question of what feature are they looking for, and then I'm okay if they're going to go, because once I have that feature, I then want to reach out to them. And speaking of reaching back out to those cancellations, make sure you're going after those customers who have canceled. It's really, really important. Give them information about new product updates. Give them information about improvements that you made, especially if you could tie it back to the reason that they left. Here's some copy that's really interesting. Now, what's fascinating is with these types of campaigns, typically the percentages actually work better than whole numbers. I know that's a little bit confusing, but normally what you're doing here in the world of SaaS is you're offering up much, much larger kind of these win-back campaigns to entice that user to come back and start using the product again, and then hopefully becoming that customer into the long term. Now, in terms of the strategic bits here, I've written a ton on things like value metrics, doing customer research. There's a ton of other people who have written a lot on there as well. So I'm not going to go deep on it today, just given time. But I will say that you do need a great product team, and you do need to do your customer development. I know only 20% of you are going to do that, but those 20% are the ones who are actually going to be doing really, really well when it comes to their retention and their monetization for that matter. So let's put the nail in active cancellations for now, and let's move on to expansion revenue. So here, there's a couple of big things to keep in mind. And the whole idea is I want to get my existing users to spend more money with me. And the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to cross-sell additional products. So this is an actual fully different product that I'm going to sell them. I might upsell them a more premium or a better version of the current product that they have. Maybe I'm going to do some add-ons, which is one of the most underutilized pieces of any growth in any business, or I'm going to use these value metrics that we're talking about here. I mentioned previously before here. Now, we're not going to spend too much time here because, again, strategic. I've written a lot on this, but the basic idea is that you want to take advantage of those existing users that love you and appreciate you, and make sure that they're actually spending more because they're more than willing to spend more. Quick note in terms of upsells as well as kind of expansion revenue. You should have 20% or more of your new revenue coming from your existing customer base. Meaning if you get $1,000 new in recurring revenue, 200 of that or more should be from your existing customers, and then the rest should be from those new customers. Most of us have less than 10% coming from our customer base. And this main reason is because we're not offering anything up to sell them. Now, as mentioned, you can offer them these cross sells and these upsells. Not going to be going too deep into this, but just to give you a little bit of context, the future of growth is definitely multi-product, especially as you get past kind of that $7 to $10 million range. People are becoming multi-product companies much, much earlier in their life cycle. To give you a little bit of data here, typically these multi-product companies are growing at a 30 to 50% higher growth rate. And this is just mainly because they have more stuff to sell to that customer base that they worked so hard to get. And I can go deeper in here or send some stuff over in the Q&A. Just make sure to hit me up on there. Now, one other piece of this that's actually super easy for everyone here is the add-on strategy. And this is something that you can basically do tomorrow, is sell something like priority support, sell something like real-time analytics, sell something like, a premium version that has some sort of SLA with your product. It's going to depend on your vertical and your customer base, but it's really, really important to make sure that you're selling an additional product to your customers. And one of the easiest things to do are these add-ons. Just to give you some data here, we looked at two groups: those customers that didn't have any add-ons, and then customers who had at least one add-on. And basically those folks who had at least one add-on typically had between 18 to 54% higher lifetime value. And this is coming from two places. One, they're paying you more, obviously, for additional products. But in addition to that, they're actually retained at a higher rate because they're more invested in your actual product, which is really, really powerful. Now, a little bit of a hack to find these particular add-ons. Normally, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're finding these features or functionality that 40% or less of your customer base are using, or a particular tier is using, because those are really good candidates to do a little bit of additional research and then pull that particular feature out and try to offer it up to the entire base at a premium price in order to basically boost that overall revenue per customer. All right. Moving right along, last big point, because I wanted to get to make sure we get to some questions. Talking about the sexiest topic in the world, payment delinquencies. I have learned more about credit cards and debit cards in my life than I ever thought was possible in my life. And what's really kind of fascinating is that when you look at delinquencies, particularly for credit card or debit card based businesses, even ACH based businesses, this is a purely mechanical problem. It's a purely tactical problem. And there's a bunch of things you can do just around your basic infrastructure, as well as kind of going out to these customers who have a payment failed and make sure that you actually, get updated payment info. Just to give you a little bit of scope of the problem here, it is the largest single bucket of lost customers in a credit or debit or even an ACH based business. To give you a little bit of context, the reason for this is 130 plus different reasons why a credit card fails. We're not going to go through every single one, I promise. But they're mechanical devices that are subject to failure. And to give you a little bit of data here, it's typically about 20 to 40%, mostly in consumer businesses, of your lost customers are coming from these failed payments. So if 100 people are leaving your customer base, probably 20 to 40 of them are because of their credit card actually failed. Now, why is it such a big part of our churn? Well, what really comes down to is that we're terrible at recovering these folks. If 100 people go delinquent, meaning 100 people have a failed credit card, we're typically only recovering about 30. And the best folks out there are recovering somewhere between 60 to 80. Yeah, you're going to have some people, this is their excuse to leave you. But the big thing to kind of keep in mind is that you want to make sure that you're getting as many of these folks back as possible. And most of us are basically at half the expected rate that we should be. Now, in terms of how do we get these folks back, it's really this kind of game of inches or centimeters for the large international audience here, where we're trying to go and treat these folks as a marketing channel, because most of these payment reasons require you to actually go out and get the customer to update their payment information. We're not going to be able to go through all of the little details here, but just to give you a little bit of a highlight, there's some things that you can do before the customer actually fails, things like basically expiration tracking. I would not recommend sending emails for expiration tracking unless you're going to do a lot of work in studying your data. And then in addition to that, after the point, and the reason for that is because it basically boosts active cancellations. So use in-app notifications to go after those folks. And then after this point of failure, a couple of little like bits of checklist here. One, make sure your smart retries are turned on in your billing system. Sometimes someone turned them off and you don't even know it, and that's costing you a lot of money for something that you literally can just click back on in 2 minutes. The bulk of your recovery is still going to come from email, in-app, and SMS notifications. So make sure you set up a basic drip. And then if you're a large enough company, you go and actually attack this a little bit further. And then also, if you're going to do one kind of heavier lifting engineering, kind of a project with this, make sure your user doesn't actually have to log in to update their credit card. So when they click the link on an email or an SMS message, make sure they go to a nice mobile optimized page that they can essentially fill out their information and make sure it's nice and branded and looks really good and not sketchy. And it's some pretty clever technology you can build. It just takes some effort. And I've written a book on this. I know I'm the life of the party writing books about credit cards. So hit me up if you want. It goes into much, much more detail into all of these little pieces. But this is a big area that you should look into and just make sure that you're not doing terribly. If you're doing okay, that's fine. Maybe you're going to prioritize other things. But there's a lot of juice to be squeezed at optimizing your payment failures. All right, enough. How we feeling? We feeling good? I can't even see the chat. So maybe you're all tired. Maybe you're all bored.
Oh, no one is
what I will
tired.
say.
If you could only see all of those comments there.
I had my coffee. So before we get to a quick question or two, I'm not going to recap just for time, but I will give you, this is my email address, everybody. So if you have questions, you want the deck, you want additional data, just hit me up at patrick@profitable.com. Any of the materials I referenced, or if you have any questions on the stuff or benchmarks, we have so much data and we've written so much stuff or recorded so many videos and stuff. So we probably have something that answers your question, or at least we'll know who will. So hit me up and then let's rock, Natalie. We got some questions.
All righty. I'm going to stop presenting your screen so that people can see you. I was going to say, you know what? You're smart. Apparently you're funny.
Nice.
Nice looking, right? So I mean, everything that
wow,
needs.
I'm
But
just hitting
honestly,
I also have really nice decor. This is my better half's grandma's house, and so we have some really nice curtains up here. So yeah, it's great.
All right, thanks for explaining. But hey, if you see the feed, there's just so many comments there. Let's go. One of the comments that struck me is someone said, "This is one of the best sessions," and I almost skipped it. I replied to that saying, you know what? You never skip Patrick's sessions. And he replied, okay, lesson learned.
Nice.
Alrighty, let's pull up the Q&A section right next to the feed. There's Q&A if you want to open that, but there are a couple of questions there. What's the ideal time frame for reaching out to canceled customers?
Yeah, great question. So what I like to do, it kind of depends on like usage and a bunch of different things, but to give you kind of like the middle of the road here, I typically like to give them a week, if not 2 weeks, if you have like a little bit of a higher touch product. If it's a purely transactional product, give them a week and then get them on a drip that basically will get a little bit more tension as it goes on. So what I mean by that is the first email should be like, not, hey, we miss you, we want you back, these types of things. But the first email should be something like, hey, we have this new feature, or hey, like, not sure you saw, but we have this like new content or this piece of content that you might like. It doesn't have to be new necessarily. And then over maybe a couple of more emails, that's when you start to go in for a little bit more of a kill, for the lack of a better phrase, and offer up that salvage offer. Now, if you're going to do this kind of the proper way, you probably aren't even going to do all of like those extra emails. You'll actually kind of measure when people typically come back and then start sending that actual offer, right before that particular time frame, because that's when you can kind of have some signal that people are in the mindset to come back. So that's kind of how I would set it up.
Awesome. Do you know the churn rate of ERP SaaS?
Send me an email, just patrick@profitable.com. That's something I'll have to, I don't know off the top of my head. We can probably find it.
Is there any place to find the churn rate?
I think that's the same. Yeah, it's the same person. Yeah, hit me up, Patrick@profitable.
Okay, got it.
Maybe Marina's question. Is there a good range for the number of add-ons? Should I answer that one?
Yes.
Yeah. So good. Yeah, there's definitely a good range. So here's how you want to think about add-ons really quickly. Basic idea is you want to make sure that you're not overwhelming each of your users, right? So the short answer is there's no like really good number, but on a customer by customer basis, you want to make sure you're not trying to give them 10 different add-ons. So to give you an example, Square basically makes their entire business off of add-ons. They have the payments, which is kind of the payment processing, which is the center of their business. And then the way they make money is they sell like the POS system and they sell like payroll and they sell all these different things. And what they do is they learn about you just based on your usage or based on kind of the firmographics. And then if you're like, oh, they're a coffee shop, let's try to sell them the POS system, the payroll app, and the scheduling app, right? And then they offer those three. And then there's another user that's a food truck. They go, cool, let's offer you up the fleet management product and the payroll app, right? So that's the kind of thing to think through. When you're really early on, just start with one or two. If you're doing this for the first time, and then over time, you'll just start to like it'll start coming out of the woodwork. You'll be like, oh, we're launching that feature. Do we include it as a bundle? Do we make it a premium feature, or do we make it an add-on? And then that's the question you'll go through. And then based on certain data, and I can send you like how to think about that if you email me. That's how you would kind of figure out that answer.
Marina is probably going to email you because she just signed up for Profit Well. She texted everyone.
Let's go.
Alrighty.
It's
Anything
free.
you absolutely should never ask for in a cancellation survey?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that here's the thing. Here's how I'll answer this. You have to be careful with friction. Like if you put a 14 question survey in front of someone canceling, they're going to be aggravated. I don't think there's anything that you shouldn't ask or should be scared of asking. I think it's more of like making sure that you are being respectful of kind of the gives and gets here. Because you're kind of like, okay, you're canceling. Okay, I'm going to make you kind of answer these questions. And I think it's okay to force someone to answer one or two questions. And then from there, basically, you can maybe offer up more questions after you've kind of confirmed that they've canceled. But I don't think there's anything you shouldn't ask. Obviously, use your best judgment. I'm sure there's things that would be terrible to ask, but I can't imagine you would think that would be okay to ask them. But yeah.
Awesome. Very good. We are a couple of minutes later, but hey, this was a value-packed session. Patrick, thank you so much. It was fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah,
Everyone reach out to Patrick if you have any questions about retention. Pricing is a big one. I mean, there are so many things that Patrick is just a king of. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. We'll see you, everybody. Bye now.
See you in the next session, everyone. Welcome back to another session. This is going to be one of the final sessions, actually, by Etienne. So really quick, I want you to know that there's going to be a networking session right after this one. So many of you were so active, Etienne. You need to know this, that people are so active. They're commenting. They're dropping their questions. A few people I actually invited to speak at the stage, the virtual stage. So everyone, you were absolutely amazing. For all of you who want to say hi to everyone right after the session, join the next session that is called Networking Session. I'll see you there. While we're watching Etienne, hey, it is awesome to have you here. Last time we chatted was a couple of months ago. I interviewed you for my podcast. Lots of value bombs that you've dropped there, but really quick, Etienne is the author of the SaaS Email Marketing Playbook, also another book, Lean B2B, and also Solving Product, multiple books. I read, I think, almost all of them. Very good. Alrighty, would you please help frame the conversation a little bit and set up the table, what it is that we're going to talk about today?
Yeah, actually, so it was a great presentation by Patrick, so we're actually just going to be building up on that. I'm sorry if my background isn't as nice as it is. But I think we'll make it.
No make curtains. All right, it sounds good. I am. Take it away. Let me know. Are you all good? Can you share your screen?
Yes. Just 1 second.
Lots of thumbs up there. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been a great. You've been great, guys and girls, everyone. I mean, absolutely awesome. Yeah, I am going to mute myself. So take it away.
Great. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So I'm going to talk about how to use marketing automation to increase lifetime value, CLV, CLTV, whatever the acronym you use in SaaS. So as Natalie was mentioning, I'm the author of several books. I think some people in the chat have actually read some of my books, which is great. I was also, prior to that, head of customer engagement at Lander, which is AI mastering in music industry. And we, together with my team, we increased by 4 times the revenue in 2 years using a lot of marketing automation and output acquisition because there were some challenges. So the company Lander is AI mastering in the music industry. So it was actually the first online mastering tool for music. So typically mastering was only done for about 2-3% of the songs in the world. So they were going after non-consumption. So it was a very new product, and we were getting a lot of heat from actual mastering engineers that were charging $600 per mastering, $400, $600 per mastering. So it was quite disruptive in the market. And when I joined the company, we were about at the point where we started getting product market fit. But so the challenge probably connects with a lot of people here. We were having, for a lot of reasons, a lot of difficulty in changing the product. So a lot of the growth had to come from better acquisition, marketing, different channels, different ways of interacting with customers, what we could find out, everything around the product, including some work with the product, but mostly things around the product. So it's the challenge that we were kind of facing at that point. Now, Lander is a much bigger platform, but at the time is mostly focused on mastering. So the inconvenient truth, and I think Patrick was kind of mentioning that or was talking about that, is that a lot of business are actually leaving a lot of money on the table. So they're not actually maximizing their conversions, getting the maximum amount of revenue from their customers. So just some data points from in SaaS specifically. So best-in-class products will have conversion from free to paid up to 30%. So that's when they have sales staff that is actually helping them convert people, and they also have like a really well oiled up machine that helps them convert. However, a good conversion rate will be around 4%, but a lot of business are more around 1%. So there's a lot of gradation or a lot of variance depending on the type of businesses that you're in, and depending on the type of model, the targeting you have, how precise it is, how well you're able to meet or target the right people with your product. So there's a lot of money that's actually left on the table, and that's actually what we're going to be talking about more in details. Because if you're able to better monetize, better get customers and users to stick around longer term, get them to transact and be able to generate more revenue for your business, you actually get more marketing budget. You open up more channels. So there's channels that can't be unlocked because of your the revenue that you're generating per customer. You get to hire more engineers, you get more features, you can build more features, you can improve the product, you can improve your support, you can improve a lot of things within the business. You get more profit, and if you're in the line of revenue, you might be getting better bonuses. So we're going to be talking about the process of understanding how you're actually generating your revenue right now, and as well how you would amplify that and make it work in a continuous and automated way. So we're going to go backward a little bit. The first thing is how you need to understand how you're generating value. So you need to understand how is the value consumed for the users of your product, when, by whom, how often. Is it a continuous exchange of value? Or is it, as Patrick was mentioning, talking about episodical products, which was kind of what we were dealing with Lander, when the consumption is not every week, or it's not every month, or it's not every 6 weeks specifically. So you need to understand how the value is actually consumed for the product, what gets people to stick around, what gets people to consume more, purchase, maybe get add-ons, as we were talking about before. So if you first need to understand how it specifically looks for your business. So this is both understanding at a macro level, the retention, but understand as well different segments and different patterns within your business. Because you want to be at a point where you can understand, so, okay, these types of users, these types of consumers, will convert at this certain percentage if they do X, Y, and Z. Whereas that other segment will do differently and will work differently. So it's a really a challenge of understanding what are the different patterns of people that are coming to your product and what's the best way to monetize each of these different segments. Because there's no one answer that will give you the maximum potential for revenue for your business. And you also need to factor in that there's different studies that look at this, and it takes on average 40 days to get 80% of SaaS conversions. Half of SaaS conversions happen after trials because trials, to some extent, are artificial constraints. So they don't always sync up with the reality of the customers and what they're actually trying to get or understand about the product. So it's important to understand that you're leaving money on the table if you're not understanding that the conversions might happen all the way after 90 days after the trial ends. So understanding the different ways people consume and convert and get the value from the product helps you understand a little bit the landscape that you're dealing with. So by understanding the value, you're able to understand where you should be charging, how you should be charging, what gets people on paid subscriptions, what gets people to upgrade, what gets people to cancel, and how you can actually influence that afterwards. So one thing that people don't actually do quite enough, and even for freemium businesses, is just setting up an upgrade email. Even if you don't have a fixed trial, you're not going with a trial, you have a freemium product, it still makes sense to have some form of upgrade just to get people to understand that, okay, so there's actually value that I can unlock if I'm paying for this. Maybe they didn't consider upgrading. Maybe they didn't actually understand that there's different plans that could be even better for them, for their needs. So this is a good example from Zapier specifically, where it's just a personal touch, telling people how the usage to the trial is ending. In this case, they do actually have a trial. Once the trial ends, this is what they're bound to lose. And this is what's actually going to happen with their data, their information, so they can keep using it. But this is the cutoff points for certain value items that people are getting. So just setting this up, just setting up an upsell email, if you don't have any other emails, this will help you start generating some of that extra money. A lot of businesses do this, but it's still a good reminder, even if you're doing freemium, that this is valuable. So Patrick was mentioning before, so this just prints money. So like having something that helps convert monthly subscribers to annual plan, just giving them a slight discount, or even just giving them the nudge that they should be saving, or that they would be saving if they switch to an annual plan, or even a quarterly plan, depending on the fees for your product, is just a big win, because it increases retention, it increases revenue, and allows you to get more cash flow earlier on, which you can actually use for just funding growth as well. So this is just a way to simplify that process. And by doing this, you get more people on annual subscriptions. And as Patrick is mentioning, the retention is much higher for this. As we'll talk about later on, though, it's important to still nurture your yearly subscribers, because there's a bit of a gap there oftentimes. Another example is looking at cutoff. So Patrick was mentioning how there's 40% of looking at 40% thresholds for usage. If you are looking at specifically the limits in your pricing plan, you can come up with ways to forewarn people and get them to upgrade to other plans. So this is one thing that Zapier does very well, is they look at what are the thresholds that you may be, you are close to passing in your current subscription plan, and just warning you ahead of time will cause will make the subscriber or the user think about it and consider, should I be switching to another plan? Okay, based on my future needs, would this be better? And just by doing this, you're able to get people on a greater subscription plan. So this is just easy ways to be able to capture some of that revenue. When you do this, you definitely need to either be a one-click to upgrade or a very simple process, because you lose a lot of people in between that process. So we used to do the push to annual, but we didn't have the mechanics to actually make it work and be very clear and direct. So that used to cause a lot of frustration with users. We get a lot of emails through support, and that was really not ideal. But the will to upgrade was there, so it just made sense to build that into the product and make that work, because you're just going to be generating more money in that case. So these are just ways to capture the value transaction, but there's many other ways. Expansion email. So if you have, for example, if your pricing plan includes, there's ways to get more seats, more features, so you can drive those expansion as well. Patrick was mentioning add-ons, so add-on features, which is something that MailChimp does really well. So they have extensive support, and they have other functionalities that you can unlock, like reporting. You could offer those as add-ons. I have simple ways to get customers to upgrade, but as well get people to add more, invite more of their teammates if you're on a model where the seats actually matter. You can push people to higher pricing tiers based on consumption as well. So if you really understand how each people in each plans actually consume, you can set thresholds as to if people are at this certain threshold of consumption or usage in their plan, we can push them to another tier, and you can maybe even offer some form of discount to get them to that other plan. You can do that very specifically by segments or by behaviors. You can find ways to get people on the more appropriate plans for their needs, because we talk about getting people on a bigger plan. Sometimes as well, it makes sense to reduce. So if someone is not consuming the functionalities in their plans, it might make sense to get them on a lower plan, lower tier, but still get them to use the product a bit longer. So by really understanding how the value breaks down and how the different plans are being used, you're able to get to that level. And lastly, Patrick was mentioning about this, the post-cancellation offer emails, super valuable. You can get a lot of additional income just by getting people back in the product, back using the functionalities, and you can as well reposition them to the right plans. So that's the first part. So the second part of this is, so once you've understood that first part where how people consume value for your product and how the value breaks down, you want to look at this over time, especially if you're in freemium, you have a freemium mode, because there's not a lot of reason why you can't re-engage some customers that are consuming the product or have consumed the product and get more people to convert. So Patrick was talking about a good threshold for this is 20% of your revenue coming from other cohorts, sign up course. So your past users. At Lander, we got this to 42%. So if you are optimizing this, there's a lot of money you can actually get from this. It's really, really valuable, and it's just to some extent, it's not a big effort to get those revenue. So you need to understand how value plays out over time. So how people keep consuming or they stop consuming the product over time, how it evolves, what cohorts are underperforming, why these specific cohorts would be underperforming. Because once you understand when people came in to your product, the way you were selling it at that point versus the way you're selling it now, or the functionalities that are available at that point versus now, that makes a big difference, because sometimes you're able to convert more users based on what was added in the product, or sometimes just reminding people that you're there based on their current needs because their situation might have changed. So perhaps my favorite analysis for this to understand how it evolves over time was looking at sign-up cohorts by looking at revenue and looking at this specifically per user over time or per subscriber over time. And then you're able to see how it plays out, how it evolves over time. So if you're able to see if you're getting better for the sign-up cohort of last July versus you are neglecting them. And when we started doing this at Lander, we realized that there were a lot of sign-up cohorts that we were not monetizing quite well enough, because oftentimes when you set up your automation program, you end up focusing mostly on the upfront part, but then you end up neglecting the people that sign up the year before. They get very few emails. So when you start digging and you realize, like I said, they didn't get an email from us in 6 months. We didn't even try to get them back in the product. We didn't even try to get them to upgrade. And just doing that, like just putting the basic mechanics in place, help you generate more income from these past cohorts than before. So you can look at different signals, so how things play out for these cohorts, and you can look at signals that they're trying to get value from the product, or that they are still using the product. I don't know if some people were mentioning, were part of this session with Rand before, which was super interesting. He was talking about how basically each month people are given different credits to do searches with SparkToro. So looking at that over time, just looking at signals that people are actually using those searches, and that they're actually trying to get value, or that they're actually hitting the limit of their account, can give you signals that this might be someone that is worth upselling. So those could be someone that activated quickly or reactivated quickly with the product. Frequent or recent use can give you an idea that people are trying to get value out of the product. High NPS score, so people that gave you a good NPS score or are still giving you good NPS scores, they might be more likely to either recommend or to subscribe again. Frequent use of metered features, so if they use the core features that you're trying to charge for, that may be a good sign. Frequent visits to pricing or payment page. So if you're integrating everything together, they might be coming back to your site, and you might be able to tell that they're actually thinking about subscribing to your product. And there could be a good way to nudge them and get them to convert. High engagement on emails and communications. So oftentimes when you analyze the performance with the communications, it actually syncs up quite a bit with how people consume. So if you're still interested in a product, you might still be looking at the emails, or you might still be looking at the communications, even though you're not using it. You might still be trying to learn or trying to better understand how what value you could get out of that. You might just not be ready. So you still want to be in the cycle and still be understanding. There's a lot of different signals that you can use, and they will be specific to your product. So what are good signals for your specific products that people are trying to get value out of the product? So what we did specifically at Lander is we set up different upsell sequences over time. So each cohort would get different emails showcasing the value of the product, showcasing different valuable aspects of the community. But over time, they would actually hit a different upsell email every X month, which would try to get them back on a subscription. So this was a bit aggressive, depends on your goal, but there's different ways to do this. So FreshBooks here is actually an example of a company that's super aggressive in terms of trying to convert users. These are actually all upsell emails within the first 21 days, I think. Another thing you can do, because some people might have tuned out your emails, is switch to different channels. So you could do retargeting, you can do push notifications if you have access, you can do in-app messages. So when you know that they're still using the product, or they're still part of your ecosystem in some way, you can find ways to showcase new or different value from the product and get them back into your universe, trying to slowly bring them back to purchasing the product or getting back to convert for the product. Another good way of doing this is loop email. So one thing that often gets neglected in SaaS products is the emails that are just triggered automatically by the product. So you might have two different email marketing platforms. So one that is more managed by the product marketing team or the marketing team, and another one that might be more back-end emails. And these emails often are super valuable because just the volume of emails that are getting sent, or the types of email, and just improving those to drive certain actions from your consumers, your customers, or your users might be super valuable. So this is an example from Text Expander. So this is it's just a little application on Mac that allows you to repeat different keys or different snippets that you create. So every month they send me this email that tells me, one, how much value I've saved, how much value I got from the product. But over time, they actually changed their messaging to include more different pitches, trying to get me to understand ways to monetize me better. So this is one way to do this. So we had a lot of success looking specifically at the email that we sent every time someone used the product. So you can build over time that value, but as well drive to certain conversions over time. So other ways to do this are reactivation sequence. So that's one thing that's a little bit underdone, is looking at the users that are part of your user base but are not engaged. There's ways to reactivate them, get them back using the product, and then over time make another offer, which would allow you to enlarge the pool of people that you can actually convert. Value expansion, emails for churners. I think Patrick was kind of hinting at that, is rebuilding the value for the people that churn. So instead of going straight for an offer, which might work sometimes with certain segments, you can rebuild the value of the product over time and eventually get to convert those customers. The relationship with them, like, it makes sense to assess the full lifetime value of these customers, because they might be subscribing at multiple moments over time, especially if your product is more episodic, which was the case with our product. As well, sometimes the same reason why the upgrade email works, just discounts and promo emails sometimes will get people that are just on the fence or have not even considered converting to upgrade their accounts and get subscriptions. That depends on how their behavior is afterwards. So sometimes these people will just churn afterwards. So it's important to do some side analysis on this. And the last piece is you can actually create better customers. You can attract better people that will help you generate more revenue. People that will stick around longer. People that will just be more qualified for your product and thus see the value a little better. So you want to understand: are there ways for you to create better customers, better educate them, better get them to get the value that they seek, and understand that value a little better, and see how that value actually fits within their company, so that they expand their usage, or they might expand their account, they might expand their consumption with your product. So this what you really want to do is you want to widen the pool of people that you can actually convert, because there's a bit of a lie sometimes when you hear companies that are talking about, okay, so we have 6 million accounts. Oftentimes, there's a big gap between a user that's actually acquired versus one that's monetizable, or that is engaged, or that's active. So you want to understand that there's a big gap between these two things, and you need to bridge that gap to be able to get those people to be monetizable. So if people sign up and they don't understand the value of your product, or they don't see what's valuable about it, it's not true that you're actually going to be able to monetize them later on, because they've not seen the value of the product. And this is a great model from John Cutler that came out this week. So it's just looking at how we imagine our customers' world. So people tend to think that our product is essential or central to people's lives, when in reality, it tends to be just a small part. So people might have used or tried your product, but they've moved on. So bringing them back into your universe is a lot of work, and it might not be as easy. So a few ways So a few data points on this. So the average list inactive rate is around 60%. On average, 7% of overall business revenue comes from inactive users. So that is from MailChimp. So it still makes sense to target these people and try to get them back, but that should not be your priority. the number of disengaged users for any SaaS is bound to grow. So if you're able to activate 40 to 45% of your users over time, that 55% tends to add up, and you end up having a pool of a lot of people that may not have seen the value of your product. So it makes sense to try and get these people to understand a little better how they can understand the value of your product. So a few ways to do this is and this is less effective than it used to be. So doing lookalike audience from your best customers. So if you are acquiring customers, you can acquire customers that are more like your best customers, which will help you increase the retention and perhaps as well the revenue from these users as well. You can make experiences that are very tailored. So this is an example from Intercom where they actually took a screenshot from our website. They talk about specific benefits for us, which can really help the people who are either signing up or are about to sign up really understand the specific value of your product and how it fits within their reality. So by doing this, you help more people understand the value for them specifically. One thing
Patrick, at the end, we are at around, need to close out. We're a couple of minutes later already.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay. So I'm just going to skip this. So to increase the lifetime value, you understand the consumption to identify every way to grow revenue and increase retention. So the longer people stick around and the more they end up spending, the more you increase the lifetime value, which enables a lot of things. You want to apply those learnings across acquisition cohorts to understand how you can monetize your old database, and you want to create better users. That is it.
Alrighty, tell people where they can reach out to you.
Yes, so I'm eGarbigly on Twitter as well. I'm at saasplaybook.co. We're also doing a giveaway for a few copies of the book if you guys are interested. And that is it.
Everyone should be interested. Alrighty, a giveaway is absolutely awesome. Everyone should be interested. Everyone should definitely check out. There's so much value that Etienne dropped, and it's just definitely, I see that a lot of companies do not do this the right way. So definitely check out Etienne's books, which is not one, multiple, right? Thank you so much for your time and dropping so much value here.
Thanks for having me.
Everyone, this was the last session. I actually really want you, everyone, and Etienne, if you also are available, join the next session where it's going to be all about networking. So if you'd like just to say hi, and networking is such a bad word, but if you just want to come on and say hi, this would be a great end to this day. Plus, there's second day. So tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. Central, we're going to have a bunch of other great speakers join for that as well. But we're going to end this session, and I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Be prepared to turn on your camera and microphones.